Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku. Back with another fanfiction. This is the second part of What if Deku was really Nagisa Shiota in disguise? Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Aizawa, yes. Meg, yes. Nakamura, geez, sorry. Yoshida, what's the point of pointing that out? Muramatsu, you said point twice. Sugaya, cut it out. Keano, actually, February 29th is Nagisa's favorite day. Huh, mine too. Sujino, why? Kenzaki, the date is cool. Hara, it only comes once every 4 years. So it's super interesting. Terasika, it sounds like Fua. Oh 2020, what a weird time. Hinano, what are you on about again? Fua, we were so embarrassing in Chiba, we didn't even know each other? Hayami, Fua is talking nonsense again. Take Bayashi, she knows too much. Mahar, stop breaking the fourth wall. Okano, breaking. Maihara. Okajima, get wrecked. Kiera, I think leap years are bad luck. Yoshida, why? Kiera, it's another day we have to endure. Terasika, depressing much? Sujino, calm down. There's no school on that day. Kara, only weirdos like that day. Hara, hey. Don't say that about me and Nagisa. Keano, speaking of Nagisa, has anyone seen him? Itona, hi. Karma, Okuda, hi guys. Nakamura, hey, guys. Aizawa, what's up guys? Terasika, you guys have been quiet. Hey Ami, is everything okay? Okuda. Kara, oh great. Yada, oh no. Nakamura, oh you drama. Hinano, I knew things were getting boring. Fua, it's because of all these filler chapters. Meg, what happened guys? Itona, okay, don't freak out. Keano, if you say, don't freak out, we are probably going to freak out. My heart, even Karma is quiet. Kenzaki, where is Beach Sensei? Karma, she's driving us to the house right now. Sugaya, oh, you guys are coming over. Hey Ami, isn't it a little early? Everyone was over yesterday. Okuda, I'm just going to say it. Terasika, stop edging the conversation and spit it out. Okuda, so basically. Itona, Nagisa is missing. Hinano, I giggled a little bit. Yoshida, that was a good joke. Kiera, you made Terasika laugh. Karma, we're not even joking. Okuda, he was kidnapped. Keano, what? Aizawa, please tell me you guys are joking. Okuda. Hinano, how did he manage to get kidnapped? Nakamura, what the heck, he was literally at the house with us yesterday. Terasika, Mahara, wait, is this real? Nakamura, they don't sound like they are joking. Hayami, oh my god, what the heck? Chiba, wait, what? How? Yoshida, Theo, he pulled a Kenzaki and Keano. Kira, except he was probably not kidnapped by high schoolers. Hara, OMG, wait, how long has he been missing? Yada, wait, does Mr. Kerasuma know? Karma. Hayami, that's not a good sign. Chiba, how far you guys? Okano, okay, I think that we should all get to the house. Sujino, I'm already in the car with my Hara and some others. Okuda, we are almost there. Sugaya, turn off the stove, my heart. Okano, why the heck is he back in the kitchen? Okajima, bruh. Mahara, thanks, Sugi. Hinano, what was that? Keano, my Haris finally lost it. Aizawa, again? Mimura, why is there never a dull moment in the house? Fua, I guess that's just the way things go. Take Bayashi, we're on our way to the house now. Karma, Itona, and Okuda turned off their phones as they approached the house. They couldn't even get out of the car before Nakamura, Sujino, Aizawa, Meg, Maihara, Okano, and Keano walked out to greet them. Nakamura greeted, hey there, guys. Okay, so who is going to tell us what happened? Keano inquired, her tone filled with concern. Okano approached the car and peeked in the windows. What the heck? Nagisa is literally right there. Were you guys seriously pranking us? Sujino questioned, disbelief evident in his voice. Nakamura yelled to the people inside the house, "Guys! It was nothing." "Nakamura, what are you doing?" "Shoo," Okuda hissed, trying to keep the situation under control. "Why is he on the floor of the car?" Meg wondered aloud, her voice laced with worry. She reached out to lift his small head, but Karma stopped her. "Stop. Don't touch him. Itona and I will carry him in," Karma said, his tone serious. "Him? Karma, what are you on about?" "That's Nagisa," Keanu protested, confused. "Did you forget that he was a boy?" Nakamura joked, adding to the confusion. "No, he's right," Itona interjected, his expression grim. "That is not Nagisa," Irina declared, her voice firm. "What?" Kano exclaimed, taken aback. Isegai muttered, uncertain of what to make of the situation. They sat there in silence for a little while before Karma spoke up. "Can we just go inside?" Karma suggested. "Oh, yeah," Meg agreed. They made their way inside the house, greeted by the sight of the three kids on the couch, waiting for their arrival. Maihara voiced his confusion. "Wait, isn't that literally Nagisa?" Teami, taken aback, exclaimed, I thought you all said he was missing." Okajima chimed in, "This is so confusing. What's going on?" "That's what we would like to know," Nakamura admitted. Keano directed her question to Beach-sensei. "Beach-sensei, why are you even with them?" Chiba, still puzzled, asked, "Is Nagisa not right in front of us?" Hinano, noticing Nagisa's condition, remarked, "He's passed out." Hara, concerned, said, "Is he okay? Should I get medicine?" Terasika, growing impatient, demanded, "One of you better start talking." Isegai suggested, "Okay, Okuda, go first." Okuda, a bit nervous, began, "Okay. So basically, when we were in school today, he was acting really weird, and he wasn't himself. He was saying how he lost his phone and how he didn't remember if he had a mission coming up." Terasika reacted, "What the heck? You don't just forget that." Mimura urged her to continue. "Go on." Itona took over, explaining, "We called Karma to come over because we were unsure of what to do." Keano, realizing the reason behind the call, remarked, "Oh, so that's why you wanted me to change you up a little." Hinano teased, "Didn't you just love looking like Asano today?" Yoshida intervened, "Careful, he might explode." Meg redirected the conversation, stating, "Guys, can we get back on topic?" Itona resumed his explanation. "So Karma came over, and we tested him for a little. At first, we thought it could be like a quirk hitting him or something." Maihara couldn't help but remark, "This whole quirk thing." Karma, with a smirk, interjected, "Don't forget the part where we held his classmates at gunpoint and almost blew them up." Kanzaki and Yada gasped in shock. Fuwa expressed her disbelief. "How do you say that so casually?" Kiara, sensing a breakthrough, added, "This is getting somewhere." Takebayashi analyzed, "Okay, so what happened to Nagisa?" Okuda hesitated for a moment before revealing, "When we confronted her." Nakamura interrupted, shocked, "Confronted?" earning a face from Kano. Okuda clarified, "She revealed that she was a shape-shifting villain." Itona added, "Something like the name Himiko Toga." Keano gasped, "I've heard about her." Yada recalled, "Yeah, isn't she part of that one group?" Terasika remembered, "The League of Villains or something." Maihara concluded, "So she is a big-shot villain?" Hayami tried to reassure everyone, "Nobody we can't handle, right?" Sugaya agreed, "Yeah. I mean, we've gotten past worse." Okajima reminisced, "Yeah, like the haunted house." Fuwa corrected him, "Okajima. I'm pretty sure he wasn't referring to that." Maihara conceded, "That thing was actually really scary though." Hayami reflected, "I think being almost caught by Beach-sensei and the Reaper was scarier." Irina intervened, "Alright, I know I was in the wrong then." Nakamura added, "But at least you had Kerasuma to protect you." Hinano squealed, "Aya, he was so cool then." Karma redirected the conversation, "Can we get back to the topic?" Itona refocused, "So the person we are holding right now is a villain." Yoshida expressed her surprise, Can we just keep her in the basement? Okajima agreed. Oh yeah. Karma outlined their plan. Well, we want to get information from her. Keano was shocked. Whoa, it's a girl? Nakamura sighed. She girl-bossed the wrong way. Meg brought them back to the main concern. We should focus on trying to save Nagisa first, no? Aizawa offered another perspective. Wait, but he could already be fighting them. I mean, he is Nagisa. Maihara pondered. Isn't this situation in Korosensei's guide? Kanzaki suggested. Yeah, that one probably won't work here. Chiba analyzed the situation. This is a big group of villains, so we don't know where he could be. Muramatsu recalled an important detail. Wait, so he lost his phone? That's actually really bad. We could have tracked him if we had it by looking at the cell towers, Justice mumbled. Itona confirmed. Exactly my thought. Thankfully, Karma has it. Hayami was relieved. Great. So now we just need Ritsu, right? Keano inquired. Where is she right now? Takebayashi recalled. I think she was busy doing something. Hara added. Probably something for Kerasuma. Yada raised another concern. Speaking of him, what are we going to say? Irina explained. He has been really stressed lately, busy with something. He won't even tell me. Fua expressed her unease. DMN. Keano redirected the conversation. Wait, you guys said you held his class at gunpoint. How did you get out of that? Hayami remembered. Oh yeah, how did you get them to not snitch on you to the heroes? Okuda recounted their plan. Itona made this genius plan, and it worked like a charm. You expect them to just trust you like that? Sugino expressed his skepticism. Irina defended their strategy. Yeah, they are really gullible. Karma added with a smirk, and naive. Hara redirected the conversation. Okay, can we get Ritsu down here? She can help us find him. Itona elaborated on their plan. It would work like this. Since he had the phone with him while he was kidnapped, we should be able to know his last location from the cell tower pings. Whenever he got a notification, it would ping to a nearby cell tower. Keano, understanding the plan, said, Oh, I get it now. So whenever someone sent a message, we could find where he was. Terasika, still skeptical, commented, That's fortunate. You guys never stop yapping in the chat. Karma teased back. It's okay that you think that. We all know you wish you could contribute to the conversation more. Terasika grunted angrily. Just then Hinano received a call from her phone. It was Ritsu. Hey guys. I heard that you all needed me, she said, her virtual face forming a smile. Here we go again. Aizawa sighed. They explained to Ritsu what was happening. Chapter end. Yesterday at the house. Alright, bye guys. Try not to burn down the house this time. Midoriya shouted as he left, laughing at the chaos he was leaving behind. He needed to pick up some contacts from the store. A replacement was long overdue. This whole disguise thing is working pretty well, he thought as he walked. He looked so different now compared to his time in middle school. Do I miss my natural hair? Absolutely. But I know this is for the better. The crescent moon hung in the night sky, its soft glow illuminating the path to the store. Midoriya felt strangely grateful for trying out a new pharmacy. His phone had recommended it, thanks to Mimura and Itona's programming skills. They did an amazing job with that app, he mused, a smile tugging at his lips. The streets felt eerily empty, but he shrugged it off, assuming it was due to recent construction in the area. As he walked, memories of Korosensei flooded his mind. I really miss him, he thought, feeling a tightness in his chest. I wish he was still alive, but I'm glad it was Class 3E that ended his life, not the government. He took comfort in the thought, knowing it was a conclusion Korosensei himself had come to terms with. He finally arrived at the pharmacy, and by then, it was late. He knew he needed to get back to UA quickly, so he rushed through the contact selection. Keano had advised him on the color, and as he slipped them on, he glanced at himself in the pharmacy mirror, adjusting to his new look. Did that sales lady really have to be so rude? He wondered, rolling his eyes as he stepped out of the store. Shaking off the encounter, he began the walk back, the empty streets and the soft moonlight making the night feel peaceful once again. Midoriya turned the corner, only to find himself face to face with Dabi, Toga, and Spinner, members of the League of Villains. His eyes widened in fear as he tried to find a way out of the situation. Dabi gave Midoriya a smug grin and said with a sneer, well, if it isn't the hero in training himself. What a silly coincidence. Midoriya's eyes widened in alarm, and he took a step back, his mind racing with thoughts of escape. I can't use the stun clap. There are too many people here. I have the blade on my left leg, but I don't know what they would do in the time it would take me to reach for it. This is bad, he panicked. Trying to stay calm, he managed to get out, what do you want from me? Oh, nothing much, just a little chat. You see, we've been keeping an eye on you, Midoriya. You're quite the hot topic among our group, Toga said with a smile. Midoriya's grip tightened on his backpack strap, everything in his body telling him to run. He knew what the League was capable of and just wanted to find a way out. I don't have anything to say to you. Just let me go, Midoriya said, glaring at them. Spinner, taking a step closer, said, Now, no need to be rude. We just want to have a friendly conversation, don't we? Midoriya glanced around, searching for any sign of help, but the streets were deserted. DMN. They caught me off guard. Can't I just catch a break? There's nobody here. No witnesses. What should I do? They have powerful quirks, and I'm not trying to get hurt. I'm going to try and fight. Wish me luck, Kora-sensei. Dabi said with a sinister grin, Time's up, Midoriya. You're coming with us whether you like it or not. Midoriya reached for his left leg and successfully pulled out his knife. Dabi, quick to react, lunged forward, trying to attack him with his quirk. Midoriya leaped back quickly, barely missing the attack, and managed to stab Dabi's right arm. Quickly glancing around, he spotted Toga and Spinner. Before he could analyze more, he dodged the fire coming toward him. Temporarily distracted by the attack, Toga and Spinner were able to close in on him. Midoriya woke up feeling groggy, his mind clouded as he tried to orient himself. Where am I? He opened his eyes just a crack, taking in his surroundings. Through blurred vision, he managed to make out a few figures, Shigaraki, Kurogyari, and Dabi, who was turned away, speaking on the phone. The memories of what had happened flooded back, and he cursed under his breath. They can't know I'm awake. I need to be smart. What would Karma do? He knew better than to underestimate his opponents, a lesson learned the hard way after midterms. For now, he decided to feign sleep, regulating his breathing and keeping still. Stealth would be his best ally. In the dim light, he stole a careful glance around the room, hoping to gather more information without being noticed. His eyes settled on a table nearby, and his stomach dropped when he spotted a syringe lying there, stained with his blood. This is bad. Really bad, he thought, panic setting in. They took my blood, and who knows what they plan to do with it. He forced himself to remain calm, knowing that panicking would only make things worse. They've probably got Toga pretending to be me, but Itona and Okuda would be able to tell the difference. Right? Just then he saw Shigaraki approaching, and he quickly shut his eyes, returning to his false slumber. His heart pounded in his chest, but he remained motionless, hoping that his captors wouldn't notice his awareness. He steeled himself, knowing that if he were to get out of this, he'd have to be patient. Shigaraki glanced over at Midoriya's still form and remarked, The brat is still asleep? Aizachan looks so cute while sleeping. It makes me feel all warm inside. Toga said with an unsettling cheerfulness. When did she get here? Midoriya thought. You seriously creep me out, Twice said, sweat beading on his forehead. Dabi, barely containing his excitement and simmering rage, surveyed Midoriya's unconscious figure bound to the chair. Well, it seems we've made quite the catch. But I wonder, what should we do with our prize? Twice interjected, I mean we have to follow through with the plan, right? We just have to keep things simple. We don't want the pros at our door. Spinner scoffed, as if they could find us. Kurogyari, addressing Spinner before turning to face Shigaraki, cautioned, Now, don't be arrogant. What do you plan to do with him during the plan? Shigaraki reassured, Oh, don't worry, I'm not planning anything too drastic. Yet. Twice reminded the group, Guys, we have to go. We're getting a call from Shigaraki nodded, Okay. Make sure he is still asleep, alright? Dabi, uninterested, remarked. He looks sleepy enough for me. Let's go. I'm not watching that kid. Twice teased, Dabi with the attitude, earning a glare from Dabi. Shut it, Dabi said, annoyed. Shigaraki, noticing a problem, said, oh yeah, take. The group exchanged glances, a mixture of anticipation and anxiety swirling in the air as they prepared to depart. Shigaraki stepped closer to Midoriya, a dark smirk dancing across his lips as he leaned in, whispering, sleep well, little hero. Your role in our grand scheme is just beginning. Midoriya thought, oh great, opening his eyes to find himself in an empty, dimly lit room. He squinted, trying to make sense of his surroundings. I can't really see where I am. Hopefully, Ritsu can track me, he mused, holding on to a sliver of hope. His arms and legs were bound to a chair, the restraints tight enough to make him wince. He could feel the familiar weight of a small blade on his hip, but it was out of reach, useless in his current position. He shifted, testing the limits of the bindings, but his movements were restricted. And I'm thirsty, he realized, a pang of frustration hitting him. They couldn't even give me food or water. What if I just up and died on them? He scoffed internally. Yeah, that'd really get 3 mad. They'll definitely notice something's wrong once I don't show up. I just hope they don't do anything drastic back at UA. He took a deep breath, letting his mind drift back over the details he could remember. The villains had been indistinct shadows when they brought him here, and though he was excellent at reading people thanks, he hadn't gotten a good look at their faces. Still, he replayed the scene in his mind, trying to catch any detail that might help him understand what he was dealing with. They seemed to settle down when one of them got a call, he recalled, trying to piece together anything useful. I'd bet it's Toga. She's probably already trying to pass herself off as me. After a moment, a thought struck him, a flicker of hope amid the worry. Right? She can't keep up the disguise forever. She needs more of my blood to maintain it. He scanned the room as best he could, though his vision was starting to blur. Well, I'm not dead, so they couldn't have taken that much. She'll probably be back soon. I need a plan. His head began to feel heavy, and he could feel himself slipping, the drags they'd given him starting to take effect. His thoughts became hazy, but he managed a small, determined smirk. All right. As soon as I get an opening, it's over for them. And with that, he let himself drift, conserving his strength for whatever came next. Back with 3E at the house, Terasika exclaimed, What do you mean nothing's coming up? How is that even possible? Terasika, please. Meg interjected softly. Ritsu explained, the phone comes up empty. Whoever we're dealing with is a pro. Sugino exclaimed, so you're telling me that Ritsu, the government AI, can't even track Nagisa? What do we do? Keano shouted. She and Nagisa had always gotten along, and now that he was missing, she didn't know what she would do without him. He had helped her so much last year, and she would do anything to bring him back. We all need to calm down, Aizawa urged. Hara chimed in, I agree. Well, does he at least have weapons on him? Nakamura asked. As an assassin, she had always looked up to Nagisa and held him to high standards, so there was no way she was going to let this happen. We're assassins, Nakamura. Of course he has weapons on him, Hayami responded matter-of-factly. His weapons safe in his room had a few too many to be comfortable, Itona said, scratching his head. Last time he was there, he couldn't really tell how many Nagisa kept on him. Personally, Itona always carried a gun and a knife. I doubt he has his minigun with him, Okuda added. Oh, how fortunate. Chiba remarked, sweat forming on his brow. Oh, come on. Let's have some faith in him. Kenzaki encouraged. Karma questioned, do you two know what he had in there? Okuda stammered, it was standard stuff, you know? Things that we all would keep nearby. Itona recalled, if I can remember correctly. It was one long-range sniper rifle, one standard BB gun with real bullets, and the minigun. He had a couple of knives in it too, Okuda remembered. Wait, did he have his comms? Yoshida interjected, deciding to speak up. Mimura added, that's right. I helped Itona fix his yesterday, he said they were acting off. Fua reasoned. Well, even if he did, the captors would take them away, right? Fua! Hinano scolded. Okano, feeling uneasy, insisted, we have to think more positively than that. Ritsu disclosed, he didn't take the comms with him. My tracker says they are still in his room upstairs. Kiara questioned, so, what do we do? The class fell into a solemn silence. They hadn't had to deal with a kidnapping in a while. Mahara rallied, come on. Let's try again. If we don't find anything. Yoshida finished Maihara's thought, pointing at Toga, we can ask her questions until she talks. Sugaya smirked, that sounds like a plan. I really hope he's okay, Keano said, her face twisting with worry. Irina reassured them, come on kids. You know him. He is strong and he can take care of himself. Nothing bad will happen to him. I'm sure of it. Fua muttered under her breath, unless the author forgot to add major character death to the tags. Takebayashi shot her a menacing glare, prompting her to respond with a sheepish laugh and an apologetic look. Hayami questioned, okay. How long until she wakes up? Irina remarked, we didn't even do anything that bad to her. She shouldn't be out this long. Fua admitted, well, she is a bit weaker. What does that mean? Sugino pressed. Isegai requested, care to explain? Fua clarified, she's been drinking nothing but blood for a little while. Mahara reacted, okay what the… Isegai interjected, language. Hara, playing with her hair, asked, what does that mean? Hayami reacted in disgust, blood? That's so gross. Hinano expressed her discomfort, I'm gonna be sick. Hayami. If blood disgusts you that much, you may want to change your occupation, Yoshida joked, only to be met with a glare from Okano. That's not what bothers me. It's just that she drinks it. Hayami whined. Mamatsu offered, that is seriously messed up. I should give her some of my ramen. Please don't. Itona pleaded, remembering when he had to taste it for the first time. Kiara chuckled. Meg redirected, come on guys. Back to the topic. Keano questioned, where did you hear that? Nakamura admitted, I still have no idea who this girl is. Yada chimed in, oh, are you talking about? Fua confirmed, yeah. Hinano whined, confused, what are you guys talking about? Fua narrated, so one day, I was writing my mangas, and I needed an idea for a villain with a superpower. Yada added, so I tried to give her some help even though I really don't know anything about the topic. Fua continued, being in a hero school, I thought to ask Nagisa if he knew any cool ones, and he actually gave me a good idea. Terasika demanded, so what is it? Don't play around. Fua teased, calm down, baby gangsta. Fua resumed, anyways, he told me about this girl that he met with a shape-shifting quirk. Justice deduced, I think it's safe to assume that this girl is the one in front of us? Chiba affirmed, yep. Fua elaborated, she can mimic the voice and appearance of anyone if she drinks their blood. Mahara, shifting in his seat, exclaimed, oh man. A vampire? Okano retorted, there is no way you are this clueless. Maihara defended, hey, in this place, things only get weirder. Fua explained further, the more blood she drinks, the longer she can maintain the form. Hayami pondered, wait, but how does she do that? Won't her clothes get in the way or something? Okajima suggested, I get it. She has to change her clothes. Meg intervened, playfully tapping his neck, oh, stop it. Don't make it sound weird. Nakamura reacted, Justice reassured, it's not the strangest thing we've encountered. Mimura shuddered, don't remind me. What an odd quirk to have. That's helpful. Thanks, Fua. Meg said, watching Fua beam with happiness. Karma interjected, wait, what's? Sugino clarified, did you not hear Fua? The more blood she drinks, the longer she can stay in the form. But then it hit the E-class. Keano panicked, wait, how long has he been gone? Itona hesitated, his silence echoing in the room. Karma pressed, answer the question. Terasika exclaimed, what the heck? Guys! He was never one to be emotional, But somehow, these kids he'd been around for 2 years had rubbed off on him. The mere thought of one of them going missing annoyed him. Nobody messes with his classmates, especially not Nagisa. He had helped Terasika see things in a new light, and for that, Terasika saw him as a true friend, along with the other E-class kids. Kiara cursed, "Oh no, that's not good." Okuda stammered, "At least since last night." Nakamura gasped, "Oh my god." Kanzaki looked pale, muttering, "I think I'm going to be sick." She held her. She never thought that Nagisa would be kidnapped. She knew from experience that such situations could be terrifying. And she had only been taken by high schoolers, he was taken by actual villains. Okudama grimaced, "This is bad." Maihara pondered aloud, "How long do you guys think it will take until she turns back?" Nakamura shook her head, "Heck if we know. I doubt that Fua would know either." Fua confirmed, "Ryo's right. That's all I know." Keano voiced her concern, "I really hope Nagisa's okay." They looked at each other in silence. In this house, everyone shared a special bond. Trauma bonding was real. Nagisa, the class joy, was kidnapped, and there were no leads on where he was. They were all willing to search the city just to find him. But, as always, whenever any of the little assassins' bloodlust began to rise beyond their control, another would reach out and hold on to them to comfort them. That was the power of their love for each other. They stuck together like glue. Worried faces surrounded the room, all fearing for their dear friend. But then Ritsu's voice broke the tension, "I think I found something." They all perked up at her announcement. Keano urged, What? Tell us." Ritsu projected herself onto the rather large TV in front of them. Ritsu explained, when Nagisa asked his phone for the nearest directions, as she spoke, the phone screen displayed a search with the request typed into it. It pulled up a different address than the usual one. When Mimura put in the trusted stores, the one that it gave Nagisa was not on that list. Karma connected the dots. Wait, so you're trying to say that he was lured? Keano wondered, how would he even believe that? Muramatsu attempted to lighten the mood. Well, this is Nagisa we're talking about. Hayami scoffed, that was rude. Kanzaki defended, he was just joking. Chiba clarified, well, Nagisa thought that it was on the list you guys made. Mimura added, right, but the problem is that it wasn't. Okajima interpreted, what I think Chiba is trying to say is that Nagisa would have no problem going to that location. Meg concurred, that's right. As far as he knows, that is one of the trusted stores. What is the reason for a trusted store anyway? Maihara asked. He wasn't a clueless kid, he was just a little slow sometimes. But being in E-class had helped him so much, and he was still trying to adjust to the fast pace of their lives. Everyone was. Maybe so that when we buy stuff like disguises and supplies, it doesn't look suspicious? Okano replied, throwing a pillow at Maihara's face. Kiara chimed in, yeah, idiot. Maihara retorted, hey, so what? He would be at that location. Yoshida raised a point. Ritsu nodded gravely, that's just the problem. The location was an actual store. Isegai exclaimed, what? This is getting confusing. So it's just some random store? Sugaya asked, his head spinning from the complicated case they had. Itona, analyzing the map on the screen, interjected, no. It's not. That store is isolated from the outside. See? He pointed to the surrounding areas on the map, revealing the absence of nearby locations. Fua remarked, wow. So there aren't any nearby stores. Hinano speculated, well, there were small houses. If he was lucky, someone may have noticed. Sugaya suggested, oh yeah, he could have pretended he was being kidnapped. Hara corrected, he was being kidnapped. Back with Class 1A. Class 1A had been through more this entire year than any student should have to endure. They had survived challenges that some pro-heroes might not face in a lifetime. So, what was another life or death situation? Irina had just left with Akari, Haruki, and Toga, leaving Class 1A in utter shock. Koda trembled, it's over? Tsu attempted to comfort him, rubbing his back. Waya it is. We should get some rest. Momo suggested. Kaminari protested, no. How do we sleep after that? We were just held at gunpoint, Sue reminded. No. Todoroki interjected. He had been forming a plan ever since the kids were under attack. He was a pro-hero's son, after all. Bakugo erupted. Are you denying the fact we almost died, Icy Hot? We need to tell Mr. Aizawa. Todoroki insisted. Shiro cautioned. Are you crazy? Mrs. Irina already told us what would happen. Jur understood. No. I get what Todoroki is trying to say. Exactly. How do we just keep a secret like that? Todoroki pondered. Mineta lamented. We are Class 1A. Bad things happen to us all the time. Ida sighed. Why us? What will we even tell them? Uraraka questioned. Kaminari speculated. Won't they just say that we were idiots for getting into trouble? Sato remarked. Oh yeah, imagine what Mr. Aizawa would say. Mina shuddered. I don't want to. I don't know. He will ask us where Midoriya is. Momo pointed out. Hagakure added. Oh yeah, and we will have to tell him. Kaminari retorted. Duh, what else do we say? Midoriya was kidnapped and the student you saw today was actually a villain from the League of Villains who wants to harm us all? They will actually be furious. His sarcasm was evident, yet the truth in his words was unsettling. Ida proposed. So you think we should take this into our own hands? Todoroki remained skeptical. I still don't think that's a good idea. Bakugo declared, cutting him off. Of course. We don't need their help. It's just Toga, and we have defeated the League of Villains before. Sue cautioned, yeah, but this is different. We can't just sit around and do nothing. Deku could be in trouble, Uraraka urged. Bakugo emphasized, could be? He is in trouble. Momo intervened, settle down now, there is no use in fighting. If you guys decide to take matters into your own hands, I will follow you. I just want it to be on record that we don't know who we could be messing with, and the pros may be able to offer us help, Jairu said, trying to stay calm. She knew that she would be right about Midoriya, but it was safer to go with the group right now. Kirishima encouraged, putting a hand on Jairu's shoulder. Don't worry, Jairu. We will be fine. We are aspiring heroes. Jairu conceded, whatever you say. I hope Akari and Haruki are okay, Kaminari said, gazing out the window. They will be fine. I'm sure Mrs. Irina has them in good hands, Ida said with positivity. Hagakure inquired, so it's final? We don't say anything to the pros, Uraraka affirmed. The class exchanged glances and nodded, confirming the plan. Back at the house, the 3E kids were all anxious. They were scared of how Mr. Kerasuma would react to the rather alarming dilemma they had. So, who's gonna break it to him? Hinano asked her friends. Not me. Hayami said, shrugging. The rest of the class echoed similar sentiments. Guys, we should just do this together, Nakamura said, waving her phone in the air. Oh, that's one way to do it, Muramatsu grumbled. Let's text him then. It's better than calling him, Itona said. He is going to blow a fuse, Irina sighed, shaking her head. Kerasuma seemed to be caught up in something, and he wouldn't stop complaining about how this new assignment kept running into dead ends. He also kept insisting that the kids needed to be ready, something was happening. I guess we can go back to our rooms now, since we are going to tell Mr. K over text. Can you handle the girl, Professor Irina? Isegai asked her. Yeah. We can take her downstairs to the basement, Irina said, lost in thought. That's so cliché, Fuwa giggled. But effective, Sugaya added. The kids headed to their rooms and pulled out their phones to text Kerasuma. Nakamura, hey Mr. Kerasuma. Okano, Mr. K, please answer your phone. Isegai, it's urgent. Muramatsu, he's not answering. Itona, Ritsu, can you call him? Ritsu, I got you. Kerasuma, what is it? I don't have time for games. Keano, it's not games. Karma, it's actually serious this time. Though I know some people like Terasika love to play games, we are being real this time. Terasika, I'm not even going to say anything. I dislike you, Karma. Stop. Chiba, who's going to say it first? Hayami. Okuda, I can go. Kerasuma, hurry this up. If it's about training, I don't want to hear it. Itona, Nagisa is gone. Kerasuma. Kerasuma, what? Okuda, he was kidnapped. Yoshida, wow. Way to make it simple, Itona. Itona, shut up. I had to cut to the chase. Keano, he was kidnapped by villains, and then one of them pretended to be him for the whole day. Kerasuma. Mahara, I can see him sighing and rubbing his head. Kojima, wait, actually? Okano, no, idiot. Fua, it's figurative language. Kerasuma, please tell me you didn't let any confidential information slip out. Nakamura, dang, Mr. K, do you think we are that bad at pointing out a copycat? Karma, the moment the copycat spoke, we could all tell it wasn't him. Kerasuma, where is Irina? Hara, she was with us. Irina, I'm right here. Kerasuma, what did you guys do with the villain? Sujino, she's in the basement. Kerasuma, the what? Hayami, Beach Sensei knocked her out and brought her to the house. Itona, actually, Karma knocked her out. Kerasuma, you took her back to the house? Yada, yes. Kerasuma, did you guys make sure she was completely out? Kiera, I mean, she isn't moving. Muramatsu, she could be unconscious. Okano, that would be the best case scenario. Meg, back to the point, what do we do about Nagisa? Kerasuma, Nagisa? Kerasuma, oh. Kerasuma, how on earth was the kid kidnapped? Okajima, did he just remember that? Kanzaki, probably. Justice, it was a well-planned attack. Kerasuma, and how did that happen? Mimura, there was something on his phone that led him to the wrong location. Nakamura, and he fell for it, thinking it was a location that one of us approved. Kerasuma, where do I even start? Karma, we haven't heard from him all day. Kerasuma, and you guys found out he was missing when? Take Bayashi. Take Bayashi, like a couple of hours ago. Kerasuma, hours? Hinano, yeah, but only because we were busy talking to Ritsu. Kerasuma, well, I'm hoping you guys already talked to her about tracking him. Ritsu, positive. Kerasuma, so he just disappeared? There's no leads? Irina, nothing much to go off of. Mimura, only the location that he was last at. Kerasuma, are you guys in possession of his phone? Kerasuma, I have to say. Mahara, oh no. Kerasuma, I am a little disappointed in Nagisa. Irina, don't be so hard on the kid. They were villains. Chiba, I mean, if he was actually dealing with the League of Villains, they have some pretty strong abilities. Kerasuma, okay, then I'm disappointed in you guys. Nakamura, what? Peno, but Kerasuma, you guys should have known what was going on. Okuda, with all due respect, sir, that was me and Itona's fault. Itona, what? Sujino. Okuda, we thought he was acting off since morning, and we didn't even say anything. Karma, it wasn't your fault, Okuda. Keano, I mean, we should have sent someone with him to the store. Yoshida, the boy has taken down government agents. We weren't thinking of that at the time. Hara, I guess you're right. I mean, he said he was going to the store. Kerasuma, wait, what? Isegai, what? Is something wrong? Kerasuma, so he went missing last night? Yada, that's what we know. He wasn't himself in the morning, right, Okuda? Okuda, yeah, from breakfast this morning, he was acting like a totally different person. Kerasuma, oh my god. Fua, no pun intended. Fua, from what we know, he has his comms on him, right? Chiba, what? We couldn't find them. Hayami, Fua's trying to say that if we can't find him, there is a big chance that he has them on him. Maihara, oh I see. Fua, thanks, Hayami. Hayami, smiley face. Kerasuma, he does have a weapon on him, right? Sagaya, we all do. We always have. Okajima, so he can break out, right? Keano, it depends on who we are dealing with. Terasika, well, they really should have picked another kid to mess with. Kerasuma, can you explain what went down in detail, please? I want to know what actually happened. Karma, okay. In the morning, Okuda and Itona noticed Nagisa acting off, so they texted me and asked for help. I came to the dorms after school was done, and the copycat was hanging out with the other kids. Itona, So we pulled him aside and had a conversation with references only a 3E kid would know. And he didn't catch any of them. Okuda, so either he had amnesia, or he wasn't our Nagisa. Karma, we did a little performance to try to get the fake to confess. Kerasuma, what type of performance? Nakamura, he's not going to like this part. Meg, you think? Itona, we held his classmates at a disadvantage, and Karma confronted the girl. Kerasuma, what were you thinking? Irina, listen. There's more. Kerasuma, I'm disappointed. Okuda, the girl finally revealed that she was a fake person with a quirk, and Karma fought with her. Terasika, even though she was a girl. Karma, did. You would do the same. Keano, he's not wrong. Kerasuma, what were you guys thinking? The cameras? The heroes? What was going to happen after you left the dorms? Itona, don't worry, we planned it out. Kerasuma, do tell because I'm getting worried. Okuda, knowing that we were going to have to do damage control, we had Professor Irina come in the room and tell the kids that we were under a villain's control. Itona, and they believed it. I don't know why these kids are so naive. Kara, sometimes I wonder how they were heroes. Irina, and I pretended to fight them and won. I took them to the car and we left. Okuda, oh, and before you ask, Ritsu cut the cameras. Kerasuma. Mimura, he's speechless from a well-thought-out plan. Kerasuma, no. What did the kids say when the whole thing was done? Irina, I convinced them not to tell the pros. Smiley face. Keano, again, idiot hero students. Kerasuma. Mahara, you have to admit, it was a clever plan. Kerasuma, I will admit, it was thorough, but I don't know how long the cover will last. It's the middle of the week, and they know their friend is gone. They will ask the teachers, and the teachers will be suspicious. Ritsu, nothing a little government cover-up can't fix. Kerasuma. Hayami, you have to give it to them, they were smart. Sugaya, Kora-sensei would approve. Yada, he would laugh that we were able to use the taking a hostage lesson in real life. Itona, he made you guys do that? Kenzaki, yeah, after the Kyoto trip. Keano, when Kenzaki and I were, taken. Itona, so why didn't he teach you how to take a hostage instead of how to survive being one? Chiba, he made us learn both. Mahara, I can't believe we complained about that. Meg, so Nagisa should have enough resources to get out. He did pass the after test. Kerasuma, okay, so who is going to watch the girl? Hara, what do you mean? We are. Okano, yeah. There's no way we are letting her out of our sights. Kerasuma, when you guys are gone, Keano, why would we be gone? Kara, gone as in. Not here? Karma, no. Kiara, that's what I thought. What are you asking us, Mr. K? Kerasuma, when you guys go to school tomorrow. Nakamura. No. You're kidding, right? Isegai, sir, with all due respect. Meg, there is no way you are telling us to go to school when our friend is out there somewhere, probably in a tough situation. Terasika, how are you going to make us stay at school? Take Bayashi, yeah, no offense, but I think Nagisa's life is more important than school. Hayami, that's nonsense. Okajima, he didn't sound like he was joking. Chiba, Mr. Kerasuma, are you for real? Hara, say you're not. Irina, I think that's a little far. Kerasuma? Kerasuma, why? They should still be at school, especially Itona and Okuda. Itona, what? Okuda, hey why? Kerasuma, from what I've heard, you traumatized the kids, and they deserve a little explanation. Fua, a well-spun story. You have to play the part perfectly. Mimura, but why us too? Kerasuma, you know why. Justice? Irina, he wants to make sure you kids don't do anything reckless. Karma, you've got to be kidding me. Keano, I'm going to act out if you guys force me to stay away from the problem. Nakamura, sensei, we all care for Nagisa, and we want to help him. Kerasuma, at the very least, Itona and Okuda must go to school. You also have to make sure the hero kids don't do anything. Kerasuma, and you too, Irina. Irina, what? Meg, you thought you were safe. Sujino, poor Jelabich. Irina, shut it. Kerasuma, you have to make sure the teachers stay in the dark, no matter what. Ritsu, sir, how do we even do that? Okajima, right? They will notice Nagisa missing. Hayami, especially because of the popularity he has at the school. Irina, I can take care of that. Yes. Hinano, it's so not fair that we have to go to school. Kerasuma, I'm sorry, but I have no other choice. Kerasuma, tomorrow morning, bring the girl to the ministry building. Meg the ticket. Hayami, who goes to school the latest? Yada, me, Karma, Muramatsu, and Terasika. Isegai, can you guys go with Irina to take Toga? Muramatsu, I guess. Terasika, I still don't like this whole idea. Irina, I'll stay a little later so that I can help you all out. Hinano, it's not nice to call us all brats, you know. Irina, and it's not nice to call me names. Come on, get some rest. Kerasuma, I agree. Also, Irina. Irina, Kerasuma, I hate to say this, but use one of Okuda's poisons to make sure the copycat doesn't wake up. Nakamura, hey. Hinano, what does that mean? Sugino, are you trying to say that you wouldn't consult Okuda's chemistry work? Kerasuma, no, I was trying to say that I never thought I would have to use it like that. Maha, sure, Mr. K. Okajima, I'm scared of Okuda's creations. Meg, me too. Kerasuma, guys, please get some rest. I also want Group B for training at the Ministry Facility E at 4 p.m. tomorrow. Nakamura, Hayami, oh great. Kerasuma, no complaining. Go to sleep. It was now morning. The 3E kids all decided to sleep at the house, as those with dorms didn't feel like going back. They woke up reluctantly to prepare for school. In the common area, some of the kids and Irina were sprawled on the couches eating breakfast, while others sat down more formally. Everyone except Karma and Keano was downstairs. Nakamura, Hinano asked, where are Karma and Keano? Hinano replied while pouring a drink, I think Keano is still in her room. When I went back upstairs to grab my phone, everyone's doors were open except hers. Karma's door was closed too, added Sugino. I think they just slept in. Chiba expressed concern, do you think they are all right? Oh yeah, she didn't tell you guys, Fuwa interjected. She stayed up researching the League of Villains. What's the League of Villains? Asked Mihara. The ones who kidnapped Nagisa, right? Okano clarified. Yeah, confirmed Fuwa. I thought I told them to get some rest, exclaimed Kenzaki from the couch. I don't want to go to school, Okuda piped in. We can help Ritsu here, at the house. Terasika retorted. It's not like you have a choice. Isn't your school very strict? Isegai inquired. Without an excuse, you could be in trouble. Oh yeah, agreed Muramatsu, and Mr. Kerasuma will not give you a pass this time. I just think he wants us to stay safe, Meg chimed in. I mean he cares for us. Hinano added. Yeah. But we could still do something, Hayami suggested. Like what? Questioned Meg. We have to trust Ritsu to get the job done. I think by the time you get back home today, I will have a location. Ritsu exclaimed. Aw man, that's great, Yoshida responded excitedly. I'm going to tear the place apart, Sugino vowed with determination. Nobody was going to hurt Nagisa. They were super close, and Sugino couldn't bear the thought of him not being with the class now. Hey, Itona, are you okay? Hara asked, noticing his quiet demeanor. Itona murmured. Yeah, he replied after a moment. I just think he doesn't want to go to school, Muramatsu shrugged. You should just skip, Okano grinned. Irina interjected, I'm going to pretend that I didn't hear that. Oh, and by the way, this food is amazing, Hara. I'm tired of Nagisa's classmates, Itona confessed. You should stir things up when you go, Nakamura suggested mischievously, which made Itona grin at the thought. Nakamura, scolded Isegai. What can I say? Nakamura shrugged. How long are you guys even at the school for? We are going to be gone by the end of the week, Okuda informed. Man, I kinda wish I could fight the hero students, Sagai mused. I agree, I think it would be cool, added Justice. Would we win? Take Bayashi pondered. Probably, Fuwa replied confidently. Let's get ready to go, urged Meg. We can't stay here too long. Oh yeah, Chorus-sensei always hated tardiness, remarked Mimura. Yet certain people didn't seem to care. Hayami glanced at Itona. Okay, Isegai addressed Irina. Professor, do you have the toga girl? Yep. We should be ready, Irina confirmed. Wait, Itona interrupted. What's up? Asked Irina. Can you take me and Okuda with you? Itona requested. I don't really want to go back to UA, and I think you could come up with a good story about why we are late. I guess you guys can go, Yada reluctantly agreed. Me, Terasika, and Karma can just go to school. Not happening, Karma objected, suddenly appearing in the common area. He sat down next to Takebayashi and Hinano. Karma, you're here. Kuda said, excited. Dude, where have you been? Sugaya asked, a little concerned. Maihara smiled awkwardly. We got a little worried. I had a feeling you were going to do something reckless, Nakamura said teasingly. Karma smirked. Can't a guy just sleep in a little? He grabbed a plate of food from the counter and mouthed a thank you Tahara. Oh. Yeah, but everyone was up, Chiba pointed out. Karma scoffed. Whatever. I'm not going to school without going with Irina over here. He pointed to the blonde who was enjoying her breakfast. Are you sure you want to face Mr. Kerasuma? Okano questioned. Yes, Karma affirmed. Then we should get going. I don't want to stay too long, Irina concluded. I still don't like this whole school thing, grumbled Terasika. Don't forget some have training at the ministry today too, reminded Hayami. Groaned Itona and Terasika simultaneously. Good luck dealing with Mr. Kerasuma. Maihara wished them. I'm not sure he would be happy when you guys show up instead of the others. Karma grinned confidently. You think Mr. K can scare me? I've faced worse. You never learn, do you? Nakamura sighed. He's got a point, though. Facing Mr. Kerasuma isn't exactly easy, Okajima added. Yeah, but where's the fun in playing it safe all the time? Karma retorted. Karma, sometimes you have to consider the consequences of your actions, Okano advised. Consequences, sequences. I'll deal with whatever comes my way, Karma dismissed. I like your spirit, Karma, Irina encouraged sarcastically, rolling her eyes. I still don't understand why we're going back to that boring school, Itona complained. It's not about liking it, Itona. It's about doing what needs to be done, Meg reasoned. Can we just get this over with? Okuda requested quietly. All right, let's not keep him waiting, Irina concluded, and they all prepared to leave. Once again, Itona, Karma, Okuda, and Irina were in the car. In the car, Okuda sighed. I'm getting déjà vu. Itona responded casually, that's a common symptom of going crazy. Irina glanced at Itona through the rearview mirror, asking, oh my gosh, Itona, what's gotten into you? Itona shrugged, replying, I don't know. I guess I'm just really tired. I haven't gotten to take apart a machine in almost a week. Well, you can do it to one of those Class 1A kids' phones, Karma suggested with a mischievous glint in his eye. Itona smirked at the idea. Oh, please don't. Okuda interjected, clearly troubled. Karma glanced back at the seat and pointed to Toga, asking, is she still passed out? Irina confirmed, yep, Okuda, your chemicals worked like a charm. Terasika gave her another dose this morning, Itona added. Irina smiled, yeah. Wait, what? Exclaimed Irina, her foot almost slamming on the brakes. Why would you guys let him do that? Okuda demanded. I sent Meg and Isegai, the most responsible. Irina defended herself. Funny story, Itona chimed in, a couple of us went with Meg and Isegai, just because they wanted to see Okuda's work in action. Oh my Achua, Okuda sighed. Are you kids serious? You've already seen it the time she slipped poison in that hitman's drink, Irina scolded. Oh, I almost forgot about that. Good job, by the way, Karma complimented. Thanks. Okuda replied uncertainly. I really couldn't have done it without Fuwa noticing he wasn't a regular. Get back on track. What happened? Irina redirected the conversation. Terasika really wanted to do it, so Meg told him the right amount to put, and he did it, Itona explained. You kids realize that he could have been in serious trouble? The blame would fall on you, Irina admonished them. There's a lot of blame on our hands. And yours too, Jelabich, Karma retorted cheekily. I will turn this car around, threatened Irina. No need, Itona assured her. We are almost there. I swear with you kids, Irina sighed exasperatedly. The group had finally arrived at the Ministry of Defense headquarters. Irina, wasting no time, immediately looked for her partner. Hey Kerasuma, she yelled. Kerasuma perked up hearing his name called. Finally, they are here with the girl, Kerasuma thought. Took them long enough. He mentally set a reminder to clear an interrogation room for their new visitor. Irina announced as they arrived, We brought her, just like you asked. That's great, Kerasuma responded. Then, noticing Okuda and Itona, Kerasuma questioned, Wait, Okuda, Itona? What are you guys doing here? I thought Yada and Terasika were coming with Karma. They decided to tag along because it can help their story when they return to UA, Karma explained. I guess that makes more sense. You can say they were still recovering from the villain, I guess. Kerasuma said, scratching his head. Yeah. Itona muttered in agreement. Make sure you follow the plan. The kids or the teachers can't know about this, Kerasuma reminded them sternly. Got it. Okuda affirmed. Okay now, get back to school. Don't forget training tonight, Kerasuma instructed. Yes sir. Itona acknowledged. All right, let's go, Irina urged. Can we get food? Itona piped up. We just ate. Irina replied. He wants to stall, Karma interjected knowingly. Duh. Okuda added. Nice try. Go to class. Tell me what you guys plan to say so that we can back you up, Kerasuma directed. No problem. Irina assured. Excuse me, Professor? Okuda interjected. What? Irina responded. We have to drop off Karma first. Okuda reminded. Oh yeah, Irina acknowledged. I want him to come so that school wouldn't be so boring, Itona commented. Please, let's just go, Irina insisted, eager to get on with their mission. Aizawa stepped into Nizu's office, immediately noting the principal's uncharacteristically serious expression. Nizu's face, usually amused or curious, was now sober and focused. Why did you call me here? Aizawa asked, glancing at the clock. He had been in the middle of prepping for class, and sudden meetings rarely signaled anything good. Have you seen or heard from Akari or Haruki recently? Nizu asked, his tone even but laced with concern. Aizawa shook his head. No, they aren't my students, he replied. Why? Nizu took a deep breath. Midoriya, Akari, Haruki, and Irina are all absent. Aizawa raised an eyebrow. I knew about Midoriya. What happened to the others? That's what I don't know, Nizu admitted, the uncertainty evident in his voice. Aizawa's brows knitted together as he processed the information. The kids told me Midoriya was at his mother's house. Is that not true? Nizu's gaze sharpened. His file says he's emancipated, Aizawa. There is no mother's house. Aizawa looked visibly stunned. Emancipated? And no one thought to inform me of this. Nizu sighed. It slipped through the cracks. But now, I wonder what else we might have missed. Midoriya told you he was visiting his mother in the hospital? Yes. He seemed genuine. Could he be lying? Nizu rubbed his chin thoughtfully. I think he's hiding something. And from what I've pieced together, Akari and Haruki seem to have similar records. Both of them also have a past that doesn't quite line up with their present. Aizawa leaned forward, curious. Similar records, like? Nizu explained, their files from middle school are odd. No clubs, no activities, just the bare minimum, almost as if they're concealing something. Aizawa took a deep breath, rubbing his forehead. And Irina? She speaks fluent Russian, like Akari and Haruki. And I doubt that's a coincidence, Nizu replied, taking a sip of his tea, his tiny feet kicking as he did so. Aizawa was about to respond when there was a knock on the door. He and Nizu exchanged a glance before Nizu called out, You may enter. The door opened, and in stepped Irina with Akari and Haruki in tow, their expressions filled with a mix of guilt and shame. Nizu gestured for them to sit. Mrs. Irina, Nizu began, his voice calm but inquisitive. Can you tell us what happened this morning? Irina offered a small bow, looking genuinely apologetic. I'm so sorry, Principal Nizu, Mr. Aizawa. I need to explain a few things. Go on, Aizawa encouraged, crossing his arms as he observed her closely. Irina took a deep breath, then began recounting the events. These two were on their way to a friend's house when they were affected by a mind control quirk. I found them acting unusually aggressive back at the 1A dorms and took them to my place until the quirk wore off. A villain attack? Nizu asked, his expression turning grave. When did this happen? Last night, Irina replied. Thankfully, there were no casualties, but they were uncharacteristically aggressive. Aizawa's brows knitted in concern. Are they all right now? Yes, they fully recovered, Irina assured him, her gaze steady. Nizu nodded slowly. And how did you know to go to the dorms? Irina hesitated, then answered, I was actually on my way to speak with Todoroki about his performance in English. He did well on his recent test, and I thought he might consider moving up a level. Nizu looked thoughtful. Understood. Thank you for the context. He then turned to Akari and Haruki. I'd like a moment alone with Mr. Aizawa. Could the three of you wait outside? Irina nodded, and the three filed out of the office, leaving the two teachers in silence. Aizawa was the first to speak. That was a lot. What do you make of it? Nizu steepled his fingers, deep in thought. I believe we need to keep a closer eye on Akari and Haruki. I'd like to temporarily place them in your class. Aizawa sighed, recognizing the burden this could bring. More problem children? Nizu offered a small smile. Yes, but they might provide some answers. And they should only be there until the end of the week. All right, fine, Aizawa relented, crossing his arms. Oh, and Aizawa, Nizu added, let's pay a visit to Midoriya's listed address after school. Aizawa looked up, slightly surprised. So soon? I don't like being in the dark, Nizu replied, his tone decisive. Aizawa nodded, and Nizu called the trio back into the room. Irina stepped forward, a hint of worry in her expression. Is everything okay? Everything is fine, Nizu replied, his tone reassuring. He looked at Akari and Haruki. Starting today, you'll both be in class 1A temporarily. Akari nodded nervously. Okay. As they left the office, Aizawa turned to the two students. Please just try not to cause any trouble in my class. I already have enough to deal with. We'll do our best. Akari replied with a bright smile. No promises, Haruki said, earning him a quick jab in the side from Akari. Aizawa muttered something about needing a break and excused himself to the teacher's lounge, leaving the trio alone. The moment he was out of earshot, the three of them shared a knowing glance, dropping their innocent facade. Well, that was annoying, Irina said, lighting a cigar. Right. Let's get to class, Okuda exclaimed. Itona and Okuda stepped into the bustling 1A classroom, greeted by a flurry of smiles and friendly hellos from their new classmates. Hey, Haruki Akari. Kirishima's booming voice was the first to reach them, his enthusiasm lighting up the room. Uraraka leaned in, her expression filled with genuine concern. Are you guys feeling better? Yeah, what happened? Who was the villain that hit you guys? Jaira added, her curiosity piqued. Okuda offered a warm smile, feeling a bit more at ease. Hey guys. We're feeling a lot better, thank you, Uraraka. She glanced at Itona, who remained silent but gave a slight nod. Kaminari's eyes widened as he leaned forward eagerly. So, was the villain scary? Okuda waved a hand dismissively. No, not really. Mrs. Irina was there, and she handled everything for us. She hesitated slightly, almost slipping and calling her Beach Sensei, a nickname that often slipped out. Itona sighed, rubbing his forehead, as if feeling second-hand embarrassment. Across the room, Ida's hand shot up. Have you two heard anything about Midoriya? How is he? A more somber tone settled over them, and Okuda's smile faded. We haven't seen him since the incident, she replied quietly. The mood in the room shifted, A few students exchanging worried glances. There was a brief silence, the only sound being the shuffling of papers and feet as everyone processed the news. "We're just glad you're okay," Sue added, her soft voice cutting through the tension as she tried to lighten the mood a little. But Bakugo crossed his arms, frowning. "Why are you here anyway? Thought you were support course extras." Itona narrowed his eyes slightly, but before he could respond, Aizawa entered the room, his usual stoic expression in place. "They're in our class for a while," Aizawa announced, glancing around as if daring anyone to question his decision. "Oh, that's gonna be so cool." Mina clapped her hands together, already buzzing with excitement at the idea of new classmates. Momo nodded thoughtfully. "Yes, it'll definitely be interesting." Aizawa clapped his hands once, drawing everyone's attention back to him. "All right, are we done with the introductions? Take your seats. We're starting the lesson now." Itona and Okuda moved to the back of the room, opting for seats close together, but not by the windows. Their gazes drifted momentarily, a silent understanding passing between them as they sat down. "Pull out a piece of paper. We're going to take some notes," Aizawa instructed, his tone leaving no room for delay. When Itona opened his backpack, he caught sight of a medium-sized box, which was odd because he didn't remember putting it there. He took it out and placed it on his desk, opening it. Inside were tiny devices and some tools. Itona chuckled softly. Someone must have heard his complaints about being bored. There was a letter inside the box that read, "Please don't do anything foolish. Here are some things that can cure your boredom. Terasika, Muramatsu, Yoshida, and Karara. P.S. If you don't like someone, take apart their phones and use it to repair Itona, 5. Kirara and Nakamura." Itona laughed and shook his head. He was lucky to have such caring friends. The gift lifted his spirits, and he spent most of the class tinkering with the electronics his friends had given him, instead of causing trouble. School passed slowly for Itona and Okuda. They were just waiting for Ritsu to tell them they found Nagisa. It played on their minds throughout the day, and they tried their best to stay calm. During lunch, they mostly spoke when addressed, and Itona primarily occupied himself with the electronics. When classes ended, 1A headed for the dorms. The kids hung out for a bit, but they all knew they would have to cut their activities short. They had a guest coming to teach them tomorrow. They relaxed on the couch, some played games, while others ate. Okuda was chatting with the girls and had dragged Itona along with her. He sat a little away from them, absorbed in his phone while his knees were pulled to his chest. Mina leaned forward, her eyes bright with curiosity. "So, what do you guys want to do today?" Uraraka thought for a moment, her finger tapping her chin. "I don't know. There's really nothing going on right now. Unless you count Kirishima and Ojiro's arm wrestling battle," Jair added with a smirk, rolling her eyes slightly. Momo let out a long sigh, stretching her arms. "Today was such a long day. I feel like I've been running on fumes." "Yeah, why did we have to do so much stuff?" Sue asked, rubbing her neck. It had clearly been a strenuous day for everyone. "At least we didn't get much homework," Mina said, trying to inject some optimism into the group. She gave a little shrug as if to say, "Could be worse." "Well, we did get a bit from Mr. Aizawa and Ectoplasm," Hagakure pointed out. "But at least Irina went easy on us." Okuda let out a quiet grumble, muttering, "Ugh, you guys are lucky. All that work." Uraraka turned to her, catching the tail end of her comment. "What was that, Okuda?" "Oh, nothing." Okuda brushed it off, flashing a quick smile. Jairu glanced over at Okuda, her gaze lingering a bit. "Hey, did you know her?" she asked, referring to Irina. "Yeah, Midoriya mentioned her too," Hagakure added, nodding thoughtfully. Itona, who had been listening quietly, finally spoke up, his voice low. "We knew her. It's complicated." His sudden interjection caught the girls off guard, and they turned to him, their curiosity piqued. "What, was she your teacher or something?" Momo ventured, trying to piece things together. "No," Itona replied curtly, his tone dismissive, as if that simple word was explanation enough. Okuda noticed the slight tension building and offered a reassuring smile. "Excuse him, guys. He's just not really in the mood." Mina took the hint, nodding as she leaned back. Okay. Uraraka tried to steer the conversation back to lighter territory. Anyway, like I was saying, Mrs. Irina is so cool. Sue looked skeptical, her eyes narrowing slightly. I don't think a teacher who throws knives at students is cool. Well, Hagakure chimed in. She doesn't really act like that now, and besides, she saved us from those villains. That's pretty cool if you ask me. Okuda could see Itona tense from the corners of her eyes. The cover story that the kids were brainwashed was false. They both knew that, but Itona had felt the loss of control over his own mind. He had been taken in by Shiro, losing his childhood, and the need for power had nearly driven him to madness. Shiro had invaded Itona's mind and discarded him when he began to break. Okuda moved closer to Itona, their eyes locking in a moment filled with unspoken tension. The air between them crackled with anticipation as they shared a brief, lingering glance that hinted at deeper feelings. Professor, I really don't think you should be smoking here. This school is really strict, Okuda said quietly. Oh. Irina sighed. I guess you're right. She walked with them to the nearest trash can and disposed of the cigarette. She really didn't want to get fired. Kerasuma would be furious. Itona sighed, as if things couldn't get better. We have to go to class 1A now. Don't think too much into it. We have to do this for Nagisa, Okuda replied, trying to reassure him. I'm going to give that teacher the hardest time possible, Itona vowed with determination. Oh no, Irina muttered under her breath, sensing trouble ahead. What are we going to do about Nizu? Okuda asked seriously. Are you talking about them visiting Nagisa's mom? Irina questioned. The three of them arrived in front of the office early and decided to eavesdrop on the conversation. They managed to stay quiet enough not to be discovered and overheard them discussing Hiromi, Nagisa's mom. Oh yeah, we should probably do something about that, Itona agreed, realizing the potential complications. Irina quickly summoned Ritsu. Ritsu, can you tell me Hiromi's whereabouts? Hiromi Shiota is currently living on XXXXX Street with a man, Ritsu replied promptly, appearing on Irina's screen. Great. Is that the location Nizu will go to? Okuda inquired, seeking confirmation. Ritsu's face showed a hint of regret. Yes. I don't know why I didn't remove the history of Nagisa's mom from his file. I'm sorry. I should have done that when Nagisa asked me to make the hospital records, Ritsu admitted. Don't worry. We will figure this out, Irina reassured her. So can't we just talk to her? Itona suggested, considering their options. When will we have time? We should warn her or bribe her, Okuda proposed, practical as always. I like the sound of that. I'll talk to Kerasuma, Ritsu offered her support. We are going to pay for her silence? Itona questioned, surprised by the plan. Sounds like it. Now you guys just have to keep up the cover story, Irina instructed them. So basically, we haven't heard from Midoriya since the incident? Okuda clarified. Exactly. Think of this as another test like the ones I had in my class, Irina suggested, trying to motivate them. Keep up the acting. Right? Okuda affirmed, ready to play their part. And what about that rat Nizu? Won't he think something's wrong? Itona voiced his concern. Well, I guess so, Okuda conceded, acknowledging the potential risk. Ritsu, can you change some things on our files? Make us look like we don't know each other? Irina requested, thinking ahead. I'll see what I can do, Ritsu promised, willing to help. The heroes cannot come in contact with Nagisa's mom, Irina reminded them, emphasizing the need for caution. Because she wasn't actually at the hospital, Okuda added, providing context. We should give her a free vacation or something, Irina suggested, brainstorming a solution. I'm sure the ministry will allow it, Itona agreed, recalling how the ministry is fond of the 3E kids and usually grants their requests. Just before they could continue, the bell rang, snapping them out of their thoughts. The two of them returned to the lively chatter in the room. I guess you have a point, Sue conceded, crossing her arms thoughtfully. Yeah. Jairu agreed, though her tone remained skeptical, as if she was still processing the idea of Irina being a cool teacher. Just as the conversation wound down, Ciro called the rest of Class 1A to dinner, his voice echoing with excitement. He was treating them to a traditional meal, the the tantalizing aroma wafting through the common room. As the kids settled around the table, laughter and playful banter filled the air. Jiru, however, suddenly felt a faint ringing in her ears. The sound intensified, morphing into an insistent blaring that drowned out the warmth of the evening. "Whose phone is that? Turn it off!" Bakugo shouted, his frustration palpable as he glared around the table. "It's not mine!" Kaminari defended, his hands raised in protest as he shot Bakugo an incredulous look. "Hey, Haruki, Akari, is this any of your phones?" "It's flashing red," Ida said gently, his brow furrowing in concern as he scanned the room for answers. Okuda sprinted toward the phone resting on the couch, surprising her classmates with her sudden burst of speed. "Ito Haruki! She did it!" Okuda yelled to the silver-haired boy, her eyes wide with excitement as she opened the phone. Ritsu appeared on the screen, her digital face beaming with the message, "We found Nagisa's location." Okuda giggled, her heart racing as she made her way back to Itona. "Actually, let's go then," Itona said, quickly gathering his things, adrenaline coursing through him. Whoa, where are you two going?" Kirishima asked, confusion creasing his brow as he leaned over the table. "Sorry, can't explain, we have to go," Okuda said, her urgency palpable as she rushed toward the door, her feet barely touching the ground. "You can't just leave like that," Todoroki mumbled, his voice tinged with disapproval. He crossed his arms, a frown forming on his lips as he watched them go. "Too bad," Itona grinned, an air of defiance surrounding him. He couldn't care less about these people. Now that Nagisa wasn't there, he didn't have to feign happiness around them. "Toodles!" Okuda shouted cheerfully, her voice trailing off as she flung open the door and dashed into the night. "Where are they even going? There are no cars parked outside," Mina murmured, her brow furrowed in confusion as she peered out the window. "Great," Todoroki sighed, his eyes following Itona and Okuda as they vanished into the distance. "Gone again. Why are they acting so erratic?" The rest of the class exchanged worried glances, their collective curiosity piqued. All eyes were glued to the door, the sudden departure leaving a palpable tension in the air. As whispers filled the room, the remaining students contemplated the mystery of their classmates' sudden escape, each one hoping for their safe return. A car sped toward them, a silver-haired boy behind the wheel and a girl with brown hair tied in a high ponytail beside him. Reading their lips, they could tell the boy said something like, "Come in," prompting Itona to respond, "Took you long enough," while the girl just laughed and said, "Shut up." Ritsu finally did it. Yada cheered in the car. "I'm glad she came through. It's been a scary amount of time for Nagisa to be gone." "I hope he's okay," Sugaya said, relief evident in his voice. "Let's hurry back," Huda said, grinning. The kids arrived at the house just in time, a mix of anticipation and anxiety swirling in the air. Ritsu greeted them warmly, her virtual face lighting up with a bright smile. "I'm happy you guys are all here. Thank you so much for your hard work, Ritsu." Keano expressed, her gratitude genuine as she took a moment to appreciate the AI's efforts. "It's no problem, really," Ritsu replied humbly, though her virtual eyes sparkled with pride at being part of the team's mission. "Great, so we can go now?" Nakamura asked eagerly, bouncing on his heels, excitement bubbling just beneath the surface. "Not exactly," Ritsu hesitated, a flicker of uncertainty crossing her features. "What? We have to wait even more," Sugino exclaimed, frustration creeping into his voice. His hands clenched at his sides as he fought to contain his impatience. Karma glanced at his phone and noticed someone calling. He lifted it, revealing the screen to the others. "Look who it is." "Oh my gosh," Terasika groaned at the sight of Kerasuma's name flashing on Karma's screen. An involuntary shiver of dread coursed through the group. "Hello kids. Group A needs to report to training as soon as possible." Kerasuma's voice came through the phone, authoritative and unwavering. "What? No fair, Mr. K?" Okajima protested, his brows knitting together in disbelief. "Sir, we want to help out with the Nagisa mission too," Kenzaki interjected, her voice filled with urgency. The weight of their mission hung heavy in the air, and she was desperate to contribute. Mr. K, seriously? Mimura questioned, incredulous as he glanced at his friends, seeking their shared confusion. I guess it makes sense, Fuwa rationalized, crossing her arms thoughtfully, her detective instincts kicking in. How? Sugaya pouted, a hint of rebellion in his tone. The thought of being sidelined stung more than he wanted to admit. It would be really ineffective if we were all going together, Fuwa explained, slipping into one of her signature detective poses, her posture straightening with determination. The best thing we have right now is the element of surprise, Kerasuma added, his voice steady, guiding the group's focus back to the task at hand. So you're saying by splitting us in half, we would be able to get the mission done quicker? Momatsu sighed, the burden of the decision weighing on him. That's not really true. That one night, the night of graduation, we all made a pretty good team, Chiba pointed out quietly, his voice calm amidst the chaos, but his heart sank at the thought of being apart. Right? There's no denying that we can work well together. Keano agreed, her eyes scanning the room for affirmation, her heart swelling with a mix of pride and worry. The fewer people that go, the easier it will be. Meg chimed in, her enthusiasm trying to cut through the tension. Yeah. Isegai echoed her sentiment, hoping to rally the group. You guys are all having fun because you don't have to go to training. Okajima muttered, envy lacing his words. Yeah, we care about Nagisa just as much as you do, Kenzaki affirmed, her eyes flashing with determination. And staying back while you guys have to save him kind of hurts, Yada admitted, her voice soft but firm, sharing the weight of their collective concern. Well, I guess you guys are right, Mahara conceded, sheepishly rubbing the back of his head, the reality of the situation settling in. Does everyone remember their groups? Hayami asked, trying to maintain some semblance of organization amid the emotional chaos. I'm pretty sure we all have it memorized, Takebayashi reassured her, his confidence an anchor in the swirling sea of uncertainty. Me and Isegai will go over it one last time, Meg offered, stepping into the role of leader with an air of authority. In Group 1, the training group, we have Kanzaki, Justice, Sugino, Kiera, Okuda, Mimura, Sugaya, Yada, Yoshida, Muramatsu, Nakamura, Keano, Okajima, and Meg. Isegai listed, each name feeling heavier as they realized what was at stake. In Group 2, the rescue group, we have Karma, Fuwa, Okano, Hinano, Hara, Yoshida, Terasika, Maihara, Hayami, Chiba, Isegai, Takebayashi, and Itona. Meg continued, her tone growing more serious with each name, the weight of their mission pressing down on her. Does that sound about right? Isegai checked, looking around for nods of agreement. Yeah, Justice confirmed, sheepishly rubbing his head as if trying to erase the tension from the moment. Amanidasigs. Guys, please bring Nagisa back safely. Keano pleaded, worry etched across her features, the unspoken bond of friendship evident in her eyes. If he doesn't take down his captors before us, sure. Yoshida joked, trying to lighten the mood, though the gravity of the situation lingered just below the surface. Terasaka won't let him, Okano assured the group, a grin breaking through the tension. Oh no, I'm not going to stop him this time, Terasika scoffed, his confidence bubbling over as he squared his shoulders. Okay, everyone, stop with the useless chatter and let's get going, Kerasuma instructed, his tone brooking no argument, bringing an end to the conversation and steering the group back toward their mission. The kids prepared for their missions. Soon, the house would be completely empty. Today was a busy day for them, and it was unusual for the house to be entirely unoccupied. There would occasionally be someone inside studying, training, or just hanging out and relaxing. I call dibs on driving, Mahara announced through the intercom as everyone gathered in the main room. When he arrived, he saw all his friends dressed in their combat gear. It felt great to see everyone united in the outfits that Kerasuma and Beach-sensei had designed for them. He glanced over at Hara, who was dramatically wiping away a tear. You guys, it's been so long since we've all done this. Fuwa rubbed her back soothingly. I wish the circumstances were better, but I agree with you. Nods of approval came from the other classmates. Wait a minute. Hinano began. Do you even have your license? She asked, sweat forming on her brow. Never mind that. Can we all fit in a car? Hayami whispered, but nobody heard her. Maihara whistled innocently. It doesn't even matter that much, Itona muttered. They had faced poison, training to kill, and even kidnapping. Breaking the law at this point seemed trivial. Seriously? Okano sighed, adjusting her second blade. Ever since their assassination year, she had kept a knife hidden in her shoes, replacing the rubber-like material with steel. It felt strange at first, but she eventually grew accustomed to it. It gave her a sense of security, and she was sure the others felt the same way. All right, Group 2 is heading out. Aizawa called. Please stay safe. Meg replied. Aizawa always tried to look out for everyone. Without thinking, the group of kids fell back into the habit of accepting him and Meg as their leaders. Are we ready? Karma asked his group with a grin as they made their way out, some trailing behind. All right guys, Sugino said. Let's try to get there on time so Mr. Kerasuma doesn't put us through extra conditioning. Yep. Keano nodded. We have to go to the E building, right? She asked. Nope. Ritsu exclaimed, jumping onto Okajima's phone and startling him. The ministry got a bigger building so you guys could have a better training area. She smiled, her purple hair bouncing as she spoke. You're sure this isn't another trick like the one Nagisa fell for? Yada asked, anxiety creeping in as sweat trickled down her forehead. She glanced at the group, searching for reassurance amid their playful banter. Of course not. Yoshida rolled his eyes dramatically, trying to project confidence. He leaned against the wall, arms crossed, attempting to appear calm despite his own uncertainty. Yeah, that would be a really dumb plot, right you guys? Fuwa said, resting her chin on her hands, a mischievous glint in her eyes as she turned to the others. Again with this plot thing. Who are you talking to? Mimura sighed, a mix of exasperation and amusement in his voice. We should perform an exorcism on Fuwa, Kiara smirked, her eyes sparkling with humor. The absurdity of the idea made a few of them chuckle, but a lingering sense of unease still hovered in the air. No! Murmatsu exclaimed, lightly tapping Kiara on the head, a playful scowl on his face. We're not doing that. What would that even look like? Okay, Mr. K just confirmed the new location, so we're fine. Let's go, Sagaya said, stepping in to redirect the group's focus, his tone serious yet friendly, not wanting to spark any more arguments. I guess I can drive. Meg offered, a bright smile lighting up her face as she thought about the adventure ahead. There are too many of us. Okuda pointed out, her brow furrowed as she considered the logistics. Fitting everyone into a vehicle seemed like a daunting task. Oh yeah, Kenzaki shook her head, realization dawning. How are we supposed to fit all of us? We can roof jump. Justice suggested, his voice brimming with enthusiasm, clearly caught up in the thrill of the moment. I don't know about that one, Meg started, her expression a mix of caution and excitement, but she was quickly interrupted. Heck yeah! Let's go! Yoshida and Muramatsu shouted in unison, already heading for the door. Well, I guess that was your answer, Keano laughed, shaking her head as she followed the boys, a grin spreading across her face. It's okay. I kind of wanted to do that too, Yada admitted sheepishly. Group 1 finally arrived at the ministry, all of them a bit tired from their parkour adventure. They slightly regretted their decision but shook it off when they were joined by Kerasuma. Mr. Kerasuma, Meg said, standing a little straighter, prompting the others to follow her lead. The kids admired Kerasuma and agreed to show him the same respect he gave them. Hey there! Kerasuma greeted, a small smile creeping up on his face. He was proud of these kids more than he would admit. Let's get this done. We have to check on Nagisa too, Keano said, nervously playing with her hair. My colleague here will take you to the new building. He pointed at an agent who smiled at them in recognition. What? You aren't going to train us? Mimura asked, confused. Kerasuma sighed. We are really busy with this assignment. I'm truly sorry, but I think you can train by yourselves. I already have a set of instructions waiting for you when you get there. It's okay, Mr. Kerasuma, Kenzaki said with a warm smile. Yeah, we like Agent Mark, Okuda added, smiling. All right, let's move, the cheerful agent said, leading the kids out the door and toward the training grounds. Kerasuma sighed. He truly was lucky to have such great kids. He recalled a time shortly after the incident with the octopus. At first, he found Class 3E intimidating not because they had learned the assassination trade in just a year, and some had already succeeded in missions that would challenge even seasoned professionals. What was truly intimidating was their potential to become experts. However, what really concerned Kerasuma was their attitude. Despite their complaints about training, they persevered. Even after their target was gone, they stayed united to hone their skills. They agreed to train even while in high school. He remembered how none of them hesitated. They would come together as a class, make decisions, and stick to them. He was astonished by the bond the class shared. He noticed how some of them got creative when brainstorming ways to outsmart their teacher. Even in the mornings, they would work together seamlessly. But he often wondered what would have happened if they hadn't had to go through this. What if they had never met Koro-sensei? The past year had been filled with experiences that could break anyone else. If it weren't for this mission, they wouldn't be as jumpy, they wouldn't flinch at the smallest things, whether from family or school. If he had never decided to train them, would they be the same? Obviously not. Would Okano still have the reflexes of an assassin? Would Maihara still be able to look at a woman searching for love, rather than hidden weapons? Would Itona still be under Yanagisawa's influence? Would these 3E kids still subconsciously sit away from windows? At night, he would wonder if training these kids had been the right choice. He remembered how, over the year, 3E became more like a family. He was supposed to observe them as part of his job. He noticed how they never strayed far from each other, how they would comfort one another. Each of these kids had a bond with every other classmate. Sure, they might fight, but if Terasika was ever in trouble, Karma wouldn't think twice about coming to help him no matter how much they disagreed. He recalled how traumatized the kids had been after their mission was complete. His heart ached every time he thought about it. They would startle at the slightest things, break down at the mere mention of yellow or an octopus, and he remembered seeing them gather near the mountain every day for a month after Koro-sensei's passing, many of them looking as if they hadn't slept or eaten. He remembered talking with Irina, both regretting not teaching them how to manage their emotions. But was that the right thing to do? They were kids, they should be allowed to feel regret. Now that Kerasuma thought about it, he was glad the kids had grown stronger. Teaching them to suppress their emotions would not have been the right choice. He chuckled. Whatever Fuwa said about character development was true. From the start of the year, some of the kids had changed drastically. Hayami had become more comfortable expressing her thoughts instead of being cold. Justice had gained confidence in using his name. Nakamura learned to take things seriously instead of changing for others. Terasika had discovered what it meant to be a team player. Takebayashi realized how much he loved his class. Meg learned how to help others without sacrificing her own well-being. Keano embraced acceptance and understanding instead of revenge, and even Karma learned never to underestimate anything and to show respect to everyone. He was snapped out of his thoughts by an agent calling his name. Kerasuma, get your head out of the clouds and look at this. The agent pointed to the screen surrounded by computers. I'm coming. Kerasuma replied, grumbling. You know that thing we were monitoring? The agent asked, his voice low and serious as he leaned closer. Yes. What about it? Was there a breakthrough? Kerasuma replied, his mind racing with possibilities. Yes. Tell that Norwegian girl she did an excellent job, the agent said, a hint of admiration creeping into his tone. Who? Ritsu. Karasuma's expression softened slightly at the mention of her name. Yeah, that's her name. Anyway, we found information about it, and we need you to review it and confirm, the agent continued, handing over a thick folder filled with documents and reports. Sure, Kerasuma said, his mind already processing the implications of this new information. Just then, someone tapped Kerasuma on the shoulder, making him whip around defensively, instincts kicking in. Hey, chill, it's just me. Where are your kids? The other agent asked, holding up his hands in a placating gesture. What? Do you have kids, Kerasuma? The first agent asked, curiosity sparking in his eyes. He sighed, a mixture of annoyance and exhaustion washing over him. Not by blood. Anyway, what do you mean? He asked, his brow furrowing. Well, where are they? It's getting late, you know, the agent said, his tone shifting to one of concern. What? Oh, it's you. Agent Mark, you're back, Kerasuma exclaimed, relief flooding him momentarily as he recognized the familiar face. Back? I was in the bathroom. Agent Mark said nonchalantly, patting Kerasuma's shoulders as if they were old friends. Kerasuma's eyes widened in alarm. Then who took my kids? His voice rose with panic, the weight of responsibility pressing down on him. Before the agents could reply, he pulled out his phone, a sense of urgency gripping him. He turned sharply and sprinted toward the new training grounds, ignoring the other agents' calls. Ritsu, where are they? He shouted into the phone, heart racing as a wave of dread washed over him. Oh, this is the building we saw being constructed last time we came, Itona exclaimed. Yep, the agent answered. I have to admit, it looks pretty good, Okajima said. Look, there's the door. Keano said, running toward it, joined by the other kids. The class was quite familiar with the ministry and its buildings, thinking of it as a safe space so they had no trouble walking right inside. The floors are so new, Yada said, admiring them with her hands. Look at the mural on the wall. Sugaya said, running up to it with Yoshida and Muramatsu. It's so cool, Nakamura muttered under her breath, taking in the sight of the huge room. As the group was distracted, the atmosphere shifted intensely. The agent was creeping closer and closer. Meg whipped around, pulling a hidden knife from her sleeve, and made a swift motion toward the agent's arm. Kenzaki took out her BB gun and aimed, but the shot went just below his eye. Itona, seizing the opportunity, used one of Terasika's tasers and pressed it against the agent's stomach. Justice, Yoshida, and Muramatsu held the agent down with tape that Sugaya found, just like when they faced Grip. Ah shoot, Kenzaki sighed, putting her gun back at her side. Dash, Nakamura laughed. That was a good one, Justice chuckled, high-fiving Muramatsu and Yoshida. No offense to whoever you are, but we were raised by some of the most dangerous people on Earth, Keano said, standing over the agent. Yeah, that was kind of a bad idea to attack us like that. Yada sighed. Why do people always underestimate us? Like those high schoolers? Kenzaki sighed, shaking her head in disapproval. No, why does everyone have a problem with us normal first years? Okajima complained. Normal? Mimura scoffed. I knew it, Kiara sighed. Thank goodness we acted quickly. It could have been another Reaper 2.0 situation. Oh come on, Kiara. Cheer up, Nakamura laughed. He didn't really act like Agent Mark, Itona deadpanned, almost embarrassed. He made his way to the other side of the room to help Sugaya organize the gear for training. Yeah, Mark was a little less kind, Mimura said, rubbing his head. He picked up the knife that Meg had put down and handed it to Kenzaki for cleaning. Guys, how about we don't celebrate too early? Meg said, still looking at the motionless agent. How about we keep our eyes on the target? Sugino scolded, noticing that the man was gone. Yoshida furrowed his brows. You're the one who pretended to be Nakamura cut him off. Midoriya. Where is he, and what did you do to him? Toga hummed. Why would I tell you that? She smiled, a hint of mischief in her eyes. And why do you care about my Aizachan? Who are you? She asked, a trace of jealousy creeping into her tone. Answer her question, Keano said, her voice sharp. Hold on. Yada interrupted Toga, glancing at the positions of the rest of the group. She pretended to fix her hair, subtly touching the comms in her ear and switching to the other group's channel. You are the person who kidnapped Midoriya? At the new ministry building. Yada emphasized the last part, hoping the other group was listening. As long as they knew what was happening, the situation wouldn't escalate. Muramatsu looked confused until Itona pinched him, and he realized what was happening. The rest of the group caught on to Yada's plan and did the same. Now, the other group could hear everything. What do you think you're doing? Toga hissed. Please don't hurt us. Sugaya pleaded. Any normal person would have thought he was serious, but the rest of the group knew he was acting. We want to live. Sorry if we hurt your friend. Mimura, catching on, continued, "We were just here exploring. Our friend is missing. We really care about him." Kenzaki's eyes widened. "Please, if you are going to harm us, at least tell us where you are hiding him." As if, Toga rolled her eyes. Those kids looked genuinely scared. Was Shiggy sure they were dangerous? They didn't seem like it, but how had they defeated the double then? For a moment, Toga was tempted to spill everything, but she caught herself. Leave no witnesses, she reminded herself. She sighed, deciding to wrap this up quickly. These kids couldn't be that bad. She turned to face Meg. "You're cute. I want to take you out," she said, her smile unsettling. With a swift motion, she pulled a knife from her villain suit and threw it at Meg. This technique had never failed her before. But Meg had a teacher who could move at incredible speed. She caught the knife long before it had a chance to reach her, a small smirk playing on her lips. Toga's eyes widened, and the other kids smirked. "Oh well, it was worth a try," Okajima said, shaking his head. They had tried to act their way out, but it seemed that wasn't going to work. Yada stifled a laugh at Toga's shock. The kids' attempts to guilt Toga into going easy on them were clearly futile, so she guessed they had to go all out now. Toga shrieked. How had that girl done that? And her eyes. That intensity. It wasn't normal. Shigaraki had been right. Twice, "Get in here," Toga called out. Twice emerged from the shadows, creating doubles of himself, one for each kid. This was going to be easy, he thought. "Okay," Toga whispered. "Next time, you won't be so lucky." She pointed at Meg, who was now sweating nervously. "Twice, take care of them." "I have to check on our hostage," Toga said, making her way toward the exit. Her eyes widened as she saw Nakamura and Keano blocking the door. "Sorry, we can't let you do that," Keano said, glaring. "We know better than that." Nakamura shrugged. Now, Twice had doubles facing every kid except Meg, all in a fighting stance. Toga lunged at the two kids with two knives, but they dodged just in time. Toga growled, only to be pulled back by an irritated Meg. Keano, Nakamura, and the others now faced Twice doubles. While Meg stood inches from Toga, the two girls locked in a fierce stare. Meanwhile, with the other group. "Okay." Ritsu cheered, appearing on Karma's phone. "This is the place I found." Karma adjusted the phone so everyone could see Ritsu's face clearly. "It's so." Okano began, gazing at the building. "Huge." Isegai exclaimed, eyes wide. "Shady." Mahara complained, alternating his gaze between the building and Okano. The group stood behind a wall, observing the two-story, seemingly abandoned structure. Takebayashi said, analyzing it. "It looks like..." Hara paused, furrowing her brows. "A warehouse. What are we waiting for?" Hayami asked, loading her gun with the chemical bullets Okuda had provided. "Don't be like that," Terasika scoffed. "Let's try not to act recklessly." He averted his gaze from the group. "Hey now, we all know better than to rush headfirst into tough situations," Karma smirked. "It's all right, we know better now, and you'll be the perfect accomplice." He shot Terasika a teasing smile. "Don't call me that." Terasika protested, almost shouting. "Hey, keep it down," Itona said, trying to focus on the device he had brought along. "What's with all the insults?" Terasika growled in frustration. "We should probably find the best way in," Chiba suggested, rubbing his chin. "Ritsu." "Right," she affirmed, transferring herself to Fua's phone. "What was that for?" Hinano asked. "What is, oh, you'll see," Itona realized. Fua's phone projected a holographic display of the entire building, making the group's eyes widen in awe. "Holy cow," Mahara exclaimed, amazed. "Wow," Hara murmured, eyes glued to Fua's phone. "Itona and I performed some maintenance, and we were able to do this with some of your phones." Ritsu smiled. "Wait," Okano said, waving her phone. "Can mine do that too? You guys aren't really being stealthy." Takebayashi grumbled, adjusting his glasses. "Let's get back on topic, everyone," Isegai said with a warm smile. "But I just want to say that's pretty cool," Hinano said, bouncing with excitement. "Thanks. Itona and I will try to get this on all of our phones." Ritsu smiled, putting a finger to her lips. The surrounding area was illuminated by the dim blue light of the blueprint. The building was displayed, and then the simulation shifted to the inside. The first floor looks like it isn't heavily guarded. We can easily get through with Hayami and Chiba's marksmanship skills. Hayami and Chiba exchanged nods. We can use the poison that Okuda made for us, Hayami said cheerfully. We should split up, Maihara suggested seriously. There's a better chance of finding Nagisa. Yes, Takebayashi began. But we should keep the groups larger. The enemies here have quirks, he said, adjusting his glasses once more. Dude, Chiba complained, get some glasses that fit you. He can't, Fuwa replied with a chuckle. It's a character trope. Who are you talking to? Terasika rolled his eyes and ruffled Takebayashi's hair, which earned him a playful shove. Guys, Karma said sharply, Nagisa is still missing. We don't have time for this pointless banter. Okay, Ritsu began, we can have a couple of you distract the guards, and then Chiba and Hayami can handle them with the sedative. It is non-lethal, right? Hara asked, concern etched on her face. Even though they were assassins, the kids tried to minimize unnecessary harm. Depending on the target, they would decide whether to take a life or sedate and return them to the ministry. They did their best to follow Koro-sensei's rules to live by, which he had shared on graduation day. Of course, Chiba reassured her, placing a hand on Hara's shoulder. She was always so caring for the group, and Chiba appreciated her as a voice of reason. Don't worry, Hara, Hayami said with a warm smile. We haven't had to use real bullets in a while. Yeah, just make sure you have real ones on you, Terasika warned. That was one of Mr. Kerasuma's biggest regrets on the island. Oh yeah, that wasn't exactly a good experience, Hayami sighed. The second floor is where we should expect Nagisa to be, Ritsu continued. Wait, how do you know that? Aizawa asked. Well, she could have tracked the phone, Maihara suggested. It's mostly a guess. Ritsu admitted sheepishly, rubbing her head. The first floor doesn't have that many guards, so. Karma sighed. It's better than nothing. All right. Aizawa cheered. Let's go. We should hurry because when we get Nagisa back, I want to watch a movie and take a break from all this. The kids all responded with similar sentiments as they made their way to the building. Approaching the nearest entrance, the group hid behind yet another wall. This is it, Chiba said. Okay, let's SBO Kano started, but then fell silent. The rest of the kids froze too, reaching for their comms. The girls wore theirs hidden as earrings, while the boys tucked them behind their ears. Itona, Mimura, and Ritsu had designed them to receive messages that only they could hear. Itona ensured they were discreet, nobody would notice, and the chatter would only be audible to the wearer. All of the 3E kids wore their comms at all times, except for Nagisa, who had taken his off once, and now look where he was. And kept them activated. Everyone had their own channels and could send messages to any individual or group, simply brushing or tapping it would activate. During missions, Aizawa and Meg stressed the importance of keeping their comms on at all times in case anything went wrong. Listen, Hayami whispered. It's Yada's voice, she's on the main channel. You are the person who kidnapped Midoriya? At the new ministry building. Oh, Mahara said, sweat forming on his brow. Looks like they have run into trouble, Itona said, exhausted. Why can't we have one normal day? Hara whined. So, it looks like we do have a new building anyway. Hayami shook her head. Shut up and listen, Terasika growled. He wouldn't admit it, but he wanted to ensure the others were okay. Okano laughed. You're cute. I want to take you down. Oh great, Hinano said, rolling her eyes. Another psycho, Maihara said with a sheepish smile. That's the girl who pretended to be Nagisa, right? Takebayashi asked. Yeah, Karma replied quietly. All right, Karma said, lightly touching the comm on his ear. Stay calm. I don't even know how you all got into this situation, but come home soon, okay? Way to be simple. Aizawa and Maihara thought in unison. The thing about Karma was that he was really good at getting his friends out of dangerous situations. He had proven this time and time again. When he first introduced himself to the class and swiftly dealt with Koro-sensei's tentacle, when he faced off against the pro assassin grip and won, and when he devised a plan to save the kids from drowning during Shiro's master plan with Itona. He was a genius with a cocky attitude, but he was always there to save his friends when things went wrong, and he was good at taking charge in dire situations. This is why the kids respected him. They could trust him. Meh, they can handle themselves, Fuwa shrugged. It's just that villain, right? Chiba said before touching her comms. Karma's right, come home soon. I hope you guys told Mr. Kerasuma, Hinano said. Oh come on. Terasika pouted. You guys couldn't handle us getting the action, so you had to be ambushed. Just one normal night. Hara muttered under her breath, as if she wasn't connected to all the other kids. Shush. We are prepared, okay? The kids were taken aback when they heard Keano speaking quietly, seemingly in the middle of something, along with the others. They were grunting, and it sounded like some scuffles were happening. I guess we'll leave you guys to your business. We will be trying to save Nagisa. Takebayashi said flatly. Stay safe. Hinano cheered. Okay, guys, we're going to turn this channel's volume down. Try not to get hurt, Aizawa reassured them. Okay. Sagaya replied, sounding like he was trying to keep the communication hidden from whoever he was fighting. I think Mr. K is on his way over here anyway. The kids tuned out the sounds of the other group's situation and focused on their task. It had been a full day since Nagisa had seen or talked to any of his classmates, and that was driving him crazy more than the fact that he was literally tied up in an unknown location in Japan. He sighed. This was becoming a frequent action while waiting, sighing. Thinking this, he sighed again. From what he could tell, he had been moved during the night. His surroundings had changed. At first, this scared him. Would his classmates be able to find him? But then he relaxed. They were the end class. They could do anything. They could find anyone. One time, they tracked down one of Mai Hara's exes and slipped a laxative in her drink. Of course, thinking about his friends made him sulk a little. Then the doubts crept in. He started to realize how dire his situation was. The problem wasn't that he was tied up. In fact, his captors were rather foolish to only use rope. Kerasuma and Koro-sensei had once taught him a lesson on how to escape. What truly frightened him was not knowing how many people were in the building. Nagisa was exceptionally skilled at analyzing and reading situations. Growing up in a difficult household had taught him a few things that set him apart from the others. Among everyone in 3E, he was undoubtedly the most aware. During his time in captivity, he had concluded 10 things. His captors all had quirks. They were a group that seemed to have been working together for a while. Nagisa had pretended to be asleep countless times and overheard them bickering about the most trivial matters. He was in a 2-story building. Sometimes he would remain completely silent, close his eyes, and listen intently. He could hear chatter and movement from below, indicating either a basement or a multi-floor structure. There were always 2 guards outside the door of the room he was in. He heard them being instructed not to talk, but their shuffling indicated different guards at different times. None of his captors were assassins. They were far too inept for that. The skilled assassins he had encountered, like those in Okinawa, had shown him the level of thought that goes into a plan. The villains didn't know much about him. If they did, they would have secured him better. He was trained by the government, after all. The villains didn't have his communications devices. They were unaware that help was on the way. If they had his comms, they would have tried to extract information from him and his friends. His captors didn't seem to be in a hurry with their plan. They had been out of the room on the phone, whatever villains do. They seemed to be treating him decently. They didn't want him dead. Otherwise, they wouldn't be providing him with meals and water. They were stalling for something. After considering all the evidence, this was the only conclusion he could draw. He sighed in exasperation. What was he supposed to do? He was certain his friends would go on a rampage if he remained there any longer, and poor Hara would have to intervene to prevent them from causing chaos. His new room was stark and bare. It was so bland it could drive anyone mad. There was just him in the chair, a clock on the wall, and a table for when they wanted to take his blood or feed him. Was this what people in a mental hospital experienced? Nagisa shuddered. trying to avoid the thought of being confined in such a plain room for an extended PRD without human interaction. He stared at the clock on the wall. It was nearly time for the guards to switch. He heard the door open and quickly shut his eyes. "Sleeping again?" one of the guards whispered after observing Nagisa for a moment. "I guess," the other guard sighed. "Tis, what is this whole thing even for?" the first guard complained. "We shouldn't even be talking right now," the second guard hissed. "We can't risk him hearing us. He shouldn't even know we're here." "Well, aren't you defeating the purpose of not talking?" the first guard replied, and Nagisa could almost hear their eyes rolling. "The whole plan was to be silent, so if the kid tries anything, we can shut him down." "Whatever. Not my problem. Tanaka is coming with the other guy to continue our shifts. Will you shut up?" Nagisa heard the door close behind them, but he didn't hear their footsteps leave. He remembered how he had to stay silent in his room when his mother was in a bad mood. If he so much as breathed the wrong way, he would receive a slap across the face that he would have to hide from his classmates at Konikigaka. "Well, they are a bunch of fools. What if I wasn't sleeping? They just revealed their plan to me. Whoever hired them wasn't very clever." Nagisa paused his thoughts, scanning the room as he tried to formulate his next move. "They must have been hired for their strength. Too bad I couldn't sneak a look at them." He tried to recall every detail and interaction with the guards he had overheard. "It seems there are 4 people, one group for the morning and one for the afternoon. Judging from their breathing, they are big guys?" They were definitely not small. Lovro had taught the kids how to identify a person just from their breathing and how to control their own breathing as well. One day, just before Okinawa, he had come to visit and taught Takebayashi and the rest of them. There was also the fact that after facing off against an assassin who had managed to shoot a bullet from a distance that nearly hit Hayami due to her panicked breathing, Professor Beach had arranged a class. Even though he had to deal with something similar with his mother almost every day, one wrong move, and he was in trouble. Nagisa closed his eyes and tried to focus. His eyes widened when he didn't hear footsteps approaching the room. Instead, through the thick door, he heard grumbling and footsteps moving away from his fairly large room. He froze, then felt a rush of excitement. This was his chance. He closed his eyes and listened again, and he was right. He couldn't hear any movement or breathing coming from the other side of the room. He waited for a minute, just to ensure he wasn't being tricked. Those big guys couldn't hold their breath for long. He carefully attempted to escape from his restraints and succeeded. Thoughts raced through his mind. "What do I do? What if the villains find me? I can fight them, right? I got this. What if this is part of their plan? What if I get caught?" His heart raced. "This is your chance, Nagisa. Take advantage of the situation," he thought to himself, doing his best to calm down. He sprang up from the chair, trying his hardest not to make any noise. He crept his way to the front of the room and paused, leaning his ear against the door to try to hear if anyone was speaking or moving. There was nobody there. This was almost too good to be true. He looked at his clothes. Not really my ideal stealth gear. But this will do. Hopefully, I won't run into Koro-sensei and Mrs. Yukimura if I try to escape. He carefully opened the door, trying his best not to make a sound. He was proficient at this in the mornings before school. He had to sneak out of the house to avoid his mother insisting he wear the girl's uniform. He peeked out of the room, scanning to make sure there was nobody around. He looked up and noticed that near the top of the walls, there were rather large ledges. Looking a bit farther, he realized those ledges were used for wires connecting to another room. "This is perfect," Nagisa rejoiced. "I can get up there and try to find my way out." He heard movement coming from below and quickly hid behind the nearest wall, reaching into his pocket to see if he had anything he could use. He found the pocket knife that Sugino had given him just before leaving the house. "Oh, this is just perfect," Nagisa said, tracing his fingers along the blade. He managed to climb onto one of those ledges, crouching and trying not to be seen. He looked ahead. The ledges only extended a little further, and he would need to find another way out. Just as he began moving across the edges, the gravity of what he was doing hit him. He didn't know how many people were in the building, and he would really be outnumbered if he tried to confront them all, especially those with special abilities. He had been caught off guard easily that day, and he didn't want it to happen again. He found himself with his back against the wall, still on top of the ledges, rethinking his decision. Well, there's no going back now. I have to push through. He continued crawling across the ledges. Oh man, if Nakamura or Karma saw me like this, it would be the end for me. He silently laughed, imagining how silly he must look on all fours. He froze when he heard something coming from the other room, his heart skipping a beat and his breath catching in his throat. He crept to see what was happening in the room, and he was met with a surprising sight, weapons pointed directly at him. Oh great! The training group wasn't outnumbered, they simply faced a multitude of opponents. They were up against Toga, while Twice created several doubles to hold off the kids. The atmosphere was charged as the first double lunged at Keano, attempting to knock her out with a straightforward punch. She dodged effortlessly. This was child's play for her. The other kids followed suit, each engaging in their own battles. Oh, come on, Yoshida complained, evading a punch from one of his doubles. The kids felt a sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of Karma's encounters with Grip. They could dodge the attacks indefinitely, but they knew Twice was merely stalling for something else. Meanwhile, on another side of the room, Meg and Toga were locked in combat, with Aitona and a double nearby. Keano and Nakamura were also busy with their own opponents. Toga lunged forward, brandishing her knives with deadly precision. Meg ducked and weaved skillfully, recalling the movements taught by Kerasuma during PE class. She continued to evade each strike, and with every dodge, Toga's frustration grew. In retaliation, Meg delivered a swift kick to Toga's abdomen, momentarily staggering her and catching her off guard. Internally, Meg felt a surge of confidence, but she maintained her composure outwardly. She was Megu Kataoka, an assassin and one of the best close combat fighters in Class 3E, never one to shy away from a challenge. As a class representative and a reliable leader, the rest of the group remained calm when Toga stepped up to challenge Meg. Toga quickly recovered, her manic grin widening as she absorbed the blow. Wow, you've got moves. Too bad they won't be enough, she taunted, dashing forward with a knife aimed at Meg's chest. Meg was ready for that. She recalled a lesson from Beach Sensei after an incident with a classmate. Remembering those teachings, she seized Toga's arm and lifted it, moving her body aside. With a swift motion, she brought Toga down to the floor, reminiscent of how Mr. Kerasuma had handled Nagisa during Takaoka's arrival. "Demen!" Nakamura cheered, glancing over at the scene. "Get it, Meg," she shouted, sliding under a double's legs and kicking their ankles, causing them to topple. Toga, now on the floor, looked up at Meg, who stood over her with a triumphant smile. Meg wasn't one to boast, but she couldn't help but feel a sense of pride for executing the moves Beach Sensei had taught them. Toga sprang back to her feet, countering with a flurry of well-timed punches aimed at Meg's defenses. Meg expertly blocked each strike, and with a clash, Toga's knife flew from her grasp, skidding across the floor. Keano felt a rush of excitement as she watched them move in the practiced steps Karasuma-sensei had once taught. For a brief moment, both girls' eyes widened as they scrambled to grab the knife. Toga wanted it, while Meg simply wanted to ensure Toga couldn't use it. Across the room, the other kids were engaged in battles against Twice doubles. Which one is the real one? Justice grimaced, using his speed to evade a double. These guys just keep coming. Yoshida growled. Every time one of them defeated a double, another seemed to appear, attacking with renewed vigor. You have to consider the possibility that he might be out of the room, Kiara stated flatly as she dispatched a double, causing it to collapse. Oh yeah, that's a good point, Keano replied through her comms, trying not to alert Toga to their discreet conversation. I think I found the real one. Okajima shouted. Yes, I believe the real one is Okajima's. The doubles have stopped coming. Okanma, keep him distracted. Sugaya instructed as he shot one of his doubles with Aitona's silent gun. Smart thinking using Russian, Kanzaki remarked, standing over a fallen double. She hadn't needed to use a different language for communication yet, but she appreciated having it as their second blade. What do you think you're doing? One of the doubles hissed as it backed into a corner under Mimura's relentless attacks. Aitona fired a series of shots, aiding the others still engaged in combat. His bullets accurately targeted the Achilles tendons of the doubles, almost immobilizing them. He avoided shooting the one Okajima was fighting. They had finally identified the real Twice. With that, the kids successfully defeated the doubles, leaving only the real Twice to confront. Okajima and Sugino teamed up to face him, and Twice sprang into a fighting stance, determined not to let a group of kids thwart his plans. "You've got some nerve challenging me, but I like your style. Let's make this a battle to remember," he declared as he swiftly pulled a tape measure from his suit, attempting to slash Sugino's face. Fortunately, Sugino dodged, drawing out his knife. "Bring it on," Sugino challenged. The others noticed the stun weapon hidden in his pocket, a gift from Itona when they realized they were in trouble. The kids had witnessed Kerasuma block knives countless times, and even though he had never explicitly taught them how to do so, they would have been surprised if none of them had picked up a thing or two. Sugino's movements were swift and powerful as he ducked under Twice's reaching arms, wrapping his ankle around the back of Twice's foot and pushing against his chest. Twice stumbled backward and fell to the ground at Sugino and Okajima's feet. Twice quickly recovered and charged forward, his eyes revealing a hint of fear masked by determination. Sugino sprang into action, dodging each of Twice's attacks with ease. With a professional motion, Sugino launched himself into the air, his body spinning gracefully as he delivered a powerful kick to Twice's lower stomach, a technique he had learned from one of Mr. Kerasuma's agents. Twice staggered back, clutching himself in pain. Then, with a burst of speed, Okajima spotted his chance. Seizing the opportunity, he dashed forward, his movements a blur as he closed the distance between himself and Twice. With a swift strike, he landed a solid blow to Twice's face, sending him reeling backward in surprise. He hit the wall, appearing to lose consciousness. "Holy cow," Sugino watched in awe. "Oh my gosh." Okajima froze, looking at his clenched fist, surprised by his own strength. "That was..." Kiara started. "Amazing!" Momatsu exclaimed, a wide grin on his face. "Just wait until the others hear about that." Mimura approached Okajima and ruffled his hair, while Justice gave him a high five. "Hey," Kenzaki walked towards Sugino. "Good job, you looked super cool," she complimented, making Sugino's face turn bright red. Meanwhile, Keano and Nakamura were watching the fight between Toga and Meg, there to ensure nothing went wrong and to support Meg if needed. Nakamura's eyes widened as she saw Toga land a punch on an unguarded Meg, causing her to falter slightly and clutch her body. Nakamura knew Meg could handle it, but she was likely to do something reckless that could get her hurt. As a result, Nakamura decided to step in. "Hey!" Nakamura called out to Toga, her voice firm. "What are you doing?" Meg asked, surprised as she looked back at Nakamura. "Sure," Keano reassured, pulling Meg closer and kicking the remnants of the defeated double on the floor. "You were doing amazing. Nakamura just got a little worried and wanted to make sure you didn't get hurt," she whispered into Meg's ear. "Make sure I didn't get hurt? I'm supposed to be the one concerned. I saw her get kicked earlier. I have to stop her," Meg said, but she stopped in her tracks when she saw Nakamura confronting Toga. "Rio, what are you doing?" Keano asked warily. "Rio, that's your name?" Toga smiled. "No worries, you are no match for my strategy. You'll be on the ground in seconds, don't mess with me. You got so scared for your little friend that you had to come in and save her? I'll teach you a lesson," Toga hissed. "What did you say?" "No, go get her, Rio," Meg yelled, feeling embarrassed. She wasn't going to lose the fight, and she understood Nakamura's concerns. But one thing she was not was weak. It was okay to use your resources in a fight, even if it meant involving someone else. And Nakamura was probably right. She was going to do something reckless if the fight continued. Toga and Meg both dodged each other's attacks, but Meg didn't want to seriously hurt Toga. If Toga kept pushing, Meg might let her guard down and try to stop the fight. Nakamura smirked. "You call that a strategy? I've seen more organized chaos in a kindergarten classroom. If you're trying to outmaneuver me, you'll need more than flashy moves and a fierce glare." She stepped closer to Toga, who backed up. "So come at me with everything you've got, and let's see if you can keep up. You promised to teach me a lesson, so let's see it." Nakamura had picked up some trash-talking skills from Karma last year, and she was finally getting to use them. Wow, Keanu gasped. That totally sounded like something Karma would say. I know, right? Meg said, brushing herself off from the earlier fight. She might be spending too much time with Terasika and Karma. She laughed. Before Toga could react, Nakamura delivered a precise strike to her chest that knocked the breath from her lungs. Toga stumbled backward, her grip on her knives faltering as she fought to regain her footing. Darn. That was good. But I prefer the other girl, Toga said, her eyes darkening. She lunged toward Nakamura, attempting to grab her hair and pull her down. She managed to get a good grip on Nakamura, and a blur of yellow fell to the floor. Nakamura lay on the ground, momentarily dazed. Toga stood above her, a huge grin on her face. Stupid girl. I thought you were actually going to give me a real fight. Her eyes narrowed. All that talk and no action. She kicked Nakamura lightly, making her roll over. Her eyes were closed, and her hair covered her face. No! Keanu yelled at the top of her lungs. Nakamura! She cried, a horrified look on her face. What did you do to her? You monster! She screamed at Toga, attracting the attention of the other group members who were lying on the floor, exhausted. Keanu started to tear up as she tried to run toward Meg and Toga. That was so unfair, she yelled, her tears welling up in her eyes. Toga looked at Keanu, surprised by the blood-curdling scream. What? I told her I would teach her a lesson. Before Toga could finish her sentence, she was on the floor, her eyes widening in shock as the strike connected, sending a jolt of pain through her body. In an instant, her muscles seized up, and she collapsed to the ground, momentarily paralyzed by the force of the blow. Nakamura stood above her, grinning. She had used the pressure point technique that Lovro had taught her one day. She smiled, flipped her hair to the side, and walked over to Keanu, giving her a high five. Okay, what was that? Yoshida asked, walking over with the others, shocked. What was what? Keanu smiled innocently. The scream. We thought you were hurt or someone was hurt. Yada protested. Yeah, I got so scared, that scream was so loud, Sugino sighed. I thought Nakamura got hurt. Oh God, don't tell me. Kiera sighed. Yeah, that scream wasn't real, Keanu grinned. You crazy person. Mimura said, startling the others. He didn't usually curse. Keanu, that was amazing. Justice praised. I mean, I was a famous actress. Keanu laughed sheepishly, rubbing the back of her head. That was so impressive. Okajima complimented. Don't even think about it, Meg said, playfully pushing him away. Haha, Nakamura laughed sheepishly. I was planning on pretending to fall and then spring up to catch her, but Keanu played along perfectly. Yeah, it looked like your scream made Toga lose focus for a moment, Sugino said. You even managed to get the tears just right. Kiera remarked, amazed. Yeah, it was a trick I learned back in acting classes, she replied, smiling. But that was so cool. Yada ran up to Meg and gave her a hug. You did so well fighting against her. She then dashed over to Nakamura. You too. Huh, it was really Nakamura that did it. Meg said calmly. What are you talking about? You literally did all the work. I just saw you getting tired and helped you out. If you hadn't defended yourself so well against her, I would be the one on the floor, Nakamura rambled. Yeah, I guess since you're one of the best at close combat, you wore her out a little, Itona said quietly. That was impressive, though. Sugaya smiled while helping tie up the villains with Mimura. How did you guys do? Meg asked, tilting her head she noticed Twice slumped in the corner. We did okay. We managed to get all the doubles out, but Sugino and Okajima defeated Twice. Yada said, still standing next to Meg and Nakamura. Really? That sounds cool. Keanu exclaimed. I'm glad that none of us got hurt. Okuda stammered, relieved. Well, we didn't get hurt. That badly. I mean, we can handle a kick or a punch, Muramatsu laughed. Yeah, no kidding. You guys pulled that crazy stunt during the pole toppling competition with the class. Nakamura rolled her eyes. Well, Itona started but then fell silent. Everyone froze as they heard banging on the door to the room. What's going on here? Is everyone okay? A voice shouted from behind the door. I'm coming in, the voice called out. The man who burst through the door was none other than Mr. Kerasuma, looking serious and ready to take charge. Oh, hey there, Mr. K. Keanu greeted, stepping closer to the door. What happened here? Is that? Kerasuma asked, catching his breath. He must have run here. Oh, Itona said, whistling innocently. Kids. Kerasuma pinched the bridge of his nose. What did you do? All right, so we have the plan? Karma asked. Yep. Okano affirmed. We split up into groups, right? Chiba asked, turning to Ritsu. Yeah, why are you asking this again? Hayami tilted her head, looking at Chiba. It's so the readers know what happened while the other group was dealing with Toga. Fuwa smirked. Fuwa. Hinano sighed. I love you so much, but… Okano cut her off. But what are you talking about sometimes? Sometimes we just learn not to ask. Isegai face-bombed. Anyways, Group A is Karma, Maihara, Hara, Itona, Isegai, and Hinano. Alright. Maihara and Isegai high-fived. Group B is Okano, Terasika, Hayami, Chiba, Takebayashi, and Fuwa. Sounds good to me, Terasika exclaimed, tossing the knife in his hands up and down. The kids were still waiting outside the building, hidden in plain sight. They followed Isegai's commands, as usual. Itona found this interesting. He might not have known the class president as long as the others had, but he knew that Isegai was always trying to think of the best for everyone. Without really thinking about it, all the kids had fallen into the old pattern of putting their trust in him. Hey Ritsu, Fuwa tapped on her phone. Are you able to get into the security cameras? Ritsu popped up on Fuwa's screen. Yes, but I can only access the first floor. There is a block on the second for some reason. Wait. Hayami paused. So this whole thing, the people who have Nagisa have access to a hacker, right? The others froze. Oh, was all that was said. Ritsu sighed. Yes, and I'm having trouble determining where this person is coming from. Well, you've never had any trouble accessing cameras, Maihara rubbed his chin. Wait, so the people who kidnapped Nagisa were able to cut the cameras from the second floor, but they didn't cut the first floor? Hinano said, confused. Yeah. Isegai sighed. It's almost like Takebayashi started. They were expecting us to find them, Terasika said, his eyes widening for a moment. So they expect us to infiltrate the building, Karma mused. Do we still carry on with the plan? Harassed. I mean, we could still try to find him, Chiba suggested. Again, we don't even know if he's here. Maihara reminded them, fiddling with the blade in his belt pocket. No. Karma said firmly. He's here, I know it. What? How would you know that? Itona asked, annoyed. This is the only possible answer. This is obviously a trap, right? They want us to come inside the building, otherwise, they would have cameras on the second floor, Karma responded, gazing at the building. Okano fidgeted with the blade in her shoes. Wait, what do you mean? Are you saying they don't have cameras on the second floor? She asked, trying to figure out what Karma meant. Come on. Ritsu is literally one of the most powerful machines on Earth. I'm pretty sure no hacker can cut cameras from her like that. If they are able to do that, then they must be really skilled or have high connections. Ah, it makes sense now, Chiba said, realizing what he meant. What is it? Terasika grumbled, annoyed. Look at the building. Hayami pointed, tapping Terasika's shoulder. It's a warehouse, right? Normal warehouses like these don't have that much security, Chiba pointed out. Yes, and the security that they do have is not complex. Ritsu should have access to it, Hayami said. Right, like that one mission we had where Ritsu had control over an entire warehouse, Isegai said, a light bulb seemingly appearing over his head. Oh, Pona said. You see the security locks on the doors? They use similar ones in the government building. Oh, I get it. So, if the building has government stuff, Ritsu has automatic access to them, Fuwa giggled. Therefore, there must be no cameras on the second floor, otherwise, Ritsu would have access to them. Fuwa concluded, striking a detective pose. Oh, Terasika said quietly. That makes sense now, Maihara said, sheepishly rubbing his head. Who is she impersonating this time? Hinano asked, shaking her head. Some girl named Kirigiri or something. Take Bayashi side. Okay fine, let's go now, Hinano said, rolling her eyes. Hey, just so you guys know, the other group checked in on the comms. They say that they made it home safe, but Mr. Kerasuma got a little mad at them, Hara added. Great, now we have to deal with an angry Dad Kerasuma, Fuwa said. Dad Kerasuma? Okano snorted. We need to stay on guard, this is a trap. Get in, find Nagisa, and get out, Karma said, taking charge. All right, is everyone ready? Isegai asked, earning determined nods from the others. Let's go in. The kids made their way into the building, all of them reaching into their brains to use their analysis skills to get a better view of the surroundings. Ritsu, are the cameras taken care of? Isegai said quietly into his phone. Every time you guys reach a new hallway, the cameras will cut to the regular footage just without you little assassins, she said into the comms. Mostly dark hallway, this is good. We can camouflage, Maihara thought. They crept along the hallway, their backs to the walls and their weapons in hand. Alright, it looks like there is nobody there. There's a door on our right. This must be where we split ways, Itona thought. Oh look, it's a peephole in the door. This is good, we can try and see if anyone is there, Okano thought. Lights are off in the room, I can't hear anyone breathing. We are being silent, but the shuffling is messing with my senses, Take Bayashi thought. I wish I paid more attention to Lovro about tuning out the sound. Why is that door so tall? The only space we have to look into is the peephole and the space at the top. It's probably for smoke escape in case of an emergency. DMN, Terasika grumbled. As they approached the door, Karma gave Isegai and Itona the signal to try and look inside the room. Just like they did for the pole-toppling game, Itona stepped on Isegai's hands, and Isegai propelled him, lifting him up just enough for Itona to see through the door. Itona! Terasika whispered, just quiet enough for him to hear. Pull your hood over. Your hair is kind of noticeable. Itona rolled his eyes but complied. Terasika was right. Looking into the dark room, Itona couldn't make out much, only small figures. Okano gave Itona a look and hand signals that asked, What's in there? Is there anyone? Itona responded, signaling, No. It's safe. But quiet down, I want to hear. The kids hushed, while Karma leaned into the door, listening intently. There's nobody in there, he signaled. We are okay to go, Isegai added. They opened the door gently and stepped inside. Once in the room, Maihara turned on the light, illuminating the dim space. A round table sat in the center, surrounded by scattered boxes. An old chalkboard and a clock hung on the wall above it, and the room had no windows. Hayami quickly checked the hallway and shut the door. Hey Maihara, you probably shouldn't turn on the lights so early, you know, Hayami said coldly. And why not? He replied, sticking his tongue out. Maihara Hiroto, Hara warned ominously. Yes Hara, I'm sorry Hara. Maihara stammered, awkwardly laughing and tensing up. Why not Hayami? He asked in a sweeter tone. Because someone could have seen the lights, duh, Fuwa teased. Alright, can we get on with this? Are we splitting up or not? Terasika asked. Yeah, we are. First, we should investigate the room, Isegai commanded. Ooh, I love investigations. Fuwa exclaimed, moving toward the other side of the room. The others nodded in agreement and began searching the space themselves. Alright, Isegai said, clapping his hands. What did we find during our investigation? The kids had walked around and searched for a little while, and since the room wasn't large, they quickly formed a general idea of the layout. First, as we can see, there are no windows in here, Hinano stated matter-of-factly. Yeah, we can see that. Itona replied, his eyes drooping. Guys, it's important to point out the details. We should cover everything and be thorough, Isegai defended. You're so mean, Itona. Hinano whined. Anyway, I wanted to say that there are no windows, so it's safe to assume this is a meeting area. See? She was getting somewhere, Okano said, placing a hand on Hinano's shoulder. Sorry. Aitona apologized. I'll go next, Chiba exclaimed. The boxes are filled with little things, like stuff someone would have collected. He pointed to a box. That one over there had weapons, though. Karma hummed, while Hayami walked over to inspect the box. She looked up at the group. There are guns here, but no bullets. The knives are dull, she sighed, standing up and returning to the group. I guess it's safe to assume that these haven't been used in a while? Takebayashi observed. Yes. I do find the placement strange, though, Maihara said, examining the weapons closely. I support what Takebayashi said. The girl we fought? The copycat? Yeah, she had sharp knives, Aitona pointed out. Well, that's one thing. Okano said, shuddering. I think we can conclude that the room is an interrogation room, Karma stated simply. But why? Fu asked. There's a table there, and the lack of windows could mean they talk in here. They either use it for interrogation or meetings, Karma explained, pointing to the table with a serious expression. Maybe they use it for more meetings. The table could explain that, Terasika suggested. No, Aitona objected. What? Why not? Terasika asked, confused. Look, the room isn't soundproof, Aitona said, leading the group to a wall to demonstrate. If they held important meetings here, it would be at least if they were smart enough. Or if they had the funds, Hara added. Well, look at the security lock at the entrance. They totally have the funds, Fuwa noted. Whoever is holding Nagisa here must not know what we can do, Isegai said, startling Maihara, who was standing right next to him. Right, they would have put in better measures, Karma agreed. But then again, this is a trap. This whole thing makes my head hurt. Hinano sighed, and Okano responded by offering her a pill. Okay, guys, I just want to say something, Maihara began. What? Okano asked. We shouldn't split up. At least not on this floor, Maihara advised. What? Why not? Terasika questioned. I mean, we have the camera situation covered, and Ritsu can help us down here, he explained. He's right, Ritsu chimed in on Hara's phone. If you guys decide to stick together, you can stay safer. Plus, you did say that it was most likely a trap, right? By splitting up, we would risk falling into it, Maihara added proudly. Wow, Hayami laughed. That was smart. Didn't know he had it in him, Takebayashi snorted. Hey, I'm smart. Maihara protested, a playful scowl on his face. Karma sighed. I guess you're right. We are sticking together. Ritsu, where can we go next? Isegai asked. There's not a lot to see in this room, so we can keep going down the hallway. You have to travel a bit to find the stairs. It's probably a precautionary measure, Ritsu explained. Like Okinawa. Chiba sighed. There are 2 rooms coming up. The first is a weapon storage room, where I'm pretty sure we can restock, and the second room is the tech room, Ritsu said, pointing ahead. Kano said, lost in thought. We could go to the weapons room, she suggested. Yeah, we could restock our stuff, Hayami agreed, rubbing her chin. Wouldn't they notice if things are missing? Maihara grimaced. It's still a good idea to go. We could probably find useful items. The things we have aren't indestructible, Hara pointed out. Okay, sounds good, Fuwa confirmed. But which one is closer? Terasika asked. Well, the tech room and the weapon room are both equally far, but one of them is closer to the stairs, Ritsu said, disappearing off the screen to check. So we go to whichever one is farther, Takebayashi stated. Yeah, I guess we could go to the one near the stairs last and make our way up, Karma suggested. Yes, but I also need you guys to connect me to the big computer you will find in the room. I may be able to help you out more by having easier access to the whole building. You got it? Fuwa exclaimed. Yes, ma'am, Maihara saluted. It seems like there are 2 guards by the tech room, so take them out quickly, Ritsu advised calmly. Right. Akano said, excited. Let's stay one step ahead of them. Wait a minute, Chiba began. How are we getting away with this? Is there nobody here? Oh yeah, you're right. What's up with that? Hara asked, turning to Ritsu. I've been looking at the cameras, and they seem to be having a meeting in another room away from the stairs, Ritsu answered. Oh, so those guards were supposed to cover this whole hallway? Fu asked. Yep, and we took them out, so we should be fine, Ritsu smiled. I'm not entirely sure about the number of people patrolling this floor, so we should just be careful, just in case. Ritsu added. So how many people are in that meeting room? Hinano asked. There are quite a few, maybe around 10. The main members from the LOV are there, excluding the knife girl and the one the other group fought earlier, she replied. So we should be able to get out without them noticing, Okano said. Sounds good. Let's get Nagisa, Terasika said determinedly. Let's go then, Karma and Isegai said in unison. We can't risk alerting them, Isegai whispered. We need a plan. The kids were in sight of the room, hiding behind a wall and trying to figure out what to do about the guards. They waited for exactly 1 minute, analyzing their opponents, something Beach Sensei had taught them. Karma, his eyes gleaming with mischief, grinned devilishly. Leave it to me, he said, a dangerous glint in his eye. The kids exchanged nervous looks, sweat beading on their brows, but ultimately gave Karma the thumbs up. He wasted no time immediately giving up his position. Oh shoot, this isn't the bathroom, Karma exclaimed, his voice laced with feigned innocence. The guards, momentarily caught off guard by Karma's sudden appearance, exchanged wary glances before turning their attention back to him. Kid, what are you doing in here? How did you get in? One of them demanded, his hand inching toward his weapon while the other reached for a walkie-talkie. But before the guards could react further, Isegai and the rest of the class sprang into action. They moved in sync, disarming the guards in mere seconds, leaving them incapacitated before they could raise the alarm. Sorry, can't have you snitching on us now, Okano laughed, taking the walkie-talkie from one of the guards. We did it. Maihara pumped his fist in the air. All right. The kids silently cheered, some exchanging high-fives. The group cautiously made their way to the tech room, where they were met with a sight that slightly surprised them. The room was bathed in a dim, eerie light, with rows of computer screens lining the walls, each displaying different schematics and code. Wires sprawled across the floor, connecting various machines and gadgets, creating a soft hum that filled the air. Stay quiet, guys. Let's search quickly. We don't want to spend too much time here, Isegai instructed. The kids nodded and spread out, searching the room. Hayami approached one of the computer screens. Seems like this one is for the security camera. Guys, I found the computer Ritsu was talking about, Chiba said shyly. They made their way toward it, but Itona stayed back, taking a closer look at the room. These computers. At first glance, they look like a bunch of code, but when you really examine them. He stepped closer to one of the computers. The code seems unusual, like regular stuff. It's nothing special, but it's out in the open. Any intruder with knowledge could take over. That's strange. He walked over to some of the wires. It's messy. Darona. Itona. He was snapped out of his thoughts by Hinano calling him. He walked over to the group and apologized. It's okay, but we're done here. Ritsu says we are clear to go, Terasika said, wrapping his arm around Itona's shoulder and ruffling his hair. The kids finally made their way out of the room, some of them tired from listening to Itona discuss the odd placement of things. Ritsu, Hara asked, her phone lighting up. Are we clear? Ritsu popped up with a smile and responded, yes. Okay, let's go in, Maihara said with a grin. The kids walked into the room and were met with the sight of weapons lining the shelves on the walls, along with villain tools such as Toga's knives and twice tape measure replacements. There were also wraps and bandages. Taking notice of this, the kids agreed to spread out after this. They would go upstairs to get Nagisa back. Just as the kids were about to regroup and discuss, they froze. They looked at each other with wide eyes. 4, Okano signaled with her hands. Hold on 4? No, 5. Isegai signaled back, earning a nod from Karma. Take Bayashi gestured for them to hide, and they did. Somehow, the smaller ones in the group managed to conceal themselves among the tall shelves that held weapons. Guns ready and hidden, they prepared to see who was coming in. Ritsu appeared on their screens, holding a sign that read, I'm sorry, guys. I didn't see them on the cameras before. The others silently laughed, giving her a look that meant, brush it off. They readied their weapons, and Chiba and Hayami got into position to shoot on Isagai's command. Terasika's head was tilted at just the right angle that spoke volumes. I can fight you, don't mess with me. Okano was completely motionless, but her stance was prepared to spring into action, her fingers twitching for the second blade she was hiding in her shirt. Even Karma seemed to have analyzed the room enough to nod, indicating he had a plan of attack. Everyone else in that room was ready for anything. The moment Isegai gave the command, they would strike and make their teachers proud. They heard the door open. Hayami and Chiba turned the safety off their silent guns. Fools, they must have no experience. Walking around with heavy footsteps. Fua rolled her eyes. Making so much noise, even a baby could tell that someone was there. Hayami grimaced. Are they seriously walking on their tiptoes? Takebayashi tried to stifle a laugh. Haruki? Itona flinched when he heard someone calling his alias. Haruki? What are you doing here? Some of the group exchanged glances. Itona looked at his friends sympathetically, motioning for them to hide their weapons. Don't do anything rash. It's just them, he sighed. Who is Haruki? Terasika asked, climbing down from his hiding spot while remaining alert. Who are these people? Isegai said, scratching his head in confusion. Oh, I get it. Maihara said, catching the attention of the 3E group. Picture book graduate, that's you, right? He laughed. The others, realizing this, chuckled. It was clever and amusing for Maihara to use Itona's codename from that one day at school. That doesn't matter, Hayami said, maintaining her icy demeanor. Who are you and what are you doing here? She demanded, stepping closer to the group threateningly. We're here to find our friend Midoriya, a brown-haired girl said, her hairstyle drawing Fua's silent disapproval. Midoriya? Harassed. Hinano, standing next to Hara, kicked her lightly in the leg, signaling that Midoriya was actually Nagisa. I suggest you leave now, Okano warned, moving closer to the kids. Why are you here? A purple-haired girl shot back. None of that matters. Who are you? Terasika asked, his frustration evident. Put the weapons down first, a pink-haired girl insisted. And why should we listen to you? Isegai replied, surprising the others with his harsh tone. Guys, it's fine. They can't do anything to us, Itona said, feeling exasperated. Why did things always have to go wrong? He's right. You can relax. These nobodies can't touch us. Those were Midoriya's classmates. They're not really anything special. And they call themselves heroes. Karma teased, his nose held high. Maihara turned to Okano. What is he doing? He asked, gesturing to Karma. Just give him a minute. He's doing this for a reason. Okano was right. Karma, despite his love for mischief, didn't normally trash talk without purpose. It was clear he was trying to drive them away. They could see the arrogance and confidence in Karma's eyes, but there was also a glimmer of desperation like when he watched Taka fight Nagisa, uncertain of the outcome. Karma was obviously panicking internally. The appearance of these people put Nagisa in jeopardy. They clearly weren't stealthy. The kids had heard them coming from a distance. If the people in this building noticed what they were doing, Nagisa's life could be at risk. Nevertheless, Karma remained calm. Panicking wouldn't help the group. Who do you think you are? Just extras, a blond boy said, making small explosions in his hands. Hey, calm down. You sound like a dog, Okano rolled her eyes. What the blonde started angrily before Hayami's eyes widened, and she quickly silenced him with a swift motion. The kids from 1A gasped in horror as they approached the blonde, who was now doubled over in pain. What did you do to him? A pink-haired girl asked, horrified. Oh, just a little BB, Takebayashi shrugged. Why would you do that? A brown-haired girl cried out. What else were we supposed to do? Terasika replied as if it were obvious. The idiot was yelling. We could have gotten caught. Chiba added. Caught doing what? The purple-haired girl exclaimed. That quieted the kids for a moment. They regretted coming in the first place. Karma approached them with a mischievous grin. I suggest you leave or start talking, he said, his glare sharp. Well, unless you want to be shot with real bullets. Hinano chimed in cheerfully. Aizawa placed a hand on Hinano's shoulder. Come on, stop that. He turned to the others. We don't want to hurt you, but we need answers. Hey, I've seen you somewhere, the pink-haired girl said, rubbing her chin in thought. No, you haven't, Takebayashi snapped. The girl must have been referring to Okajima's pictures that Okuda had shown them. This was bad. The kids fell silent, while the blonde glared at Karma, who stuck his tongue out at him. Let's go over there, Maihara suggested, pointing to the corner of the room. We don't want to be caught. So, Haruki, are you going to introduce them to us, or what? Fua asked, raising an eyebrow. No, I don't want you knowing our names, a boy with split hair replied. Takebayashi noticed something lurking beneath that boy's calm exterior, something threatening. Karma smirked and looked at Itona. Go ahead. Itona smiled and rolled his eyes. The pink one is Mina, he pointed out. The red and white-haired boy scowled at Itona. The only reason they were sitting in this corner with these strangers was to find out what happened to Midoriya. The one with split-dyed hair is Todoroki, he gestured. Fua's eyes widened. That's the pro-hero's son, right? He asked, receiving a nod from Okano. The brown-haired one is Uraraka. The blonde one is Bakugo. The purple one is Jairu. What's that thing dangling from her ears? Hinano asked. It's her quirk, Itona answered. So are you going to tell us how you found this place? Aizawa asked, moving closer. Nope. Don't plan on it, Jairu shot back, clearly irritated. You won't get anything from us. We'll call the pros and have you arrested. You took Midoriya, didn't you? Bakugo said, trying to keep his voice down. You see, we can't let you do that, Karma said coldly, stepping closer to Bakugo. Try me, Bakugo replied defiantly, raising a hand. Oh dear, it looks like this dog is barking, Karma smirked. Well, it seems you losers accidentally stumbled upon this place. It's too bad you aren't talented enough to find your friend, is that it? Karma raised his nose in the air, and Hinano and Okano stifled giggles. That's too bad, Maihara added. Ha! Bakugo exclaimed angrily, while Uraraka shushed him. You don't know what you're talking about. Todoroki and his dad figured out this location all by themselves. Don't call us idiots again. Bakugo sneered, then slapped a hand over his mouth, realizing what he had done. Todoroki hit Bakugo on the head hard. What the hell? He whispered. Flashback. Todoroki was debating whether to pick up his phone or not. Oh whatever, he thought, texting a group of specific people. Todoroki added 4 people to the chat. Todoroki, are you guys awake? Bakugo, what is this for? Icy hot. Mina, Bakube, why are you up so late? I thought your bedtime was 8. Bakugo, shut up before I come to your room and give you a piece of my mind. Uraraka, Bakugo please. Jairu, what's going on? Todoroki, are you all finished? Because I'm tired and want to get this over with. Mina, is it gossip? Bill. Todoroki, you all noticed how strange Haruki and Akari have been acting, right? Uraraka, yeah, and how they left the dorms so suddenly. What was that about? Bakugo, I really couldn't care less. Todoroki, then I guess I'm going to remove you from this chat. We can go find Midoriya ourselves. Bakugo. Mina, I knew it. Bakugo. Don't mess with me, raccoon eyes. Todoroki, anyway, they went to find Midoriya. I know it. Jairu, I trust you, but how? Uraraka, they seem to be close with him. Todoroki, happy face carrot. Bakugo, so? Unless you can give me a location, this is pointless. Jairu, calm down. Todoroki, my father tried to have a conversation with me, and he mentioned a possible location where the League of Villains might be. Jairu, wait, why do you say he's a terrible father? Bakugo, shut up, ear freak. You don't know anything about his past. Mina, though. Bakugo, shut up. Todoroki, anyway. Uraraka, oh my god, and Toga was here. Todoroki, exactly. He knows the pro-hero gossip and couldn't wait to share it with me, so I asked him for more details. Bakugo, so did he give you the location or not? Stop dragging this out. Uraraka, dragging? Todoroki, yes he did. It's a warehouse a couple of miles out. Mina, oh really? Let's go. Uraraka, wouldn't they need permission from the ministry or something? I'm not really familiar with the government. Todoroki, they just have a hunch, so they haven't told anyone yet. We can do this without causing any trouble. Bakugo, you can't just do that without a plan. Todoroki, we really don't need one. We've defeated the League of Villains before, we can do it again. Uraraka, yeah, just get in and get out. Jiraiya, it's not that simple. Mina, it actually is. Nobody but the villains will be there. We'll be fine. Jiraiya, whatever you say. Todoroki, we can go later at night. Bakugo, that nerd thinks he can get kidnapped and just walk away from it. Mina, WHAT. Jiraiya, Mina, please don't ever type like that again. Mina, WHATDOYOUMEN. Todoroki deleted one group chat. Look, Terasika sighed. We didn't mean to be so aggressive towards you guys. We're just high school kids who happened to find this place. He said, trying to sound innocent. Yeah. Hinano backed him up. We aren't villains, we just want to go home. She said, tears welling up in her eyes. Keano wasn't the only one who could act. Then what was with the weapons? Uraraka asked, concerned for the kids. We found them in this room. Hayami looked down, ashamed. We just got scared, we don't want to get hurt. Chiba said, breaking character for a moment. I really hope you guys can forgive us for hurting your friend. Hinano said, whining and looking at the pained Bakugo. She tried her best to let her tears fall. Hey! Mina said, looking at the sad Hinano. Don't cry. We are heroes in training, we can help you. She put a hand on Hinano's shoulder, making the girl flinch. You guys didn't have to be so hostile. And Haruki. There are so many things I want to ask you. Todoroki said quietly. We just got really scared of you guys. We didn't mean it. Hinano was now sobbing, and Terasika was trying not to laugh. The 1A kids gathered around Hinano, comforting her and moving away from their spots, making the mistake of failing to pay attention to their surroundings. Now, Aizawa said, and moments later, the lights turned off, and shuffling around the room was heard. When the lights turned back on, the 1A kids were tied up cartoon style. They were back to back, and their eyes widened. Oh, what is this? Jiraiya said, her head hanging in defeat. What the heck? Bakugo threw his head back, looking at the ceiling. Heh, some rope we found in the first room and you guys being careless was all it took. Maihara grinned. And you call yourselves heroes? Karma shook his head, laughing. The 1A kids grimaced, looking away. They were making a plan to escape using their quirks. Okano walked up to Hinano and gave her a huge hug. Nice job, girl. That sounded just like her. Hinano quickly dried her tears. Perks of having your best friend be Akari Yukimura, I guess. She whispered under her breath. Aizawa crouched down to talk to them at eye level. I'm really sorry, but we are a bit rough around the edges and don't really like people coming into our territory. Terasika tried his hardest not to kick Aizawa for making such a lame excuse. We'll free you soon. Don't worry. Hinano smiled. I know what, Todoroki stuttered, frozen in shock. How did you guys even manage to do that? Mina asked, looking up at the rest of the kids. Don't worry about it, girl. Just don't make any noise, we'll be back soon. Hara said comfortingly. Todoroki's arm started to create a small flame, and he discreetly tried to burn off the ropes he was tied with. He nudged Mina, and she started using little bits of her acid to break through it. Bakugo and Uraraka sat in silence, waiting for the other two to finish, but Hayami noticed them plotting something. Hey! She snapped her fingers at Itona. The kids were smart enough not to use each other's names, so they had to do a lot of gesturing and pointing to grab the attention of their friends. Maihara walked towards the 1A kids, looking over them like a hawk. He caught on to their plan and figured the best way to stop it was to keep an eye on them. Todoroki and Mina grimaced. Their plan wasn't going to work. Itona nodded back at Hayami and walked over to get something from Terasika's bags. I hope you're bringing out my spice bag. Karma said, looking over his shoulder at Itona. Oh god no, not again. Okano sighed. The 1A kids froze, remembering the story that Haruki and Akari told them. Itona came back holding cuffs in his hands. Cuffs? Are you kidding me? Bakugo growled, and his hands sparked with tiny explosions, making Hara and Mai Hara back up a little. Yeah, quirk-canceling ones. You may not be the brightest, but you're definitely not fools, Itona remarked, leaving the kids uncertain whether it was a compliment or an insult. Don't do this, Haruki. Why would you get involved in this? Todoroki pleaded with the group. Yeah, but we can't let you interfere with us, Mai Hara replied with a smile. No hard feelings. What's the PL? Terasika began, but Itona interrupted, speaking in another language. You know, by now, I'm sure at least one of them has studied Russian. The girl with purple hair for sure, Itona stated flatly. I'm not great with Portuguese, Mai Hara admitted, rubbing his head. Oh come on, our teacher would be so upset. This is really easy, it's like Spanish. Hara said, walking with the others toward the door, leaving the hero kids behind. Let's go find Nagisa. The stairs should be right over here, Karma said, unfazed by the language switch. They turned off the lights and exited the room, leaving the Class 1A students in silence. What just happened? Bakugo asked, exasperated. I don't know, Todoroki replied, a somber expression on his face. Hey, don't worry about them, Uraraka said, trying to comfort the disheartened Todoroki. They were right there. We should have used our quirks when we had the chance, Jiru sighed. There was nothing we could do, Mina said sadly. I think. Uraraka began, sighing. I think part of us didn't want to hurt Haruki. I mean, we know him, and he wouldn't do anything bad, right? He wouldn't kidnap Midoriya, would he? Her voice grew more desperate. No, we have to get out. Those people took Midoriya, and they seemed dangerous, Todoroki insisted, struggling against the ropes binding him. I was about to confront them. After Haruki showed up, I started practicing Russian, thinking it would come in handy. But then they switched languages, Jiru explained. So that's what they were saying, Bakugo muttered. I don't care if they kidnapped him or if someone else did. I'm not staying here. We have to do something, Midoriya's life is at stake, Uraraka said angrily. How do we know they even took Midoriya? They claim to be just normal kids. Mina exclaimed. And you believe that? Todoroki raised an eyebrow. There's no way. That girl who attacked Bakugo was right on target, so if they were normal, they were at least dangerous. That JRK, Bakugo growled. Karma, was that his name? I'll make him pay. Oh no, Jiru said. We don't even know their names. That boy with yellow hair called Haruki, picture book graduate. What does that even mean? She grimaced. They sure are clever, Uraraka started, but she stopped when she noticed something in the room. Guys, look. Oh great, Nagisa sighed. He was trying to escape the chaotic place he found himself in, but he had misjudged a room and now faced multiple enemies. DMN. This really stinks. There are 6 of them? I guess I'm outnumbered. I just need to make sure they don't alert anyone. This is going to be annoying. Echwai, one of the guards shouted. I wonder what their quirks are. I need to be cautious. Let's see. 2 of them have walkie-talkies. I can work with that. They're standing close together. This should be manageable. Nagisa leaped down from the ledge, swiftly knocking out the first guard and grabbing the walkie-talkie. He spotted another guard attempting to escape, but he quickly kicked one of the larger guards, sending them crashing into each other. Oh, that was loud. Hope they don't notice that. 3 down, 3 more to go. And those seem tougher. One of the guards swung a fist aimed at Nagisa's head, but his reflexes kicked in, allowing him to dodge perfectly. He ducked under another guard's swing, his body moving with the agility of a trained fighter. With a quick pivot, he delivered a powerful kick to the abdomen of a third guard, sending them stumbling back. Why you? The 4th guard growled, activating his quirk. Oh. First quirk. Okay, it looks like it's knives. The 4th guard summoned multiple knives, advancing toward Nagisa. He sidestepped and weaved away, infuriating the guard further. Those countless days training really paid off. The guard sent knives flying toward Nagisa's head fast. But this was nothing compared to their teacher throwing baseballs at them at incredible speeds. Nagisa moved his head just in time, but one of the knives grazed him, cutting a few strands of his blue hair. "Ah, my hair," Nagisa thought, dodging the attacks. He managed to grab a weapon from one of the unconscious guards and pulled it out of his pocket. "What kind of weapon is this? It looks complicated." Nagisa hopped back up to the ledge he had entered from, and the guards growled at him, realizing he was too high up to reach. The knife-wielding guard sent more weapons toward Nagisa, but he ducked just in time. He examined the weapon. It was a gun. Just his luck. "Well, I can't use this. It'll give me away so quickly. It's way too loud. I wish I had one of our silent weapons right now." Nagisa tossed the weapon aside and jumped off the ledge, capturing the fourth guard in a headlock. The guard struggled, but Nagisa maintained his grip. He noticed another guard approaching and flipped over the fourth guard's back, landing a kick to the fifth guard's head. He was in a tight spot. He pressed a pressure point on the fourth guard, causing him to pass out, and got back into a fighting stance to face the last two guards. Nagisa's eyes widened as he saw the fifth guard activate his quirk. Elastic body? Oh great. Well, at least the sixth one is quirkless, I can tell. The fifth guard stretched out his hand, aiming directly at Nagisa's face. He jumped with all his might, managing to dodge just as the elastic hand slapped the sixth guard's face. Nagisa couldn't help but giggle at that. His laughter stopped when he saw the sixth guard collapse to the floor, seemingly unconscious. That wasn't good. Just how strong was this guy? "You think you can get away with that?" the guard said, looming over his friends' unconscious bodies. The guard swung another punch toward Nagisa's face, but this time, he was too slow. The guard's fist connected, sending Nagisa to the ground. He could taste blood in his mouth from biting his tongue. Shaking that off, Nagisa staggered back to his feet. Kerasuma had trained each of them to withstand a hit and get back up. What kind of student would Nagisa be if he couldn't handle a low-level villain? The guard raised his hand again, his face twisted with rage. Nagisa flinched, expecting another punch, but his hesitation made him fail to notice the guard pulling out a hidden walkie-talkie. "No!" Nagisa cursed under his breath, sprinting toward the guard. If he made that call, it was over for him. Just as he tripped over one of the guard's bodies and fell to his knees, he heard the door open. "Oh great. This is going to hurt. Sorry for dragging your name through the mud, Beach-sensei, but I'm in trouble." Nagisa closed his eyes, bracing for a taser or something worse, but instead he heard silence. When he opened his eyes, he saw Chiba. Nagisa exclaimed, looking at the guard who was passed out, struck by one of Okuda's new bullets perfectly aimed. "You guys?" He ran toward them, tears welling up in his eyes. "You idiot," Karma whispered, lightly slapping the back of his head. "How do you keep getting into these situations?" Terasika playfully nudged him. "We were worried about you." "Ah, you do care." Nagisa responded, earning another light hit on the head from Terasika. "It looks like we didn't really have to do much, did we?" Okano laughed, glancing around the room at the unconscious guards. They pulled Nagisa into a group hug. "Hey, nice shot, Chiba." Nagisa laughed. "Huh, no problem," Chiba smiled back. "How about we don't ever do that again, okay?" Hinano suggested. "Yeah, we were going to go crazy if you were gone any longer," Maihara added sheepishly. "We missed you," Aizawa said, his hair sticking up in excitement. "You guys, I wasn't even gone that long." Nagisa laughed, grateful for his friend's concern. "How long have you all been here?" Nagisa asked, shifting the focus. "Not that long. But we did run into those classmates of yours. Take Bayashi's side." "Oh no. I'm guessing you took care of them?" Nagisa asked, pulling away from the hug. "Yeah, but we told them we were just messing around," Itona said. "Oh yeah, what kind of story was that, Aizawa?" Okano said, pretending to be annoyed. "I was panicking. They could have caused trouble." Aizawa defended, sweat beading on his forehead. "Anyway, you're so reckless for leaving your comms at the house," Itona scolded. "Okay, I get it. Can we go now?" Nagisa laughed. Yeah, this cliché happiness might get ruined if we wait any longer. We really missed you though, Fua added with a chuckle. Someone hold me back. I'm going to lose it, Terasika scowled. Please. Aizawa sighed. Let's not. I'm glad you're back, Nagisa, but we need to get out of here. I can't see anything on these cameras. I don't want you guys to run into trouble, Ritsu chimed in from Hara's phone. Shall we go home? Karma asked. Yeah, let's go home, Nagisa smiled, looking into the eyes of each of his friends. Just so you know. Hara said into the comms, we got Nagisa. The kids could hear a mix of cheering and playful scolding from the other side of the comms. They're wrapping up the meeting downstairs. You have to leave now or I can't guarantee your safety. Ritsu warned. Right, Chiba replied. Let's go. Hayami said, smiling. The kids quietly made their way out of the room, careful not to step on any of the guards. Some of them rearranged the scene to make it look like the guards had simply fallen asleep just for laughs. It was something Kirara suggested over the comms. Sue, Hara said, walking down the hallway with the others, hands behind his head. Are we going to call the others to pick us up in the car? Well, it is late at night. Hayami replied. I don't feel like free-running home. Hinano added. We could call the others and get a ride home in the van Yoshida brought, Nagisa suggested, leading them to the ledge he used to escape. I'm fine with that. Karma said, sticking close to Nagisa. We need to stop at the ministry to replace the guns, Chiba noted. Oh yeah, mine is faulty, Fua added. They continued moving down the ledges, getting closer to the exit. They made their way down the stairs, pausing whenever they heard footsteps. They reached the first floor and prepared to turn the corner. They froze when they heard loud voices. Midoriya? We are here to get you. Where are you? By now, the 3E kids were in a state of panic. They had to push the 1A kids aside and sprint toward the exit with Nagisa. They froze when they heard the sound of footsteps approaching. All right, Shigaraki sighed. Is this pointless meeting over? It's so dull. He rolled his eyes and scratched his neck. How many times do I have to tell you that it is? Dabi snapped, tensing up at the glare Shigaraki shot him. This is all for your ridiculous goal anyway. He fell silent when Shigaraki tossed something at his face. Boss, aren't we supposed to have people watching the other rooms? One of the villains asked. Who even are you? Shigaraki replied, annoyed, then sighed. Yes, well, the little brat is still in the hostage room, and the other guards just changed shifts. So are we done? Can we continue with the plan? Spinner asked. Not yet. Shigaraki said, glancing at the clock. We still have to wait for them to show up. Okay, where are Twice and Toga? Dabi asked, walking back toward the group of villains. Twice is breaking Toga out of whatever jail she's in. They should be back soon. The government is distracted with something right now, so it shouldn't be too hard for him, Shigaraki replied. Okay, meeting over? Another villain asked. Shigaraki tapped on his phone. Yeah, I guess. It's pretty late, so you guys can. He was interrupted by voices echoing down the hall. Midoriya? We are here to get you. Where are you? The villains exchanged shocked glances. Hey, what was that? One of them exclaimed. There are people here, another said, standing up urgently. What are you waiting for? Go. Dabi barked at them. Boss, aren't you coming? Someone asked amid the chaos. No. I'm staying here. I have a plan, Shigaraki said cryptically, then turned to call someone on his phone. You guys go. I'll stay here with old Shiggy, Dabi smirked. Don't call me that, Shigaraki replied, pulling the phone away from his ear. Look what you did. Hara yelled at the hero students. Run, run, run. Okano shouted, racing away with the others. The kids sprinted as fast as they could, but the warehouse seemed to stretch endlessly. The absence of windows left them unsure of the time, and fatigue began to set in. It was going to be a long night. As they turned a corner, they faced a choice between two hallways. Which one do we pick? Terasika asked, breathing heavily and looking toward Aizawa. Guys, let's calm down. Aizawa urged, trying to maintain his composure. This one, Karma pointed, and the others followed him without complaint. As they dashed down the hallway, the footsteps behind them grew louder. Wrong choice. Hara panted. The kids quickly changed direction, darting into another hallway. The villains were right on their heels, and glancing back, they could see them closing in. Sheet! Mahara cursed. Hey Ami, Chiba, anything? He asked, running alongside them. I can try, but it won't be accurate, Hayami murmured. Who cares? Just shoot. Hinano urged. We'll wait for the right moment. Chiba said, loading his weapon, while the 1A kids watched in alarm. They heard the villains yell at them to stop running, and the kids screamed in fear as an alarm blared, bathing the atmosphere in a red hue. They had to keep moving toward the exit, now following Ritsu as she shouted commands, but the villains were still right behind them. They ducked and weaved through different rooms, picking up speed as they passed each hallway. Look! Okano pointed to a ledge. We can use this. She turned to her friends, and they nodded in agreement. What are you trying to do with that? Gyro asked, her eyes widening as her breath quickened. Jump on it, what else? Nagisa replied, unfazed. The 1A kid stopped running, staring at the group with wide eyes. You're saying that so casually as if it's an easy thing to do, Bakugo said, raising his hands in disbelief. Hey, why did you stop running? Keep up or we'll leave you. Terasika snapped. The rest of the 3E kids turned to look at 1A, momentarily pausing. Why can't we just leave them? Fua groaned. We can't just abandon them. Hara replied. Then keep up. Karma shouted down the hall, then continued running with the rest of the group. The kids decided against using the ledge since the 1A kids wouldn't be able to navigate such a small space. They turned a corner and ducked into a room, pressing their backs against the wall and breathing heavily, trying to collect themselves. We should have left them and made a run for it, Takebayashi said. Oh God, I'm starting to think you were right, Isegai rolled his eyes. Hey, what are you guys saying? Bakugo demanded, panting. We have no obligation to tell you. Mind your own business. Okano shot back angrily. Oh yeah, tell him. Fua cheered, supporting Okano. We shouldn't stay here long. They might find us, Karma warned. I agree, Hara added. We could try to find a vent? Navigating the building will be tough, though. Ritsu, can you help us? Isegai asked. Yeah, I have no idea what he just said, Hara admitted. Are you serious? Hinano exclaimed. Hara rubbed his head. He said. Hinano whispered in Hara's ear. He said we could try to find a vent, but navigating the building will be tough. I found a path. Ritsu's voice chimed in on Terasika's phone. Follow this. She displayed a route and pointed, explaining what to do. Whoa, what is that? Uraraka asked, looking at the purple-haired girl. Hey, is that the girl Mineta saw on Midoriya's phone the other day? Mina wondered, squinting to see. Maybe, Todoroki replied, furrowing his brows in thought. I really hope Midoriya is okay. Mina said, glancing at Midoriya, who was talking to a girl with orange hair and a boy with black hair. All right, let's go, Karma said to everyone in the room. They're outside. I can tell. We have to make a run for it, Takebayashi insisted. Fine. Bakugo reluctantly agreed. But we still don't know your names. The 3E kids ignored Bakugo, much to his annoyance. They burst through the door and ran as fast as they could, hearing the villains behind them shout, There they go! Get them! Or something along those lines echoed through the hallways. They reached a junction that split into two paths and paused for a moment. Suddenly, four villains emerged from the shadows of the first hallway. One of them, clearly furious, hurled a wrench toward Hara's face. Whoa! He exclaimed, narrowly dodging the projectile. The kids quickly dashed toward the other hallway. Guys, you might want to run faster. There are more coming. Ritsu warned through the comms. All right, came the response. I told Yoshida to bring the van with the others. They will be outside soon. We need to get out fast, she said, her worry palpable. You might want to inform Mr. Kerasuma. Hinano suggested, shuddering slightly but shaking it off. There was no time for that now. Chiba, Tommy, There are two villains behind us. Use Okuda's bullets and take them out. Karma shouted, directing the two, who nodded in understanding. Chiba and Hayami had faced dangerous situations before, like the assassination attempt in Okinawa and the shootout with the pro-assassin Gastro. The kids accelerated, leaving some of the Class 1A students trailing behind. Chiba and Hayami turned around, aiming their weapons at the approaching threats. It was the perfect opportunity, yet they remembered the last time they had a chance like this. Chiba had missed his shot by half a second, and Hayami had aimed just a bit too low. But they wouldn't fail this time. They had endured enough countless scenarios where panic could have taken over, but they knew better. They had to stay calm, and they did. Both Chiba and Hayami took their shots with precision, as if they were seasoned professionals like Red Eye and Gastro, just as Lovro and their other mentors had taught them. The two villains collapsed to the ground, motionless. For a brief moment, everything slowed down. They had done it. They had succeeded in a scenario where missing could have jeopardized the entire team. Hayami and Chiba made a mental note to congratulate each other once this was all over. They snapped back to reality when the kids in front of them halted. What happened? Hayami asked, tilting her head to see. The kids stood before the exit, bright lights shining through the door. It's Yoshida. Finally! Terasika exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. What are we waiting for? Nagisa asked, beaming with anticipation. The kids exchanged smiles and raced toward the door, unaware that the villains had stopped their pursuit. Those bright lights were not from Yoshida's van. Where did he go? Okajima asked, panic evident in his voice. The group looked at the spot where the agent had been lying, only to find a mud-like substance covering the shiny, new floors. Class 3E was a group of capable yet inexperienced young assassins. They had faced near-death situations multiple times, and even when fear gripped them, they remained silent, more dangerous in their stillness. EW. What is this? Yada whined. Meg furrowed her brows in thought. Yoshida made a shushing motion with his hands and signaled the rest of the group to follow him. The kids moved stealthily to a wall leading to a hallway and hid behind it, employing the stealth techniques they had learned from Kerasuma. It reminded them of their field trip to Okinawa when they had crept up on Taka. They froze when they heard humming and footsteps. Hey there. Whoever is here right now, you should probably come out. I just want to talk. You hurt my little friend here. The group exchanged glances, nodded, and stepped out, only to find Toga waiting for them. The eyes of the 3E kids widened in alarm. What are they doing? Terasika said, worry creeping into his voice. I don't know, but we need to quiet them down before they alert the others, Karma replied, shaking his head in frustration. The kids quickened their pace, rushing toward. The voices, all of them muttering under their breath. We should have silenced them, Hayami growled, startling the others. She was not one to curse. They finally reached the source of the noise and were met with the sight of 5 students from Class 1A. Midoriya! Uraraka yelled. Are you okay? Mina rushed toward them, but the 3E kids stopped her. Todoroki attempted to create an ice wall around them and Midoriya, but Terasika intervened. What are you guys doing here? Midoriya exclaimed, hands on his knees, breathing heavily. Karma lunged toward Bakugo, Maihara toward Todoroki, Hayami toward Jiru, Okano toward Uraraka, and Fuwa toward Mina, all of them holding knives close to the heroes. Are you out of your minds? Maihara nearly shouted. What? Mina exclaimed. P put down the knives. Bakugo said, trying to maintain his composure. Why are you making so much noise? Are you not aware your friend was just kidnapped? Fuwa scolded. What do you think the captors would do if they heard you? Hayami added, clearly frustrated. You guys are even more reckless than I thought, Karma remarked. We thought you were the captors. Jiru stammered. Why would I kidnap my friend? You saw us laughing at school. Itona replied. I guess you have a point. Todoroki conceded. In the background, Bakugo was furious that Karma was confronting him and tried to break free. Karma, on the other hand, was enjoying the moment, trying to suppress his amusement. You made so much noise. I can't believe this. We wanted to help Midoriya too. Okano complained. Who even are you? Uraraka shouted. Do you not realize we are trying to keep quiet? Now we have to run. They heard us, Aizawa said, irritation evident in his tone. Ah yes. Yoshida's here. Terasika exclaimed, picking up the pace toward the exit. Midoriya. Todoroki sighed. I don't know what's gotten into you, but we deserve answers. Answers to what? Karma said, slinging an arm around Nagisa. He shouldn't have to tell you anything. Oh, shut it, Karma. Bakugo growled. Nagisa's eyes widened. How does he what, Karma? He thought they had agreed not to reveal their real names. Relax, Karma said, shaking Nagisa's shoulders. I went to your school for a day. You did what? Nagisa nearly shouted. You guys let this happen? He looked at his friends, especially Aizawa. Sorry man, Maihara said. We had no choice. We'll talk about this in the car, Itona said flatly. Will someone tell us what's going on? Jur asked, annoyed. We're not following you any longer. She stepped forward. Good, Takebayashi said. We never needed you here anyway. Yeah, you guys were just slowing us down, Chiba added. We're leaving now, just so you know, you won't be getting a ride from us, Hayami stated, and the kids from 3E halted their approach to the exit. You can't just do that. Mina protested. We have so many questions. Who are you anyway? She whined. Sorry, Okano said, shrugging. Not happening. The 3E kids moved closer to the exit, but something blocked their path. Todoroki had created an ice wall, stopping them. No. We want answers. Now, he demanded, fire sparking on his arm. Karma sighed and stepped closer to them with Hara. Karma. Nagisa warned, but Karma continued forward. Karma smirked. I hate to do this, but... Boom. Karma's voice was drowned out by a huge blast coming from the exit area, shattering the hard glass doors. Shards flew everywhere, and the kids in the hallway dropped to the floor from the impact. Todoroki's ice wall melted and broke almost immediately. What was that? Hinano said, getting up from one knee. Ow! Hayami exclaimed, noticing a shard of glass embedded in her thigh. Oh no! Terasika cursed, unable to see anything through the smoke. Is everyone alright? Aizawa called out, raising his voice. Is Yoshida's group here? Itona asked, wincing as he stood up. No. Chiba said, fear creeping into his voice. We were wrong. That's not Yoshida. Takebayashi said, covering his mouth against the smoke. What about those hero students? Fua asked. Are you guys okay? And will this smoke clear already? She yelled in frustration, knowing that the explosion would surely attract attention. Uraraka coughed but managed to respond. All good over here. The rest of the 1A kids looked terrible, doubled over and on the verge of passing out. A couple of the other 3E kids were still on the floor, and their friends rushed over to help them up. Thanks, man. Maihara said, grabbing Aizawa's hand as he reached out. He winced in pain as he stood. Are you okay? Aizawa asked, concerned. Hiya. I'm fine. Maihara said, rubbing his head. Nothing too bad. He winced again, feeling the bruises forming from the impact. Hiroto, you are not okay. Here, let me help you. Aizawa said, slinging Maihara's arm over his shoulder. It might just be a bone bruise. If I'm lucky. Maihara sighed, trying to downplay his injury. You don't have to act so tough, you know. Aizawa said, looking sadly at the boy's arm. It's fine, the gear protected me. He sighed. I just hope Nagisa's classmates are all right. Ow. Ouch. Hayami exclaimed, pulling the shard of glass from her thigh. Hey, are you okay? Chiba asked, moving closer to her. He noticed the small trail of blood on his own head and winced. Yeah. You? Hayami asked, glancing worriedly at Chiba. I'll be fine. He replied. I'm glad you're okay. I can't really see anything with this smoke though. He coughed, prompting Hayami to place a hand on his chest. My gun. Chiba said cautiously. Where did it go? It's probably somewhere on the floor, Hayami reassured him. She gasped slightly. Your arm. she said, gently grabbing it. What? Oh. Chiba said, looking down. That's unfortunate. Unfortunate? Hayami asked, alarmed. She had completely forgotten about her own injury and was now worried for Chiba. That's your shooting arm. It's hurt. There's a cut here. How will you? Chiba's eyes widened as he realized the implications. He sighed. I'll be fine. I haven't practiced with my left arm in a while, but I think I can handle whatever's here. You better. Hayami pouted. Don't even think about changing the subject. The cut on my leg wasn't that deep. Oh, so you can free run flawlessly then? Chiba teased. Duh. Hayami looked away. It's not that bad. They both fell silent, scanning the area for anyone else. Something's not right. Karma said, pushing himself up from the floor. You good? He asked, helping Fua up, who was still on the ground. Yeah, I guess. She said, blinking as she adjusted to the smoke. It's just really messing with me. I can't see a thing. Karma muttered. The blast. Our suits protected us. Fua said, fear creeping in. She tried not to think about what might have happened without the gear. I guess the government wasn't lying. Karma mused. I can't really see anyone, but it looks like Itona is over there. Fua pointed. Okay, let's just stay put for now. He said, trying to make out anyone else who might be hurt. Take Bayashi. Itona said, reaching out his hand for the boy to grab. Are you all right? Yeah, just a little disoriented. He replied, blindly searching for his glasses, which had been knocked off. That bomb. Didn't you notice something strange about it? Itona's eyes widened slightly. What? Like how? He tried to recall every lesson they had about explosives. There were shrapnel fragments. But not a normal amount. He said cryptically. Oh. Like the small pieces of material propelled outward by the detonation of an explosive device, causing potential injuries upon impact. Itona asked. Yes. In normal grenades or bombs, they are filled with those. Takebayashi looked toward the other kids, trying to see through the smoke. It doesn't look like anyone is badly hurt, and there is a concerning lack of the fragments. They are there, sure, but not in a normal amount. Oh. Itona realized. The bomb went off really close, that's why so many of us are on the floor or injured. Precisely. Bombs like those haven't been in production for over a year. Takebayashi said, shifting uncomfortably. They are either filled with them or don't have them at all. The bomb was also seemingly silent. No beeping or anything. Itona gaped. It wasn't unusual for the two boys to discuss explosives. They were the most knowledgeable in the class. There are only a couple types of bombs like that in this country. Takebayashi stated. And like I said, they were restricted to soldiers and government agents. We must be dealing with someone experienced. That there's no way this person is just a low-life villain. Ipona said. By now, the smoke had cleared. The three kids instinctively moved closer together, forming a defensive stance. What a dramatic bomb. The smoke is almost cinematic, Hinano said, rubbing her cheek. I'm just glad I didn't lose my hearing. Terasika said. Okano and Hara walked toward him to check on his injuries. As the smoke slowly dissipated, the entire scene came into view. The hallway lights had dimmed significantly, and the moonlight filtering in from outside cast an eerie glow over the area. A man stepped out from the shadows. He stood tall and imposing, his muscles defined in a way that seemed almost unreal. His short black hair framed a face that wore a menacing grin. His pale skin was marked with scars, including some on his face. His eyes were cold and calculating, sending shivers down the spines of the kids. His attire spoke volumes of his nature, a cold-blooded killer, a complete psychopath. His hands, rough and marked by experience, clenched into fists. The three kids gasped in fear as the man's face came into view. Hinano's eyes filled with genuine tears this time. They slowly backed away, losing sight of everything else around them. Ritsu was in a panic, sending messages to everyone she could think of for help. Karma scowled at the sight. He turned to Nagisa. Oh no, Nagisa. Look who Nagisa? Nagisa? Karma's eyes raced around the room, and he began to feel a sense of dread. His breathing quickened. Nagisa had been right next to him. Now that the man was here, a wave of despair washed over the 3E kids. What is happening? Terasika tried to say, but his voice faltered, leaving only a faint sound. They gasped for breath. This was not how things were supposed to go. They paled as they stared at the man, their eyes widening further as they witnessed the unfolding chaos. Ugh. Keanu sighed. This is so boring. The rest of Class 3E was waiting at the house for the others to return. A couple of the boys had gone to the game room to pass the time, while several others retreated to their rooms. I know, right? Nakamura said, scrolling through her phone. She was sitting on the couch next to Keanu and a few others. Sugaya said, coming down the stairs. Are they still not back? He asked, making his way to the kitchen to find something to eat. No. Yada said, looking concerned. I'm starting to worry. We can check the comms, right? Meg suggested, returning to the couch with a cup of water in her hands. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Keanu perked up. Hey guys. Kimura called, walking into the room with Mimura and Kanzaki. What are you all doing? Kanzaki asked, turning her head to look at them. Sure, Nakamura whispered, putting her finger to her lips. We're trying to hear what's happening with the other group. Oh. Mimura commented. Smart. The kids tapped on their ears and held their breaths, straining to listen. Keanu said, sweat beading on her forehead. Is Hinano crying? Meg asked, confused. I really hope you can forgive us for hurting your friend. Oh no, did karma hurt someone already? Yada asked, alarmed. Typical. Nakamura snorted. But I thought this was supposed to be a stealth mission? What are they doing getting caught? I just hope Nagisa's okay. Keanu said, looking downcast. Hey, shake it off. Kimura said, placing a hand on her shoulder. He'll be fine. Cheer up, Keanu. It looks like Hinano is handling it. Meg said with a slight laugh. All right. Keanu replied, looking a little better. We just got really scared of you guys. We didn't mean it. Oh, she's really into it, Mimura said, sweat trickling down his forehead. You can tell this isn't real. Who would they be scared of? Hey, at least they didn't get caught. If they did, I'm pretty sure they wouldn't be this calm, Yada added. Hey. Keanu frowned. Does anyone else hear that? She asked, glancing at the others. Whispering. Nakamura said, putting down her phone. But it's not Japanese. And they wouldn't be foolish enough to speak in English. Portuguese, Kanzaki said. Remember that game that Beach Sensei taught us? Oh yeah. Kimura laughed. You won that recognize the language game we played. It was so fun. Until Kora Sensei ruined it. He recalled the memory with a smile. Now. Oh. Sugaya said from the kitchen. They were doing something while Hinano distracted whoever was there. Okuda came down the stairs, grinning as. She put her hair back into her purple braids. What's up, guys? Listening to the other group, Sugaya replied, getting off the couch to stretch. Okuda gave them a puzzled look. The kids, despite being teens, weren't typically the type to eavesdrop, even though the comms were always online. But she guessed it was because they were worried. She tuned in, listening to what the group was doing. What the heck? Okuda's eyes widened. No! She exclaimed, covering her mouth. Those voices. Those are Nagisa's classmates. What? Keanu nearly jumped off the couch. They are going to ruin everything. Oh my god, every time I hear about them, I dislike them more and more, Nakamura groaned, rolling her eyes. We could just put a curse on them, Kirara said, making everyone in the living area flinch. Kirara, when did you get here? Kimura said, a little surprised. I just arrived, she replied nonchalantly. You scare me sometimes. Mimura said, looking pale. I'm going to get some food. Be right back. Kirara said, standing up to leave. Back to what I was saying. Okuda said, still a bit panicked. This is really bad. They could put Nagisa in danger. Don't worry. Meg said, trying to sound confident. Isegai will take care of it. I'm really sorry, but we are not fond of people coming onto our territory? Kenzaki said. Did Isegai just? What kind of ridiculous excuse is that? Nakamura exclaimed, throwing her hands up in frustration. Wow. Yada said, shifting in her seat. They seem to be doing fine. The other people seem to buy the story, Yada sighed. Okuda shook her head. They are unbelievably gullible sometimes. They better not mess this up. Keano said, squeezing her eyes shut. Nakamura laughed. You'd think hero students would be better at these things. I mean, they must be really confused. Mimura scratched his head. Hey guys. Sugino's voice rang through the room from the intercom. Do you know when the rest of us will be back? It's pretty late. You can check on them through the comms. Okajima's voice came through the intercom from his room. Oh, right. Anyway, me, Yoshida, and Muramatsu are in the game room if anyone wants to join us, Sugino responded. Kenzaki got up from the couch and pressed the button on the intercom. I'll take you up on that offer, she said with a smile. There was a brief silence in the house before Sugino responded. Deal. I'm tired of them winning anyway. Sugino's voice said, while in the background, groans and complaints from the other two boys could be heard. All right, Kenzaki said, addressing the group. I guess I'll head upstairs then. Bye, Kenzaki. Yada waved. Try not to worry about the others too much, Kenzaki sighed. They'll take care of it. In the meantime, you guys could study or something. She smiled. Take your mind off things. Meg's face relaxed and a warm smile formed. She's right. She turned to the group. Let's watch a movie. Or we could study. Sounds good to me. Nakamura said, still a bit unsure. Okay. Keano said, picking up her phone. Ritsu's still busy. She frowned. Man, I wish we could see what was happening. It's okay, like Kenzaki said, we shouldn't worry about it too much, Mimura said with a reassuring smile. Great, now I bet when you go back to school with Itona, Kimura pointed at Okuda, you'll get a bunch of questions. Okuda sighed. Yeah. But it's fine, we won't be there much longer. Oh wow, you guys are leaving Nagisa all alone? Sugaya asked. Oh no, the poor boy is going to go crazy. Nakamura laughed. Then I can finally get rid of that fake name. Kuda said, playing with her hair. I think it's cool, it's like a code name. Yada replied cheerfully. Yeah, except it's not really mine. Okuda frowned. She turned to Keano. Sorry, I'm kinda using your name. Going by Akari feels a little wrong. Keano giggled and shook her head. Don't worry about it. I was the one who suggested it anyway. She smiled. I feel a lot better going by Kid Keano anyway. Nakamura frowned. It's okay, if you ever wanted to go back, we would all understand. She rubbed Keano's back. It's fine really. Keano responded. I'd rather try to fix my mistakes. Akari Yukimura wasn't really the nicest person. I'd prefer to go by what you all know me as. I'm sure my sister would be fine with it. She felt her cheeks heat up and took a deep breath. Keano sniffed, stopping herself from feeling sad. She was strong. She wasn't going to dwell on trivial things. It's been years since her sister died. It's been a whole year since Kora-sensei passed away too. I brought food if anyone wants some, Kirara announced, her mouth forming a slight smile as she attempted to lift the sour mood in the living room. All right. Kimura said to his friends, who were all in the living room. The movie had just ended, and they all felt an uneasy sensation in their stomachs. It had been a while since they last checked on the group, and they were starting to worry. This isn't normal. Do you think something happened to them? Yoshida asked, raising an eyebrow. That it's getting really late. Okuda stammered. Nakamura picked up her phone. Ritsu? She asked, furrowing her brows. She's online. Just not answering, Meg frowned. This is scary. Sugaya sighed. Okajima sat upright. What if we just, he started, but was interrupted. Guys. Hello, a voice called out. Ritsu. Keano and Meg exclaimed, jumping up from the couch. Is everything okay? Yada asked, placing a hand on her chest. Yes. The plan worked perfectly. Ritsu said, beaming. The kids flopped back on the couch, letting out huge sighs of relief. Mamatsu touched his comms. Yo, Terasika. You guys found him? Of course. Terasika laughed heartily. The idiot was taking down guards like it was nothing. Keano laughed. That's Nagisa for you. We were so worried, Meg said, relieved. Why would you get kidnapped? Don't do that again. Nakamura scolded. I was going to put a curse on you. Kirara mumbled. Kirara. Itona sighed. We have to get going, Chiba said, and the kids could hear the smile in his voice. Can one of you bring the van? Hayami asked. Yeah, we'll be out soon. Ritsu will send the address, Isegai said. Yoshida looked at his friends. You guys want to go? Of course we want to go. Nakamura said. Let's go. Sugino said. Nagisa is not going to hear the end of it. He chuckled darkly. Come now, let's be nice. The guy was just kidnapped after all, Kenzaki chuckled. Go start the car, Yoshida said, turning to Muramatsu. Alright, but we should take 2 more, just in case. We are a lot of people after all, he replied. I can drive, Meg said. Me too, Sugaya offered. Then that's it. Let's go. Keano said. The kids got ready and left the house, geared up just to be cautious. Are these things on? Nakamura asked her comms, which were now connected to the people in the cars. Yep. Yada answered her. Someone remind me to fix these designs when we get back home. I think I can make them better fitted with the suits, Mimura mumbled. You got it, Okajima laughed. It's so late. Kenzaki said. Midnight missions, Kirara chuckled. Fun. Hey, you were the one who wanted a whole class mission. Here we are, Yoshida said from the driver's seat. We're almost there, Keano said to the main channel. You guys holding up okay? There was silence on the comms for a moment before someone spoke. Guys. Sugino asked. Ritsu. Keano asked, feeling a little worried. These. Okuda, these hero students are going to be the end of us. Ritsu responded, speaking quickly. Okuda sighed. Oh no, why does this always happen? They're running away. Nakamura said to the kids in the cars. Those hero kids are being too loud. Ah, I can hear that. Mimura said, sweat beading on his forehead. Wait, it sounds like they stopped running, Kimura pointed out. What? It sounds like Chiba shot someone, Yada smiled. How much longer? Okajima asked Meg, who was driving. It's not much. There's so much traffic for it being so late. Meg responded. Guys, we should start getting ready. Keano said confidently into the comms. Our car is geared up. Kenzaki said, reassuring them. Nakamura added, okay, the other group's comms have quieted down. When we pull up, we can just get out soon. Though the kids were having their own conversations in the car, they still kept an ear tuned into the commotion on the other side. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that every person in the cars froze and gasped. Some of them screamed. They heard the sound of a blast, and some of their ex-classmates on the other side yelped. What was that? Keano asked, panicked. Guys? Nakamura asked in alarm. Ritsu? Anyone? Sugino said, panicking. Step on it. We have to hurry. Yada screamed at Yoshida, who was driving. They're not answering, Sugaya said, his eyes wide. What the heck? Kirara said, sweat dripping down her face, but this time, in fear. The comms aren't picking up anything from the other side. Mimura said. It sounded like an explosion. We have to go soon, Meg said, grimacing. When the kids arrived at the scene, they froze for a moment, taking in the sight. The entrance of the warehouse was blown open, and debris was scattered across the floor. There were 2 black cars at the door, and if they looked closely, they could see figures running away in the distance. Hey, who are those people? Keano pointed to the fleeing figures. Villains. But I don't see Nagisa. I bet they're inside, Sugaya answered. Let's go inside, Meg said, pushing aside her unease. The kids felt a dreadful sensation stirring in their chests. Something was not right, and after they rushed inside the building, they realized they should have sent some of the others to follow the villains who were escaping. Diamin, Nakamura said, looking around. This building is big. No kidding. Yoshida said, analyzing the area. The last thing Ritsu sent us was the layout. The last place our friends were in was here. Meg pointed to a spot on her phone. The kids crept down the hallways, making sure not to get caught. I hear something. Mimura whispered, shushing his friends. Keano signaled for him to take the lead. The kids followed Mimura as they made their way down the hallways. When they turned the corner, they froze. What, how? The kids stammered, and Keano had to stop herself from collapsing to the floor. Smoke filled the hallways, and the group could see their friends on the ground. Many of them appeared to be helping each other, but none could move. They were all staring at one man. Taka. The mere sight of him made them freeze, their hearts racing. Their faces paled, and some covered their mouths in shock. He stood there with a menacing grin, looking even more intimidating than the last time they saw him. There was something different about him. His movements were precise, and his words were calm, devoid of the craziness they had previously witnessed. The group was too focused on their friends to notice Nagisa right next to Taka. When they finally did, gasps filled the air. If their eyes could widen any further, they might have burst. Taka was not only towering over their classmates, but he had a firm grip on Nagisa's hair, a gun pointed ominously at his head. Nagisa? Keano managed to squeak out, her voice barely above a whisper. The gravity of the situation hit them hard. Nagisa was being held at gunpoint, and most of their friends were injured. Oh, this is just perfect, Taka exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he laughed loudly. You fools. Well, I suppose you're just junior high kids after all. Typical. You did exactly what I wanted you to do. This was almost. He chuckled darkly. Too easy. The smoke cleared, revealing a chilling scene. Taka was holding Nagisa at gunpoint, with their classmates sprawled on the floor. Nagisa appeared dazed, a bruise visible on his forehead. Almost immediately, Group 2 stood up, despite some of them being injured and needing support. The rest of 3E instinctively moved closer to help their friends. The situation was dire. One wrong move could cost Nagisa his life. This is bad. This is really bad, Karma thought, assessing the situation. Takaaka's here. Alone? That shows how much he trusts his plan. The gun he has. It's military grade. He's not here to mess around. Even so. Karma shook his head, frustration boiling within him. The inability to act, to reach for their phones, or do anything made the 3E students furious and, more importantly, scared. I wouldn't move if I were you, Taka warned, shoving Nagisa. Who are you? Bakugo demanded, taking a fighting stance, with the other 1A students nodding in agreement. Todoroki and Jiro exchanged glances, trying to recall if they had seen Taka before during fights, lessons, anything. They came up empty and shook their heads in frustration. Taka, what are you doing? Meg exclaimed, grimacing. Was beating Nagisa twice not enough for you? Nakamura hissed, though fear gripped her. She hadn't witnessed their last fight, but she had heard from Aizawa and others that it had been brutal, and she remembered Nagisa missing school due to a serious injury. Rio. Yada frowned. She's right. Mahara added, raising his hands in frustration. What do you want from us now? Another fight. Despite his casual tone, he was terrified. Takaaka's presence was intimidating, making even the 3E students hesitate. Why do you keep picking on him? Karma shouted, trying to inch closer. Come on. I can give you a better fight. He smirked, but his desperation was clear. Nagisa hadn't slept in who knows how long, and it was evident he was shaken. Karma wanted to give Nagisa a break for once. Takaaka raised an eyebrow and laughed, clearly enjoying the kids' pleas, which only fueled their anger. Let him go! Terasika shouted, glaring at Takaaka. What's wrong with you? Just leave us alone. He was trying hard to avoid jumping into the situation, and his growth since middle school almost made Karma proud. Guys, be careful what you say, Aizawa whispered through the comms, urging the kids to think quickly. To an outsider, it looked like he was talking to himself. Karasuma-sensei and Irina-sensei are on their way, Ritsu informed everyone through the comms. Takaoka, Hayami stepped forward. What do you want with us? Yeah, what's your deal? Chiba added, playing along with Hayami's plan. The kids understood she was trying to distract him from hurting Nagisa while waiting for Karasuma and Irina to arrive. Simply put, Takaoka said, his calm demeanor unsettling. I want revenge. You brats destroyed my life, remember? Yeah, it's hard to forget. You traumatized us, Yoshida muttered under his breath. Revenge? For what? Uraraka cried out. You shut up, Takaoka hissed. You weren't supposed to be here. The 1A students grimaced at his harsh tone, while one of the 3E students nearly jumped at Takaoka's words. Takaoka began to walk forward, pushing the quiet Nagisa along with him. The 3E students noted Nagisa's silence, hoping it meant he was formulating a plan. Now, Takaoka said with a smile, I want you to feel the pain I experienced. What? Several of the kids replied. Do you know how hard it was? Takaoka's eyes narrowed. How humiliating it felt to be belittled in front of children. In front of my colleagues? Okajima looked ready to speak, but Yada whispered urgently, Karasuma. You all deserve to feel the hurt. How does it feel to be trapped in a mental ward for almost a year? Going crazy? He spat, his gaze darting between the 3E students. And don't think for a second I'm bluffing, he growled, stepping menacingly closer. I'm not losing this time. You'll pay for every laugh, every smirk. I'll make sure of it. The air crackled with tension as Takaoka's threat loomed heavily over them. The room fell silent as the kids stepped back in fear. The malice in Takaoka's voice was terrifying, even for those who had faced professional assassins. Taking Takaoka down as a random target would have been easy, but the history he shared with the kids complicated the situation. Even though Nagisa had proven their class's strength not once, but twice, this time felt different. The situation seemed orchestrated, like the island incident, but something was off. Takaoka wasn't acting purely out of rage, he seemed calculated. Observant students like Takebayashi, Fuwa, Okuda, and Meg could tell he had planned this meticulously. Takaoka, Nagisa finally spoke, breaking his silence. Don't hurt them. What? Sugino asked, panic rising in his voice. Don't hurt any of us. He turned to Nagisa, confusion and pain evident. Why are you only thinking about us? Nagisa? Meanwhile, Fuwa and Itona received a message from Ritsu, who held up a sign that read, Mr. K and Irina-sensei are almost here. Keep stalling. The two nodded and discreetly relayed the message to the rest of the group. Karma spoke up immediately. Takaoka? Right? Well, I think he was interrupted by Keano, who placed a hand on his shoulder and gestured toward Okuda. Why you're angry? Right. Okuda ventured, surprising both the 1A and 3E students. Why you lost your job? And Mr. Karasuma. You were jealous, right? Takaoka snapped his head toward Okuda, almost loosening his grip on Nagisa. What are you talking about? You don't know anything about me. Maihara stepped forward, almost as if to protect Okuda. Hey, is she right? Because if that's true, that's pretty. He quickly glanced at Okano, who shot him a glare that clearly said, don't say stupid stuff. That's pretty sad. A vein throbbed on Takaoka's forehead. You better watch your mouth, pretty boy. I'll make you regret it more than last time. Both Isegai and Karma reached for their weapons, pointing them at Takaoka. The sound of their guns being readied echoed ominously in the room. That's enough, Isegai said coldly, sending a chill down everyone's spines. You don't get to talk to my classmates like that. Yeah, I was thinking you were saying a bit too much, Karma added, glaring at him. Takaoka merely laughed at them. You brats think you scare me? He pretended to wipe away a tear. Don't forget who's standing in front of the guns. And besides, he chuckled again, I'm not afraid of your weapons. That octopus. He's finished. Bullets don't faze me. The kids could hear 5 confused voices from across the room exclaiming, What? Isegai and Karma felt beads of sweat trickle down their faces. Plus, Takaoka's laughter faded. If you even raise those guns at me, your friend dies. Speaking of him, he doesn't look too good. He feigned innocence. Everyone in the room turned to Nagisa, their eyes widening. It was then they noticed he looked like he might faint. What did you do? Keanu asked, horrified. Me. Takaoka replied with a grin. Nagisa. Okuda thought, her brow furrowing. He doesn't look well. He seems so tired. How much thought did he put into this plan? Nagisa? Nakamura said sternly. Oh my God. Okano gasped, covering her mouth. The bruise on his head. Oh that. Takaoka exclaimed, his face lighting up. He was moving around a bit too much. You know, when the explosion happened. I had to, stop him. Takebayashi squinted at Nagisa, frowning. So you hit him? You gave him a concussion? Oh, that's it, Terasika said in a low voice, struggling to contain his urge to rush in and tackle Takaoka or worse. Don't, Kirara warned. Takaoka's twisted smirk widened as he tightened his grip on Nagisa, the cold metal of his weapon sending shivers down everyone's spines. This is getting a little dull. How about we make things interesting? He grinned. While we wait for my colleague, who I'm sure has already been alerted along with his wife, let's have a little fight, shall we? He paused for effect. I'm going to enjoy this. Chapter end. Nagisa's head was spinning. Really fast. He thought that if he got any more dizzy, he would soon be seeing Koro-sensei and Mrs. Yukimura in heaven. When that bomb went off and the smoke obscured everyone's view, everything happened in a blur. Strong arms grabbed him, and he found himself unable to move. When he turned to see the man behind him, a chill ran through his body. His face paled and his heart sank. It was Takaoka, the man who had hurt two of his classmates on his very first day, the one who had challenged him, a middle schooler, to fight with a real knife. The man who had poisoned his classmates and attempted to harm them if it wasn't for some unlikely heroes. Takaoka had taught Nagisa what it meant to truly feel fear. And now, he was back, and the danger was palpable. Takaoka wasn't entirely focused, though, and Nagisa seized the opportunity. He quickly pivoted and attempted to put Takaoka in a hold. But all he managed to do was swing an arm around Takaoka's neck, which resulted in a sharp pain in the upper left side of his head. The moment whatever hit him made contact, Nagisa felt his knees nearly buckle. A deafening ringing filled his ears, and he fought to stay upright. He remembered one of Koro-sensei's lessons. He probably had a concussion. That wasn't good. What was he thinking? Takaoka had almost knocked him out without breaking a sweat. Takaoka leaned close, a smug grin on his face, and whispered something in Nagisa's ear that shifted the entire situation. The moment Takaoka spoke those words, Nagisa knew he had to stop him, no matter the cost. And oh, how he wished the ringing in his head would cease. Yet, Nagisa wasn't the type to dwell on his own troubles. He was terrified for his friends. He wished he had his communications device. His classmates were scattered and nowhere to be seen in the fog. He squinted, searching for any sign that someone was okay, a flash of red hair, shining glasses, or even a hint of someone speaking in another language. But he saw nothing. That was until the smoke began to clear. He felt a wave of relief wash over him when he saw that they appeared unharmed. Their gear had protected them. A faint smile crept onto his face as he watched his friends support each other, the remnants of Todoroki's ice wall making the room a bit colder. But that smile quickly faded when he noticed the horror on their faces as they took in his condition. Unlike them, he wasn't wearing his gear, so the bomb's impact had been greater on him. What truly concerned them was how he was being held up like a child by his hair. Nagisa winced as he felt the cold barrel aimed at his head. Oh, the gun is pointed right at me. How delightful, he thought, even his mind racing with dark humor. If he shoots, the bullet will hit me instantly. He closed his eyes and sighed. If it weren't for the adrenaline coursing through him, he might have fallen asleep. During his brief time being held captive, he hadn't gotten much rest. He tried to find a way out or understand where he was, but now wasn't the time to dwell on the past. Strangely enough, he wished he could go back to being kidnapped, as it would be better than looking so helpless in front of his friends, his family. He tried to piece together what was happening, thoughts swirling in his mind, and a small voice in the back asked, "What will you tell your classmates from 1A?" Nagisa shook his head, internally rolling his eyes. This would be so much easier if they weren't there. Taka wasn't struggling to hold Nagisa up, he wasn't that heavy. He was trying to see all the 3E kids, and Nagisa could tell Taka was disappointed about something. His ears still ringing, he strained to make out what they were saying. Nagisa remained quiet, his head still spinning. He couldn't fully hear his friends, but he could make out their voices. He closed his eyes again, tuning into the conversation. Taka was saying something. Hearing the last part of his speech, he blurted out without thinking, "Taka, don't hurt them." Nagisa snapped into focus. "Now's not the time to be tired. I have to protect them." Despite the ringing in his ears and the pain in his head, he looked directly at the scene, becoming more aware. He could hear his friends discussing him. He watched Aizawa and Karma point their guns at Taka, sighing as he realized they couldn't make a move. In the distance, he spotted Fuwa talking on her phone, presumably to Ritsu. A wave of relief washed over him when he realized they were likely informing Mr. Kerasuma and Professor Beach about the situation. Time passed, and Nagisa grew increasingly fatigued. However, he snapped back to reality when Taka tightened his grip and issued a challenge. He knows. He knows they told Mr. Kerasuma. I guess he really was paying attention. He grimaced, focusing on Taka's next words. "Let's have a little fight, shall we? I'm going to enjoy beating you this time." "Oh great." Nagisa was now fully awake, his eyes widening. Taka may have seemed calmer, but he must have been out of his mind. A fight? Again? Nagisa squeezed his eyes shut to calm himself, shuddering at the thought of facing the man. Sure, he had done it before and won, but this time was different. He wasn't at full strength. He could see every single one of Taka's teeth as he grinned widely, and he could hear his friends protesting in the background. "What the heck?" Mamatsu exclaimed, and Nagisa could picture the look of disbelief on his face. "Seriously?" Meg and Yada chimed in, while the others echoed similar sentiments. He glanced over at his friends from UA, noticing the confusion etched on their faces. Quickly, he mouthed a "sorry" to the heroes and assumed a fighting stance, prompting some of the 3E kids to scold him. Nagisa's voice trembled, but he managed to assertively say, "Come on, Taka. I'll fight you, but you have to promise me you won't hurt them." Taka Akira. Chapter 8. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the city, Akira found himself lost in thought. The weight of his responsibilities pressed heavily on his shoulders, but he pushed those feelings aside. He had friends to protect and a mission to complete. Just as steadfast ally stood beside him, ready for whatever challenges lay ahead. Their bond had grown stronger through countless trials, and Akira felt a sense of comfort knowing he wasn't alone in this fight. Meanwhile, Kirara, with her bright spirit, brought a lightness to their group. Her laughter echoed in the air, a reminder that even in dark times, joy could still be found. Akira couldn't help but smile at her antics, even as he felt the tension of their situation. As they prepared for their next move, a sense of urgency filled the air. The stakes were high, and they all understood the risks involved. The thought of what could happen weighed on Akira, but he steeled himself, determined to face whatever came their way. In the distance, shadows moved, hinting at the presence of their adversaries. Akira's heart raced, adrenaline coursing through him. He exchanged a glance with Justice, who nodded in silent agreement. They were ready to confront the challenges ahead. The ensuing confrontation was intense, filled with swift movements and strategic maneuvers. Akira felt the thrill of battle surge through him as he fought alongside his friends, each of them pushing their limits. The clash of wills was palpable, but they remained focused, knowing that their unity was their greatest strength. As the dust settled, Akira took a moment to catch his breath. They had faced danger, but they had also emerged stronger. The bonds they shared had deepened, and Akira felt a renewed sense of purpose. With the night sky stretching above them, they regrouped, ready to face whatever awaited them next. Akira knew that as long as they stood together, they could overcome any obstacle. The journey was far from over, but he was determined to see it through, for himself and for those he cared about. There was no way. There was no way that Taka challenged Nagisa to another battle. If Fua were in the right mood, she would complain about this being cliché, and the others wouldn't even disagree with her. She would have been right. What the heck? Terasika exclaimed, his voice low but filled with disbelief. Do you see the condition he's in? Sugino cried out. The odds were obviously against Nagisa, and Taka knew it. Karma clenched his fists. This wasn't going well. It was bad enough that the kids couldn't help Nagisa, but now they were going to have to watch him face Taka again. Or maybe they wouldn't. Hey, Taka! Karma called out, trying to keep his composure. We all know how much you love a good fight, right? He stepped closer. You want to beat poor Nagisa at full strength, right? That clever BSRD, Nakamura muttered under her breath, impressed with Karma. What kind of satisfaction would you get from beating a kid who's not at his full strength? Karma asked, smiling. Yeah. Nakamura chimed in, mirroring Karma's confidence. You wouldn't want to just crush him right here, would you? What did you say back on the island? Aizawa asked rhetorically. You said you wanted to. He looked down, unable to repeat Takaoka's words. Fua quickly glanced at Aizawa and then back at Takaoka. You said, and I quote, he has to feel it or I can't properly humiliate him. How else am I going to patch up my self-esteem? Isn't that right, Takaoka? She remembered that? Yada said, looking at Meg. She's always been observant. Meg replied. I'm not surprised. Takaoka mused. I suppose you're right. The three kids exchanged hopeful glances. This might actually be their chance to escape. There is one problem, though. He paused. I don't want to humiliate him. So you can let us go. Wait, what? Mimura asked, celebrating prematurely before Takaoka finished. His smile quickly faded into a scowl. I want all of you to feel pain. I want to hurt all of you. He looked down and smiled. And what better place to start than with someone you care about? He began to laugh maniacally. And to top it off, he's already hurt. And he's concussed. He bent down, laughing harder. Nagisa's eyes darted between Takaoka and his friends. This was starting to get serious. His heart ached in so many ways. The thought of his loved ones suffering was almost unbearable. When he closed his eyes, all he could think about was that time back on the island, staring into Takaoka's eyes filled with hatred and noticing the scars that resembled scratch marks. Nagisa realized those scars had faded and were less noticeable now. That thought frightened him, as he wondered what Takaoka had done to cope with the aftermath of their last fight. You're sick, Nagisa groaned. Why are you hurting them? I'm the one who humiliated you. He stammered, trying to buy time. You still don't get it, do you? Takaoka said, turning his head slightly. We have to do something, Keano said to the group, her eyes darting from Nagisa to her friends. He's not going to let us go, Maihara groaned. Guys, Fua urged. Pay attention to what he's saying. I think I figured something out. What is it? Harassed. We can't do this now. He'll get suspicious, Okano whispered. There's no way out of here except the path that goes behind Takaoka. The buildings are on lockdown, Sagaya said, turning his head. You still don't get it, do you? Takaoka said. How did you get out? You were supposed to be gone. Nagisa said, his voice wavering. I figured out that it wasn't just you I hate, Takaoka sneered. If it weren't for your stupid classmates, we wouldn't be in this situation right now. You would be dead on that rooftop. He paused, glaring at the group. If it weren't for you, he pointed at Terasika with a fierce look. He would have fought me like a real man. No dirty tricks. Dirty tricks? Kenzaki shouted. There were no dirty tricks involved. He was the better fighter. It's not his fault you weren't on guard. You shut up, Takaoka growled. You, he pointed to Kenzaki, then at the others. You should all be dead by now. He spat. I still can't comprehend how those fools double-crossed me. Wait, assassins? Mina cried out. What the heck? Jairu blurted. Takaoka's face broke into a twisted smile. So they don't know, huh? Itona's eyes widened. Don't you dare. Not yet, Takaoka laughed slowly. Takaoka's gaze snapped toward Karma and Hayami. You two are getting a little too close, he said, waving a weapon toward Nagisa's head. I wouldn't do that if I were you. He paused, studying Hayami. You were the girl. You were the one who took down Gastro. He scanned the room before looking at Chiba. No, it was you, wasn't it? The two mentioned kids scowled. Impressive, Takaoka said, calming down slightly. I didn't think two junior high kids could take down a professional without killing him. Yeah, well, we had a good teacher, Chiba replied through clenched teeth. Is that so? And where is that teacher now? Takaoka said, giving them a cocky grin. The whole room fell silent. The only sounds were Takaoka's laughter and the ragged breaths of the three kids. Guys? Uraraka asked, looking around. What happened? Shut up, Itona snapped at her, then inhaled sharply. Sorry about that, Uraraka. Uraraka gave him a confused look in return. Oh, and you two over there. He pointed to Okano and Yada, who were scaling the walls, trying to see if they could get on the ledge and attack Takaoka from behind. Don't try that. I will stop you without hesitation. Hey, Isegai called out, trying to sound authoritative. Move fast. Take advantage of the distraction. They are on their way. Oh, a new language. Takaoka said, taken aback. He scowled. Well, never mind that. Takaoka turned to Nagisa. Are you Ari? Before Takaoka could finish his sentence, a strange beeping sound filled the air. What is that? Itona said, his eyes widening. Isegai, hearing the beeping, was still confused. Itona, what are you? Everyone get down. Ugh, this is so boring. Irina sighed. Any word from the kids? The two of them were waiting in the ministry building, hanging out in Kerasuma's room. Irina was on her phone while Kerasuma worked on the computer. Kerasuma? Hello. She poked him. What? Kerasuma said, giving her a blank stare. Oh right. The kids. He frowned and began to pace around the room. Sue. Irina said, laying her head down on the other side of Kerasuma's desk. Do you think they're okay? I'm kind of worried about those brats. I don't know. Kerasuma frowned again. They haven't updated me, and this whole thing should have been an easy mission. I mean, isn't it just a warehouse? Ritsu found it, right? Irina said, messing with her hair. Yes. They should have actually finished the mission a couple of minutes ago. Or at least given me an update. He sighed and rubbed his head. Why did these kids always get into trouble? Oh, and what happened with the other group? The training one? Irina asked, picking her head up from the desk. Oh God, don't get me started. Kerasuma sighed. What did they do this time? They didn't hurt anyone, right? Irina asked, raising an eyebrow. Agent Mark was attacked. He said bluntly. The brown-haired guy? The one who's not very attractive? Irina asked innocently. Kerasuma sighed. Please don't call our colleagues unattractive. But yes, that one. So what happened? The kids were attacked too, she asked. Not really. He paused, collecting his thoughts. It was some villain with a quirk that could create doubles or something. I think I heard of a guy like that. Was he working with that toga girl? She replied, ping her head. Yeah. How did you know? He said, turning to face her. One of the kids. It was either Fua or Keano. They did research on that League of Villains, and she and some others were involved. Ah. Kerasuma nodded. Anyways, she infiltrated the building, and the kids had to take on her and the doubles. Kerasuma continued. Oh. Well, those brats better have one. Irina scoffed. Of course they did. I actually came back after they finished. Well, who had to go against the toga girl? Irina asked, turning her head to the side. Kerasuma said, trying to recall what the kids told him. Oh, I think it was Meg and Nakamura that did it. Oh, that sounds like a good matchup. I hope they had fun. Irina shrugged. Kerasuma gave her a weird look, which made her add, what? It's extra training. Only with these kids would you be so calm about hearing they were attacked by villains. Kerasuma sighed. Oh come on, they're basically professionals. Plus, I trust those brats enough. She teased, pulling out a nail file and starting to tend to her nails. They did handle it pretty well. I just wish they had called us sooner, Kerasuma said, staring out the window. Well, you should have called me. I could have helped you. Irina whined. There was nothing for you to help with. The villains were already subdued by the time I came back. Kerasuma retorted. Alright. Anyways. Where are they now? Irina said, laying back down. They went back to the house 10 minutes ago. Okay, not bad. But the others? Irina said, frowning. What do we do? We could go check on them. Kerasuma said, biting his lip in annoyance. Wow, you're asking me what to do? Irina smiled arrogantly. Never mind. Oh, come on. I think we should head over now, Kerasuma said, pinching the top of his nose in stress. Okay, but hold on, shouldn't we check up on Ritsu? Irina said, grabbing her stuff to leave. That's probably a good idea. You think? Irina rolled her eyes, making Kerasuma scowl. Before he could pull out his phone, he received a message from Ritsu. Irina's head turned towards the phone. Is everything okay? It's flashing red, that means it's urgent, right? Kerasuma's eyes widened as he read the message. SS. Come to the warehouse, we're in trouble. Taka is here. All of us are here. What the heck? Irina said, looking over Kerasuma's shoulder. He didn't even shake her off, as he would have done under normal circumstances. But this wasn't normal. He's back. Irina said, still trying to process everything. Oh no. Just be quiet. Let's go. Kerasuma said, grabbing his things and quickly making his way out of the room. Fine. But don't tell me what to do. Irina said, running close behind him. Just before the duo got into the car, Kerasuma paused and sternly looked at Irina. Stop. We need to do this properly. He had to slow down his racing heart. Otherwise, the plan wouldn't work. Are you serious? Irina said, raising her eyebrows. The kids are in the building with a guy who probably wants them all gone. We have to stay calm in situations like this. Kerasuma said quietly. I am calm. Irina protested. Just don't do anything reckless. Kerasuma looked away. You think I'm going to do anything reckless? Irina raised an eyebrow. You should be worried about Nagisa going too far again. Kerasuma paused at that. I think he knows better now. He sighed. Did Nagisa really know better? Let's go. Is this the building? Irina said, ping her head to the side. The two had finally arrived at the warehouse after a long ride in the car. Irina complained every time they stopped at a red light, and Kerasuma had to calm her down from almost crashing the car. They were quite unlucky. Almost every light they encountered was red. Yes. Kerasuma replied. Stay alert. Irina looked at him and nodded. I'll get Ritsu. Hey Ritsu? You there? She asked, looking around to ensure nobody else was nearby. Professor! Ritsu exclaimed excitedly. Yes. Okay, are we clear for the building? What's going on inside? It's kind of hard to tell. Ritsu said, her virtual face frowning. It seems like I don't have complete control over the whole building. Oh. Kerasuma said, raising an eyebrow. Why would that be? He looked at the building and frowned. I don't know. Something's wrong. This whole situation. Ritsu frowned. It's strange. We should go. Irina said determinedly. We don't have time to waste like this. Then hurry up. Kerasuma sighed. As the two of them entered the warehouse, Kerasuma couldn't shake the unsettling feeling in his chest. Even Irina sensed that something was off. Where are they? Irina whispered to her phone. The hallway on the left. You have to keep going. Ritsu replied. Okay. Kerasuma grunted and walked along the hallway with Irina, both of them moving stealthily, even breathing quietly. They took a few more steps through the abandoned hallways until they heard a faint beeping sound. Is this the place? Kerasuma asked, hearing commotion coming from the hall ahead of them. Yes, Ritsu nodded, her virtual avatar now brightening with excitement. Irina glanced at Kerasuma, and they both took deep breaths before entering. If I think the moment is right, Kerasuma said, pausing to gather his thoughts. I'll take the shot. The kids will be safe then. Irina looked at him with understanding, nodding in agreement. They both knew what needed to be done. They had to rescue the children from the dangerous individual. Just as they took another step, a beeping sound caught their attention, gradually growing louder and more urgent. I see them over there. I can see Itona, Meg, and I think some of the others. They really are all there, Irina murmured, turning to Kerasuma. What's Ro? She began, but stopped when the beeping intensified. Not good, Kerasuma said, glancing down to identify the source of the sound. It was a new piece of technology, one he recognized from somewhere. The moment their feet crossed an invisible line marked by a laser between two walls, something was triggered. Ritsu! Kerasuma exclaimed, panic rising in his voice. What was that? Before she could respond, a loud explosion erupted, sending them both tumbling backward. The explosion erupted with a deafening roar, shattering the silence that enveloped the warehouse. A brilliant flash of light illuminated the surroundings, casting sharp shadows against the old walls. The force of the blast sent shockwaves through the air, rattling boxes and crates in the other rooms. Chunks of concrete and metal flew through the air, propelled by the sheer force of the explosion. The acrid smell of smoke and burning debris filled the warehouse, stinging their nostrils and making it hard to breathe. The impact of the explosion knocked Kerasuma and Irina backward, sending them tumbling to the floor before they could react. They struggled to regain their footing as dust and debris fell around them, obscuring their vision and overwhelming their senses. For a moment, time seemed to freeze, the ringing in their ears drowning out all other sounds. Slowly, reality began to seep back in, revealing the devastation before them. The once sturdy walls of the warehouse lay in ruins, crumbled and fractured by the explosion. But even before checking on themselves, their first thought was for the children. They quickly regained their composure and looked around. Kerasuma placed his palm on the floor to push himself up when he noticed something cold beneath him. He looked over to find Irina, conscious but still on the ground. Kerasuma rose from the rubble and extended a hand to help Irina up. With a weak, thanks, they fought their way through the debris, calling out the names of the kids. Before they could even manage to shout a name, the maniacal laughter of Taka echoed through the hallway. Alarmed, they exchanged glances and rushed into the hallway where the others were. They froze at the sight before them. All the kids, his kids, and some unfamiliar faces, were there, trembling in fear. The floor was littered with shards of ice, and Taka was holding Nagisa, a twisted smile on his face. What is happening? Kerasuma exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. He hesitated to take another step. What? Irina murmured, trembling in a way she had never experienced before. She felt a fear deeper than when she had witnessed the loss of her parents, worse than when Lovro had sent her on her first mission. Taka was back, and this time he seemed determined to go to any lengths. Those were her students, but more importantly, they were children. She had trained them, and now one of them was in danger. They had endured enough, and she regretted allowing them to join the ministry. What is going on? She had anticipated something from Ritsu's SOS message, but this was beyond anything she could have imagined. Taka laughed maniacally. The whole gang is here. She grinned. Now that the stupid octopus is gone, there's nothing stopping me from taking care of business right now. He shoved Nagisa slightly while maintaining his grip, waving a weapon in front of his face. Kerasuma scowled. He had been responsible for training those kids to face threats and keep them safe, and now some were injured, and one was in immediate danger. What was that? One of the kids shouted, their voice barely recognizable amidst the ringing in everyone's ears. Simple. I should have known you would inform your teachers. So I set up a little. He paused for dramatic effect. Precaution. His smile twisted again. The 1A kids were bewildered. Nothing made sense. And was that man with black hair really holding a weapon? They had no idea what was happening until they spotted their temporary English teacher. Mrs. Irina? Mina squeaked. Irina shot her a glare that conveyed a clear message. Speak again and you'll regret it. The 1A kids tensed at her expression. The 1A kids exchanged worried glances. Even Bakugo wore a blank expression. He was at a loss for thoughts. Was this really the same Izuku Midoriya he had known since middle school? The realization sent a shiver down his spine and ignited a flicker of anger. Had Deku been holding back all this time? Did he think Bakugo was weak? That little brat hadn't told him about these people or who they were. And why were they all armed, wearing military-grade suits? The thought made his blood boil. Deku? Stronger than him and keeping it a secret? This was almost as infuriating as discovering that Deku had a quirk all along and hadn't shared it. The unfolding events made him question everything he thought he knew about his classmate. Not friend, because Bakugo would never admit that even in his thoughts. Jiraiya, however, was less surprised. But seeing Mrs. Irina here was definitely unexpected. She recalled the weapons she had seen in Midoriya's room and noticed how the other kids had weapons resembling them. This made Jiraiya wonder how he knew them. Then it hit her. That man, Taka? He had mentioned something about a class, and that cute girl with pigtails had said something about having a great teacher. Frustration bubbled within her. This didn't add up. She had tried to gather as much information as possible from observing the kids, but they barely spoke. And when they did, it was in another language. It was as if they could communicate without words. They looked so accustomed to this situation. It was unsettling. She thought she was ahead of them by learning a bit of Russian, but they had switched languages again. It was seriously creepy. And to think Midoriya knew them? The little, innocent kid from Class 1A? Impossible. Todoroki was fortunate that his hero training had honed his reflexes. At first, he had overheard the kids talking about a bomb, which had alarmed him. But he couldn't make sense of the conversation, so he remained silent. That was until he heard the beeping alongside Haruki. Something was definitely wrong. He remembered how he hadn't hesitated to create an ice wall to lessen the impact of the blast. When the shockwave hit, it shattered into tiny pieces. He was relieved to see that nobody appeared seriously hurt. He lifted his head to see the man, who seemed almost gleeful. Whoever this guy was, he radiated malevolence. The 1A kids looked at Midoriya, and a glimmer of hope sparked within them. He was activating one for all. An after effect of the explosion made the whole building tremble, and the remaining light illuminating the hall quickly faded. Just like the lights, the hope in everyone's hearts dimmed as well. Dust filled the hallway, causing everyone present to cough. They covered their faces with their elbows and closed their eyes to avoid inhaling the particles. "Are you kids all right?" A voice called from the back of the hall, and the students from Class 1A assumed it was the black-haired man who had entered with Mrs. Irina. "Yeah, we're fine," a girl replied, and Jiraiya recognized her as the one with short, wavy orange hair. "Where's Nagisa?" "Nagisa?" Mrs. Irina's voice sounded panicked. Who was Nagisa, and why did these people care about him so much? Why didn't they call out for Midoriya? So many questions raced through the heroes' minds, and it hurt to think about them. The boy with red hair, Karma, who had visited the dorms that day, stepped forward, fanning away the dust with his hands and covering his mouth with a cloth. Along with a few others, he pulled out his phone and began speaking into it in another language. The language barrier only added to the confusion for the Class 1A students, who felt like they were intruding on something they didn't understand. Suddenly, one of the other students shouted something, and with remarkable speed, they all dashed out of the hallway, heading in the same direction. The Class 1A students exchanged bewildered glances before realizing that both Midoriya and Taka were gone. The moment lasted for a good minute before everything took a turn for the worse. The room felt suffocating, weighed down by the despair that hung heavy in the air. Their friend, their classmate, their family member had been taken from them once again, leaving the members of Class 3E and their teachers frozen in shock. A whirlwind of emotions surged through them in mere seconds. Everything around them blurred into a haze of confusion and grief, the world spinning out of focus as tears threatened to spill from every eye. Hands trembled with a mix of fear and anger, fingers curling into fists as they struggled to contain the overwhelming feelings coursing through their veins. How could this happen? Why did it have to happen to them? What had Nagisa done to deserve this? Frantic whispers in a foreign language filled the room, voices quaking with disbelief as they tried to comprehend what had occurred. They wanted to scream, to lash out and hurt anyone and anything, but their voices were stifled. They knew better. They were assassins, trained to remain silent in tough situations, to stay calm when everything went wrong. When the Reaper had kidnapped them, when Irina had betrayed them, they had to keep their composure. But this was different. This was on a whole other level. One might wonder, what could be worse than being kidnapped with bombs strapped to their necks? But even then, they had each other. They had trained for situations where someone was missing. They were assassins. But they were also kids. Their eyes snapped to the spot where Nagisa and Taka had stood. They shuddered at the thought but quickly shook it off. Before they knew it, they were bottling up all these emotions, and as if it were a normal occurrence, they waited for each other. Soon, they were following Aisaga's commands and rushed out of the hallway. What just happened? Was the general thought of all the 1A kids. They stared at Midoriya's friends in shock. It hadn't even been 30 seconds before the smoke cleared, and they were already out of the room. Talk about reflexes. The kids moved like they had done this before, skillfully navigating over the obstacles, shouting out commands, and communicating with one another as if this were routine. It almost seemed superhuman. It took the 1A kids a couple of minutes to process what had happened, but the others? They froze for a split second, and the heroes could see the concern in their eyes. However, the black-haired boy only had to say one word, and they were out of the room. The heroes exchanged worried glances. What the heck? Bakugo managed to say. Is everyone all right? Mina asked, brushing off some dust. All good over here, Uraraka replied, helping Jiraiya. Yeah. Todoroki frowned. We have to follow them. Uraraka said, panic rising in her voice. We can't let that guy get away with Midoriya. I don't care what anyone says. We have to save him. I agree. We must find out what's going on, Todoroki nodded. Right? I have too many questions, Mina added quietly. And so, the 1A kids made their way through the debris, trying to find the others. Great, Bakugo said, walking down the hallway with the others. We don't know any of them. Darn it, we can't even tell what they're saying half the time. You're right. Uraraka said as she used her quirk to clear the next parts of debris. We only know Mrs. Irina, Haruki, Akari, and that Karma guy. This whole situation is messed up. It's been like this ever since Karma came to the dorms that day, Mina complained. We have to figure out what even happened. This whole thing is so confusing. Jiraiya mumbled. It's complicated, Todoroki nodded. That's for sure. He sighed. But we need an explanation. Oh, and by the way. Uraraka smiled. Thank you, Todoroki-kun. If you hadn't used your quirk, we would have been in serious trouble. It's no problem, Todoroki replied, continuing to walk. I guess you do have some good reflexes, Icy Hot, Bakugo said, avoiding eye contact. This was supposed to be the League of Villains, Mina realized. Oh yeah, isn't that why we came? We thought it was the League who kidnapped Midoriya, Uraraka added. Well, obviously that guy wasn't from the League, Bakugo scoffed. Bakugo! Todoroki sighed. But he's right. The guy didn't look like he had a quirk, at least not a physical one. So, can we rule out the League? Uraraka asked. But then why was Toga pretending to be Midoriya? Mina pointed out. This is so frustrating. Mina groaned again. Obviously, there are things about Midoriya that we don't know. Juru said, then sighed. But one thing I do know is that there's more to him than he tells us. And he's not as innocent as we think. Wait, what? That nerd? Bakugo asked. Have you not seen his demeanor tonight? The way he's been acting? It's like a whole new person, Juru said as if it were obvious. Of course I noticed. Bakugo said, almost shouting. The nerd is acting so. I don't know how to describe it. He slapped his forehead. The first time we saw him tonight, he talked about doing a crazy stunt like hopping on those ledges on the walls as if it were nothing. They kept calling him another name. Juru said under her breath, lost in thought. What was that? Uraraka asked, tilting her head. You're right. I can't remember what they called him, Mina agreed. Hey! Todoroki shouted, looking around a corner of the hallway. Over here! He whispered and signaled for the 1A kids to come over. By the time they arrived, they were panting. Running and talking wasn't the easiest thing to do, but having survived Aizawa's training, they felt capable of handling anything. They found themselves gathered in front of one of the largest rooms in the building. Wow. Is this like the security room or something? Mina marveled. Yeah. And look. Cameras. We could find Midoriya. Uraraka pointed. All right. Mina cheered. Something feels off about this room. Jiraiya thought, but shook it off to join the others. But I can't figure out what. The 1A kids looked at the cameras and tried to navigate the technology. What the heck is this? Bakugo said, looking at the wires sprawled on the floor. These ones aren't even plugged in. Uraraka frowned. Guys. Mina pointed to the time on one of the monitors. It's seriously 2 a.m. Really? Todoroki asked. Yeah, she's not lying. Jiraiya exclaimed. It doesn't matter. We should keep looking. Jiraiya, can you figure this out? Todoroki asked. Yeah, she said, moving toward the biggest screen. After a couple of minutes, they pulled up the security feed. Wow! Uraraka exclaimed. You can see the whole building. Where'd you learn to do this? Mina asked, tilting her head. Jiraiya looked around sheepishly. Video games with Kaminari, I guess. The girls stifled a laugh. Look. Bakugo pointed to the screen. They're the nerds' friends. Let's zoom in, Jiraiya suggested, her eyes fixed on the screen as she maneuvered the controls with practiced ease. With a couple of swift gestures, the image enlarged, focusing on a group of figures moving through the corridors of the building. Wait, this isn't all of them, Todoroki said flatly. What do you mean? Mina asked. There were more of them than this, and look, Jiraiya pointed to the screen. One of the adults is missing. Mrs. Irina is with this group of kids. Oh, I found them here. Uraraka exclaimed, pointing to another spot on the screen. So they split up, Bakugo said quietly. Looks like it, Jiraiya agreed. But we haven't been able to find Midoriya anywhere in here. Mina pointed out. How is that even possible? We can see the whole building. Uraraka exclaimed. Unless. Todoroki said, trailing off. They're not in the building anymore, Jiraiya finished. Stop here, Aizawa said, turning to face his former classmates and teachers. How far could that guy take him? Terasika said, breathing heavily. Come on, we can't stop, Keano urged. No, Aizawa's right, Karma said. I think he has a plan. Well, come on, class rep, Nakamura said, and the others all turned to face him. We should split up, Aizawa suggested, putting his fist into his palm. I agree, Meg said, looking at the group. We can cover more ground. We traveled pretty fast. They can't be far, Itona said, lost in thought. Well, I mean, all that free-running training wasn't for nothing, Okano grinned. Looks like you kids know what to do then, right? Kerasuma said, a little proud of his students. Hell yes we do. Yoshida and Muramatsu replied. Then let's split up, Irina said. All right, boys and girls? Or the original groups? Maihara asked. Hayami considered. We could do boys and girls. Sounds good. Ritsu, can you tell us where to start? Aizawa asked confidently. The kids turned to Aizawa's phone, waiting for her response. A minute passed and nothing. Ritsu? Hara asked nervously. Yoo-hoo. Fua called to her phone, furrowing her brows. Kerasuma clenched his fists and narrowed his eyes. I knew something was wrong. This problem is worse than I thought. Where'd she go? Hinano asked. Mr. Kerasuma. Yada said, looking at him. What happened? Tadayami, answer them. Irina urged. What's going on? Kerasuma turned to face them. Sugino, give me your phone, he said sternly. Okay. Sugino replied, handing it over without hesitation. The 3E kids exchanged worried glances. Just as I thought, Kerasuma sighed. Somebody on the inside is messing with Ritsu. There's a what? The kids shouted, almost in unison. Hold on, Kerasuma, please elaborate, Irina said, trying to keep her composure. Yeah, Mr. K. What are you talking about? Maihara asked. Even Beach-sensei is confused. Kimura pointed out. Kerasuma sighed. Ritsu's been acting off, right? Fuwa practically jumped up. That's right. What? Nakamura and the other kids looked at her in confusion. In room 48 she was having delayed reactions and felt something was off. Fuwa explained. How would you know? You weren't even in room 48. Takebayashi retorted. What are they talking about? Mimura turned to Hara. Hell if I know. Hara said, sweat trickling down his forehead. Guys, focus. Irina sighed. And you're right, she did mention something about not being in complete control of the building. Wait, what? Then how did she tell us where to go? Terasika asked, still confused. She must have had some control of the building, Itona said. But what went wrong? Well, from the start she was saying something was off, right? Okano said. Yeah, the whole situation's been fuzzy since the beginning, Sagaya replied. But it wasn't really that bad. I mean, she did help us. When I saw Sugino's phone, I knew it, Kerasuma explained. What? Sugino and a few others chorused. There's a file on all of our phones, the one that holds Ritsu, Kerasuma continued. Right? So did you see the file gone or something? Hona asked, confused. Me and Itona didn't see anything weird when we last checked it, Mimura grumbled. There's a little pop-up you see when it's being accessed from the ministry building, Kerasuma said. Oh no, Keano said. So there's someone on the inside controlling her? Or limiting her, Kerasuma nodded. So it's like they were manipulating what she could see, which means they knew what information we were getting? Irina's eyes widened. Exactly, Kerasuma confirmed. Mr. K. Mimura said. We're sorry for not noticing. Itona and Mimura bowed, feeling a little guilty. Those two were the tech people of the group, and they felt foolish for not catching something wrong. Don't worry about it, kids, Irina said. What matters now is what we do. This feels like a trap, Kerasuma mumbled. This was too elaborate. Well, Mr. K, I thought we already established that, Karma shrugged. Wait, what? Okuda asked, raising an eyebrow. Yeah, before our group went in, we discussed the chances of this being a trap. And we were fine with it, Chiba said. But we didn't think it would be this bad, Hayami added. Guys, wait a minute. We knew the captors would expect us, and now we know that the person was Takaoka, but we didn't expect there to be an inside guy. Takebayashi paused. I think we did, but we didn't process how dangerous that was. Hayami pointed it out, I think, Chiba said. Yeah, she did, Fuwa confirmed. Well, we sure were wrong about there being no cameras on this floor, Okano sighed dejectedly. Do you guys get it now? Kerasuma asked. Yeah, the kids responded. Well, the guy put way too much thought into this. I mean lasers? Seriously? Irina complained. So that's how they did it, Itona said, recalling the earlier incident. Well, we did get bombed twice, so. Nakamura tried to joke, but it fell flat. She received a few nervous laughs from the others but quickly regained her composure. We should split up now. We need to find him. All right. Terasika cracked his knuckles. Let's take him down for real. Normally, I would tell you no, but not this time, Isegai laughed. Irina, you take the girls and I'll take the boys, Kerasuma said. Everyone, keep your comms on. Irina nodded at him, and the group split up. After a couple of minutes of searching, both groups were just about ready to give up. They met in another hallway. This is no use. Where could they have gone? Terasika said, brimming with frustration. There's still one place we haven't checked, Karma said. Where? We've searched practically everywhere, Hinano replied. Outside, Isegai concluded. No. He wouldn't, Mahara said, his jaw clenching. Maihara? You okay? Nakamura asked, looking at him with concern. Mr. Kerasuma, Maihara turned to his former teacher. There's a roof, right? He looked to Kerasuma, then faced his friends. It's the same as last time, Karma said, realizing what was happening. There's an open roof, like the one in Okinawa. That shocked the group. If things were bad, it just got worse. Ugh, Yoshida and Irina muttered under their breath. What are we waiting for? Let's go, Keanu said. Right. Meg and Isegai replied in unison. The group exchanged knowing glances and changed direction. Look. Mina pointed to the scree. They're moving. They must have found something. Jiru, can you use your quirk? Anything to help us hear what they're talking about. Uraraka raised an eyebrow, deep in thought. I can try, she replied, plugging her earphone jacks into the floor. She closed her eyes, listening intently. Wait, but she wouldn't be able to understand what they're saying. Mina whispered to Todoroki. We just have to hope they're speaking Japanese, Todoroki said quietly. After a few moments, Jiru flashed the kids a small smile. It's in English. I can understand. The kids exchanged hopeful glances and smiled at each other. I think I got it, Jiru said, taking a deep breath. At first, I heard them talking about a girl. No, wait. A computer program? It was a girl's name, something like Ritsu. I couldn't make out, Jiru started, but was interrupted by Uraraka. Wait a minute, I think I've heard that name before, Uraraka mumbled. That's right, Todoroki spoke up. I've heard Midoriya mention that name to his phone. So can we assume it's some sort of AI? I think so, Jiru nodded. They were talking about someone controlling it from the inside. I don't understand what that means. But then they stopped talking, and it seems they realize the man who has Midoriya is outside. A curse escaped Bakugo's lips. Those terrible people couldn't have at least let us help? He growled. We don't have time for this. We have to catch up to them now, Mina urged, then made her way out of the room, her friends following closely behind. The urgency in the air was palpable as Mina led the way down the dimly lit hallway, her friends right on her heels. The flickering lights cast eerie shadows on the walls, heightening the tension. Akari Yukimura would never forget the feeling of helplessness. The moment she found her sister lifeless on the ground, she felt it. Then, when she picked up that syringe, she knew nothing would ever be the same again. At first, the surge of power coursing through her veins was exhilarating, but as the tentacles of her choices began to plague her mind, she felt it again. That crushing sense of dread, where the weight of her decisions and the regrets of her actions trapped her in a cycle of despair. It was like being caught in a snare with no way out, knowing that all her attempts to escape would be futile. Now, she stood on a rooftop, and just like before, she felt it. Watching Takaoka and Nagisa face off, Takaoka's imposing figure towering over Nagisa's smaller build, she struggled to describe her emotions. She turned to her classmates and teacher, nearly missing Sugino's reassuring hand on her shoulder, a gesture they often used to calm one another, a silent promise that everything would be all right. But Keanu knew better, and she sensed her classmates felt the same unease. Unlike last time, nothing was stopping them from rushing in and confronting Takaoka. They wouldn't even feel remorse about it, but no. We have to be careful, she recalled Kerasuma saying. We don't know what he has planned. You saw how he caught me and Irina. So here they were, almost like a twisted reunion, Keanu thought bitterly. She had no doubt about Nagisa's abilities. He was one of the most talented in the class. So why was this feeling creeping back? She noticed the subtle signs: Nagisa's slightly closed-off stance and Takaoka's posture radiating arrogance. Her thoughts were interrupted when Takaoka turned to address them. I wouldn't move if I were you, he said, grinning. And let's make this more interesting. No quirks allowed. Keanu wouldn't admit it, but she had forgotten Nagisa had a quirk. She recalled him mentioning how he had been given it, and honestly, she could only remember him using it a couple of times. The kids knew Takaoka was quirkless, like most of them, but one thing caught her off guard. How did he? Before she could voice her thoughts, Isegai spoke up. How did you know he has a quirk? Keanu turned to him, silently grateful for his courage. She glanced back at Nagisa, who looked nothing like the boy she knew. How did you know he's Nagisa? Keanu blurted out, realization hitting her hard. She noticed some classmates gasping in shock. Well, I don't really have to answer that, but it'll make things interesting, so why not? Takaoka replied with a grin. I saw him during the sports festival. I was surprised to see him on the screens, but anyone who sees him on the streets would recognize his quirk. Keano recalled the day of the sports festival, watching it with the others in the movie room at the house. She remembered Nakamura and Fuwa daring him not to use any close combat skills, encouraging him to be dramatic with his quirk to maintain his innocent UA student image. As for how I knew, it was obvious, Taka said, his eyes darkening. I would recognize that cursed smile anywhere. He spat the words with disdain. Keano noticed her classmates' clenched fists, most of them struggling to contain their anger. Let's begin. I hope you know better than to interrupt, Taka said, turning to face Nagisa, who looked like he might collapse at any moment. I should have brought popcorn, he laughed, getting into a fighting stance. Nagisa mirrored him, summoning whatever adrenaline he had left. Keano felt a pang of sympathy. He probably hadn't slept in days, and she remembered Hayami mentioning how he had to take down some guards. She winced for him, knowing how exhausted he must be. The cool breeze contrasted sharply with the tension in the air. The moon hung overhead, casting a soft light on the scene. The rooftop was littered with debris, a dangerous arena for the impending confrontation. The warehouse was isolated, hopefully keeping civilians away from the chaos about to unfold. Her friends watched with anxious expressions, all ready to step in if things escalated. Without hesitation, Taka charged forward, his heavy footsteps echoing. He threw a powerful punch aimed at Nagisa's head. Thankfully, Nagisa's reflexes were sharp. He ducked just in time, his movements controlled but hesitant. The wind picked up, adding a dramatic flair to the moment. Taka's aggression was palpable as he swung again, unleashing a flurry of rapid punches, trying to corner Nagisa. Each punch was filled with intent, but Nagisa sidestepped and maneuvered with surprising agility, using the uneven rooftop to his advantage. As Taka closed in, his movements grew erratic. He attempted a high kick aimed at Nagisa's head. Nagisa leapt back, narrowly avoiding the blow, landing near the edge of the rooftop where the ground dropped sharply below. The dizzying height made every move feel perilous, and his fatigue was becoming evident, slowing him down. Taka aimed a powerful kick at Nagisa's midsection. Nagisa tried to block, but the impact sent him stumbling back, nearly toppling over the edge. He caught himself just in time, his heart racing from the close call. Keano heard her classmates gasp at the sound of the impact. The two continued their fierce exchange, each attacking and defending with determination. They were evenly matched, engrossed in the fight, and none of them noticed the hero students arriving to watch. Keano glanced at them quickly before turning her focus back to the battle. When she looked away and back again, the distance between Nagisa and Taka had widened. Come on, Taka, this isn't a fair fight, she heard Karma exclaim, his voice lacking its usual playful tone. She heard some of the hero students gasp in fear when Taka skillfully dodged one of Nagisa's attacks. Taka, not slowing down, launched a series of rapid jabs and crosses. Nagisa blocked as many as he could, but the sheer force and speed of Taka's assault, combined with his fatigue, began to wear him down. A sharp punch landed on Nagisa's ribs, causing him to wince. As Taka continued his relentless barrage, he managed to land a solid kick to Nagisa's side, sending him crashing into a stack of rusted metal sheets. The rough edges of the debris grazed Nagisa as he fell. He grimaced but quickly rolled away from the precarious pile, narrowly avoiding a follow-up. At one point, Nagisa hit the floor, and Keano froze. There it was again, she could feel it. That same sensation, the one that had her looking around only to see darkness, as if the world had gone silent, leaving her alone in an empty space. Her breath quickened, and her hands trembled. The painful realization struck her then. Nagisa could die here. Mina leaned closer, her curiosity piqued. Wow, it really is them. Nice job, Bakugo. Todoroki nodded, his fingers tapping lightly on the console. Yeah, looks like it is. Bakugo's gaze narrowed on the screen, his expression unreadable. They're up to something. The tension in the room heightened as they watched the E-class running through the halls. Do we even know if they're still in the area? Todoroki asked, his usually calm demeanor replaced by a worried frown. Not exactly, Jiraiya admitted, but if they're moving Midoriya, they won't risk taking him far. It seems like they want those kids to suffer. Then we need to think strategically, Yurikaka said, her voice cool and steady. We should split up and cover more ground. Jiraiya, use your quirk to keep tabs on any suspicious activity around the area. Got it, Jiraiya nodded, extending her earlobes to the walls, listening intently for any clues. I'm pretty sure everyone's headed to the rooftop. She frowned, taking her earphone jacks off. They're back to speaking in Russian. She groaned. All right, then it seems like we're heading to the rooftop, Todoroki said. Looks like we don't need to split up. Bakugo, try to be stealthier. Fine, Bakugo grumbled, his frustration evident, but he didn't argue further. The group of heroes moved quickly through the building, familiar with the layout. Uraraka and Bakugo worked hard to clear away the remaining debris, and the others followed. After a couple of minutes, they finally reached the door to the rooftop. It was oddly constructed, and they could almost see a helicopter pad through the small slit in the door. This is it. Drew, are they here yet? Todoroki asked, glancing at Jiraiya. Yeah, it seems so, she replied, her brow furrowed in concentration. I can hear some commotion. Mina peeked through the small crack in the door. What do you see? Uraraka asked, leaning in to try and get a closer look. I see everyone. Midoriya's here, Mina replied, turning back to the group. He looks like he's about to confront that man. If you were to ask a 3E student about death, they wouldn't bat an eye, but for Nagisa Shiota, death was something he couldn't ignore, something he couldn't avoid. He and his friends played with danger every day. Being an assassin is not easy work, Kerasuma-sensei would say, and boy, was that true. His first real fight against a human was with Taka. Now, he stood on yet another rooftop, facing the man who had taught him what real fear felt like. But one thing was different. Nagisa Shiota was not scared. He wasn't the same boy from the Okinawa trip, nor the boy who had no blood on his hands. No, this was the Nagisa Shiota, pro-assassin, future hero, and most of all, Koro-sensei's student. He had faced countless opponents, most of them older and bigger. But if he learned one thing from middle school, it's that age and size don't define your opponent. This time, he was going to end it. Taka would not be allowed to mess with his classmates, his family, anymore. This fight wasn't just about winning. It was about proving that he was stronger, that he had changed. No longer was he Nagisa Shiota, the scared little boy on the rooftop. What kind of scenario is this? Maihara exclaimed one day while reading a new chapter in Koro-sensei's Rules to Live By. It was the weekend at the house, and the kids were scattered around, with a few of them in the living room. Fua and Meg had just returned with food from outside, and the kids decided to sit down and read a chapter from Koro-sensei's book. What kind of imagination did he have? Nakamura chuckled, lounging on the couch. You're being held hostage, and the choice is you or 30 civilians. One of you has to die, the book read, prompting scoffs from the group. Me, of course, Nagisa said, while Karma chimed in with, the civilians. The two exchanged bewildered looks. Why would you sacrifice yourself? Karma asked, turning to Nagisa. Aren't you supposed to be a hero or something? First of all, he's not becoming a pro-hero. Yoshida rolled his eyes and Itona laughed. I mean, it's 30 people. That's a lot. Nagisa defended, glancing at his friends. Wouldn't you all feel the same? The room fell silent for a moment, each child contemplating their response. Well, you're the hero here, right? Maihara asked. Yeah. Okano said, furrowing her brows. So would you choose yourself, the hero who could save more people, or 30 civilians who are just ordinary? Karma pointed out. You're not just thinking about numbers, Nagisa replied, his voice steady. It's about the value of each life. Every life matters, and I don't know if I could live with myself if I chose to sacrifice 30 people. But think about it, Karma said, leaning forward with a serious expression. If you save the civilians, there's a chance you could still help more people in the future. If you die, you're just gone. That's a good point, Okuda said, looking up from her food. So, if it were you, Karma, would you choose the civilians? Yada asked, her voice curious. Well, in a twisted way, yeah, Karma admitted, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. If I can save more lives in the long run, it's a sacrifice I'd consider. But it's not like I'm going to be happy about it. I have to agree with Karma here. If we can save more people in the future, wouldn't it be better? Meg said, shifting in her seat. Sounds like a tough choice, Okano said, her tone reflective. But isn't there always a chance for a different outcome? Maybe we shouldn't just accept the scenario as it is. True, Nagisa nodded, looking thoughtful. Knowing all we've gone through, we would probably find another way. So, you're saying you'd look for an alternative solution? Aizawa asked, raising an eyebrow. Absolutely, Nagisa said, nodding firmly. There always is. Okay, but let's say there really is no alternative, Maihara said, leaning forward with a serious expression. Wouldn't you want to be the one who made a difference, even if it meant sacrificing yourself? That's a heavy thought, Keano said softly. I mean, I get where Nagisa is coming from. Saving 30 people is a huge deal. But it's also about who you are, Nakamura added. If you're a hero, you're supposed to put others first. It's part of the job. But we're not heroes, Itona said bluntly. We're assassins. Yeah. Nagisa agreed. It depends on the situation, I guess. So, if you had to make the choice, what would you do? Okano asked, her eyes meeting Nagisa's. Honestly, Nagisa said, his voice contemplative. I want to save as many good people as I can, he said, looking down at his hands. Nagisa Shiota was not going to give up. His knees had just buckled after taking a hit from Takaoka, and the look in Takaoka's eyes made it clear he wasn't going to stop until Nagisa was down for good. Through his ringing ears, he heard one of his classmates scream his name, and if things couldn't get any worse, he was sure that Kayano's quirk was going to run out soon. He was in quite the predicament. He stood back up, ignoring the dizziness swirling in his head. He bit his tongue to distract from the pain, tasting the metallic tang of blood. Nagisa waved off his friends, signaling that he was fine, not wanting them to risk getting hurt for him. Breathing heavily, Nagisa struggled to regain his footing. He felt the stinging pain from multiple impacts, but his resolve remained unshaken. Takaoka, noticing Nagisa's condition, momentarily hesitated. You never give up, do you? And I must say, you've improved, Takaoka said, wiping sweat from his forehead. He growled and attempted a sweeping low kick. Nagisa leapt over it, landing gracefully on the other side. He moved in with a series of rapid, precise strikes. His hits were textbook perfect, and he felt a sense of pride in showcasing the new moves he'd been practicing during training. At this point, Nagisa had completely forgotten about his quirk. Everything around him, his classmates, teachers, and Takaoka, faded into the background. As he fought Takaoka, he felt himself growing stronger. His reflexes sharpened, and suddenly he remembered something Takaoka had said before the fight. Don't you dare even try getting your friends involved, Takaoka whispered, leaning in too close for comfort. I still have plans for them. Nagisa grimaced at the reminder while dodging a left hook from his opponent. As the fight progressed, adrenaline coursed through him, making him faster. He quickly delivered a kick to Takaoka's midsection, causing him to stagger back and pull out a familiar red remote from his pocket. All right, Takaoka said, his breath heavy. He coughed, and a few drops of blood escaped his lips. Let's make a deal. Before Nagisa could react, Takaoka leaped forward, flashing the remote in his face. I planned this for a long time. Surrender now, and your friends won't be harmed. He smirked, and Nagisa felt a surge of anger rising within him. Nagisa's eyes locked onto Takaoka's, his mind racing with the weight of the choice he was being forced to make. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself as he thought of his friends' faces, each one filled with fear and concern. He knew his friends couldn't hear what Takaoka was offering. If they did, they would be against it. They wouldn't let this happen. His chest felt heavy. This was just like last time. How could he be so foolish? How could he fall for the same trap? He really would have saved those 30 people, wouldn't he? Nagisa's mind raced as the words echoed in his head. He really would have saved those 30 people, wouldn't he? The thought of surrendering lingered strongly in the back of his mind, but his body screamed to fight back. Taka stood there, grinning smugly, his hand gripping the remote tightly. You think you can intimidate me with that? Nagisa spat, narrowing his blue eyes as he stared Taka down. You've underestimated us before. And you're doing it again. Takaoka's grin faltered for just a moment. This isn't the classroom anymore, Nagisa. There's no teacher to save you. Nagisa tightened his stance, recalling Koro-sensei's lessons not just in combat, but in strategy, control, and never giving up hope. If you're not thinking at least 3 moves ahead, you've already lost. I know. Nagisa's voice was calm now, calculating. He glanced around the rooftop, noting every detail: the distance to his friends, potential escape routes, and Takaoka's positioning. His eyes locked onto the device strapped to Takaoka's wrist, just above the hand holding the remote. It was likely rigged to prevent him from dropping the detonator, but it wasn't impossible to disarm. He exhaled slowly. There had to be a way out of this. Koro-sensei always said there was. Nagisa stood frozen, staring at the remote in Takaoka's hand. His heart pounded in his chest as his mind whirled, searching for a way out, a solution that would save his friends. But no matter how he tried to think of a plan, the same grim reality pressed down on him. If he didn't act now, his friends would be in danger. Takaoka sneered, his thumb hovering over the button. What's it gonna be, Shiota? Few of them. I'd hate to see this all end with such a bang, but then again, maybe it's the only way to teach you a lesson. Nagisa's throat tightened as he looked at his friends Kayano, Karma, Okuda, each of them watching in horror, too far away to intervene. Their eyes pleaded with him, silently begging him to find a way out. But time was running out. He had to make the choice. His heart ached as he reached his decision. Fine, Nagisa said, his voice steady yet quiet. He stepped forward, surrendering himself. I'll do it. I'll trade myself for them. He ignored the loud cries of protest coming from behind him. Takaoka's eyes gleamed with twisted satisfaction. Oh, now that's the Nagisa I remember. Always so noble, always willing to play the martyr. Just let them go, Nagisa continued, his gaze fixed on Takaoka, unwilling to look at his friends. He didn't want to see the pain in their faces or hear their protests. I'm the one you want. You don't need them. Nagisa, no, one of the girls shouted from a distance, her voice filled with anguish. Nagisa's head spun so much that he couldn't even make out who was speaking. Yeah, don't do it. Kayano added, tears already in her eyes. We can fight him together. But Nagisa remained silent. He knew that if he hesitated, if he let himself be swayed, none of them would make it out alive. He took another step forward, staring Takaoka down. It's me or nothing. Takaoka chuckled darkly. Such a hero. All right then, Shiota, I'll take you up on that offer. Say goodbye to your little friends. Before anyone could react, Nagisa lunged forward, closing the gap between himself and Takaoka. He knew it was his only chance. He had to act quickly to stop Takaoka before he could press the button. But even as he moved, he sensed it wouldn't be enough. Takaoka's hand was faster. The room was thick with tension as the group of 1A students stood frozen behind the rooftop door. Is he really going to fight? Bakugo growled, gripping the door handle, ready to charge in. That nerd always gets himself into these situations. Wait! Todoroki hissed, holding him back. We need to think before we act. Rushing in could make things worse. We don't know the full extent of what's happening, Uraraka agreed, her voice tight with concern. Let's not forget how strategic Midoriya is. He might have a plan. But what kind of plan could involve him fighting someone like that? Mina whispered, peeking through the crack again, her heart racing as she watched the scene unfold. On the rooftop, they could see Midoriya standing face to face with the imposing figure of Takaoka. The tension between them was palpable, like a storm waiting to break. Midoriya's stance was calm and focused, yet determined. The 1A students couldn't hear everything, but it was clear that words were being exchanged. What's happening now? Mina asked, cracking her knuckles nervously. They're talking, Jaya replied, her earphone jacks connected to the door, trying to listen in further. But I can barely make out what they're saying. From her view, Midoriya wasn't backing down, even though Taka towered over him with a menacing presence. The man's smug expression and tense posture made it clear he believed he had the upper hand. The other 3E students were scattered across the rooftop, trying to stay composed, but they too appeared helpless, frozen by the weight of what was about to happen. "What should we do?" Uraraka asked, her voice wavering as her eyes darted to the others. "There's no time to wait around. We go in," Bakugo began, but then stopped himself, realizing the situation might call for more than just brute force. He clenched his fists tightly, frustration boiling under his skin. Before anyone could respond, a sudden shift occurred on the rooftop. Midoriya moved. The 1A kids watched in shock as he lunged at Taka with lightning-fast reflexes, his body a blur of motion. But just as quickly, Taka countered, his hands snapping forward with brutal precision faster than Midoriya, faster than anyone had expected. The fighting began so quickly that the kids could hardly comprehend what was happening. They watched in awe as Midoriya fought, but snapped out of it when they saw Taka land a significant hit on him. "Let's move," Todoroki urged, his tone calm but determined. They couldn't waste another second. Whatever was happening on the other side, they needed to step in now. Bakugo didn't wait. "Out of the way," he shouted, blasting the door off its hinges with a well-placed explosion, sending it flying open. The 1A students barreled through, their eyes locking onto the scene in front of them. The 1A kids froze when they saw Taka reach for a button, and being the heroes they were, they reacted immediately. Todoroki shouted, slamming his foot down and raising a massive sheet of ice between Taka, Midoriya, and the rest of the 3E students. The explosion that followed was fierce, a deafening boom that shook the rooftop. The force of it sent shockwaves through the air, almost throwing everyone off balance. "Get behind me!" Bakugo barked, launching a series of controlled explosions to shield the kids from the blast while creating a buffer. "This guy's seriously nuts." His blasts collided with the pressure waves, forcing them back and reducing the damage. The attacks caused a huge smoke wall, obscuring visibility. "Protect them!" Uraraka screamed as she activated her quirk, sending debris and shattered pieces of the roof flying into the air, weightless and harmless as they floated above the heads of the 3E students. In a blur of motion, Bakugo blasted forward, using his explosions to shield the others. "Don't just stand there," he growled as he threw himself between the students of 3E and the rapidly escalating fight. Hearing Bakugo's voice, the 3E students quickly snapped out of their trance. The 1A kids had burst onto the scene so fast that it caught most of them off guard. They closed the distance, and the whole rooftop transformed into a battlefield in a matter of seconds. Following Isagai's orders, they regained their composure and began assisting the heroes. While Taka was distracted by the unexpected arrival of the heroes, Kerasuma swiftly moved in, aiming a powerful blow at Taka's side. His fists moved quickly, determination in his eyes, catching Taka off guard. Irina, in a flash of motion, was right behind him, her movements precise and calculated as she aimed a sharp strike at Taka's exposed neck. Taka, caught in the chaos of the intervention, barely had time to react. His eyes widened in shock as Kerasuma's hit landed, sending him stumbling backward. Irina's strike followed immediately, her knife grazing his neck as he twisted away, narrowly avoiding a serious injury. Her knife glimmered ominously as she towered above the startled man. "Be sturdy!" Taka snarled, his voice thick with anger as he staggered, clutching his side where Kerasuma had struck him. "You're done," Kerasuma said coldly, his stance unwavering as he moved into position to cut off Taka's escape. "You've caused enough damage." Now cornered by Kerasuma, Irina, and the entire 3E class waiting for him to make a move, Taka knew his situation was growing desperate. His eyes darted around, searching for an escape. But it was too late. Kerasuma lunged again, this time with full force, his elbow slamming into Taka's chest, knocking the wind out of him. Taka gasped, doubling over, and in that moment, Irina moved in, her knife grazing his throat as she whispered, "You're not getting out of this. Nobody messes with my kids but me." Takaoka's eyes widened in shock, a trickle of blood escaping from the cut. He stumbled back, clutching his neck, but the damage was done. He was cornered with no way out. "Stand down," Kerasuma ordered, his voice firm and commanding. Takaoka, gasping for breath and reeling from the blows, glanced around at the heroes, assassins, and students surrounding him. His manic grin slowly faded, replaced with a scowl of bitter defeat. He had no choice. But just as it seemed like Takaoka would submit, a sudden thwack echoed through the air. Everyone turned to see Itona, looking quite pleased with himself, swinging a short pole he'd found lying around on the rooftop. Takaoka's large body hit the floor with a thud, and the kids looked at him in shock. "Itona! Did he just?" Okano exclaimed, looking at Nakamura. The latter, however, would have been on the floor laughing if it weren't for the traumatic experience that had just occurred. "Itona!" Aizawa sighed, looking at him sympathetically. Before he could say anything else, he was interrupted by Terasika. "Finally! If he hadn't done it, I would have taken care of him myself." Itona stood over Takaoka's unconscious form, looking proud yet confused. I just found it," he said, scratching the back of his head sheepishly. Yoshida and Toromatsu gave him a friendly slap on the back, snickering quietly. Nagisa was sitting on the floor, propping himself up with his arms, breathing heavily. As the attention shifted away from Itona, the group turned to Nagisa. Bakugo practically stormed toward Nagisa angrily and stopped right in front of him. The boy stood up, facing him with a sheepish expression on his face. "Hey catch," he started to say but was cut off. "What were you thinking?" Bakugo yelled at him, his hands still smoking from the explosion he had just absorbed. "Are you trying to get yourself hurt?" Midoriya instinctively raised his hands in defense. Mina's eyes softened at the sight of Midoriya's nervous face. She looked at him with concern. "Midoriya? You have so much to—" She was interrupted by a slap, causing Midoriya to hunch over, holding the back of his head. Behind him, Mina and Bakugo could see a very angry Karma and a green-haired girl standing behind him, both wearing furious expressions. When they looked further, they noticed that all of three appeared ready to confront him. Instantly, everyone began talking at once. Some were yelling angrily at Karma and the girl, while others directed their words at Midoriya. Todoroki and Jiraiya stood in the back, exchanging worried glances. "Should we stop them?" Todoroki asked. "Not at all," Jiraiya replied. "There are so many questions and not enough explanations." She nervously played with her ear jacks. Suddenly, two girls approached the group. "You too," a girl with black hair and striking eyelashes said. "You guys saved us back there?" She raised an eyebrow. The other girl, with short brown hair in a high ponytail, nudged her. "Kirara, you can't say it like that," she exclaimed. "Sorry." Kirara apologized, her gaze fixed intently on their faces as if she were studying them. "I just wanted to thank you." "It's no problem at all." Jiraiya laughed, scratching the back of her head. "No, it really is. I'm sure my classmates will thank you as soon as they're done scolding Midoriya." The brunette smiled warmly. "My name is Yada, by the way." Todoroki raised an eyebrow at the look Kirara shot Yada. With a sigh, Todoroki led the way back to the main group, where he spotted Midoriya being scolded by his friends? Former classmates? He wasn't sure. He glanced over to see Uraraka and Mina holding Bakugo back, who looked ready to explode with frustration. He exchanged a knowing look with Jiraiya, and they both headed toward their friends. Meanwhile, Sugaya and Okuda exchanged glances as they observed the scene. "I can't believe this happened again," Sugaya muttered, eyeing Takaoka on the floor and the three kids yelling at Nagisa. Okuda frowned. "I don't know how to feel. Did we fall for it again? This is just overwhelming." She turned to Sugino and Aizawa, who were watching the chaos unfold with mixed expressions, Aizawa having to hold Sugino back from confronting Nagisa again. "You guys okay?" Aizawa ran a hand through his hair and sighed. "This is just like last time," he said quietly. "I could have done something." "No," Sugino and Okuda said in unison. They shared a worried glance, and Sugino continued, There's no way we could have predicted that. Not even Ritsu. I still don't understand this whole situation. He muttered the last part softly. Yeah, like where those heroes came from. They're Nagisa's classmates, right? Sugaya asked. Aizawa nodded, looking down at his hands. They seem to be handling things well, but we all need to have a serious meeting at the house later. Yeah, tell me about it, Sugino sighed. And it's getting really late too. Only half of us are even in our gear. Okuda, what do we do about the other kids? Okuda shrugged. I don't know. She glanced back at Nagisa, who was sheepishly apologizing to his classmates. I can tell they have a lot of questions, she chuckled. But who wouldn't? They're standing off to the side now. We could try to slip away. Aizawa chuckled. Yeah, that's not happening. Did you see the blonde kid? He gestured toward Bakugo. His name. Bakugo or something, right? Something like that, Sugaya replied with a shrug. We should get back to the others. The group nodded in agreement and headed back to the main assembly. Hey, Todoroki said, observing the chaos unfolding before him. What's going on? Mina, still struggling to hold back Bakugo, who looked ready to explode, sighed heavily. Oh, just the usual Midoriya nonsense, she replied, her voice strained from the effort. Except now all these people are mad at him too. Bakugo, fists clenched, growled, What was that? That nerd is always getting himself into trouble. He's lucky we didn't blow up with that stunt. Midoriya, rubbing the back of his head where Karma and Keano had playfully hit him, laughed nervously. I didn't mean for it to get this out of hand. Karma stepped forward, narrowing his eyes. Oh really? You think throwing yourself headfirst into danger without thinking counts as not getting out of hand? He poked Midoriya's chest. We didn't survive Taka just to see you put yourself in danger for us again, a boy with dark blue hair said. The green-haired girl from earlier crossed her arms, glaring at Midoriya. You seriously need to think before you act. We all promised to look out for each other, remember? Uraraka, who had joined the group, gave a worried look. Guys, maybe we should calm down a little? Todoroki opened his mouth to speak but paused. Taka? Was that the guy over there? He gestured toward the unconscious man on the floor. Midoriya and the other kids exchanged glances that left the 1A students feeling uneasy. What exactly were they hiding? Uraraka stepped forward, sighing again as she made her way through the Deku-kun, I'm tired of this hiding. What's going on, she started, but was interrupted by a larger guy who resembled the Taka person on the floor. Echoi, he shouted, raising his voice and grabbing Midoriya by his collar. What were you thinking back there? Mina's eyes widened as she rushed over to Midoriya. Hey, let him go, she exclaimed, her friends rallying behind her, Bakugo especially fuming. She glanced around and noticed the expressions on the other kids' faces, suggesting they were accustomed to this, and she slowly backed away. You stay out of this. I don't know your name, the angry boy snapped. But I don't care. Back to you. He turned his attention back to Midoriya, who was smiling sheepishly. Boys, please calm down, a girl with a high ponytail and bangs interjected. You're better than this. Whatever. The angry boy rolled his eyes and released Midoriya. Terasika stormed back to his group, and Aizawa sighed, addressing the 3E students. Oh, we are definitely talking about this back at the house, he said, his voice carrying a hint of seriousness. And about you guys. Aizawa continued, looking at the 1A students. He sighed again, glancing at Meg for assistance. She had just scolded Terasika and Nagisa, and she furrowed her brows, mouthing an I don't know to him. We should get back to the house, Keano suggested, seamlessly switching languages. Yeah, well, we have to do something about these kids, Chiba replied, concern etched on his face. We could just, Karma started, but was interrupted by Yoshida. Dude, we are not taking down hero students. Guys, be careful, Hayami muttered under her breath. We don't know what they can understand from us. Just talk normally. Whatever. We're leaving this to Karma, Mahara said, crossing his arms. Dude. No way, Mormatsu protested, but Itona cut in. Shut up. Let him talk. He has a plan. Todoroki, still observing from the sidelines, exchanged a glance with Jiraiya. They're hiding something significant, he murmured. This isn't just some random encounter. Jiraiya nodded, her ear jacks twitching as she picked up the hushed conversation among the 3E students. Yeah, and whatever it is, it sounds dangerous. Karma leaned against the wall, arms crossed, a smirk on his face that hinted at his confidence. You know, he began, breaking the tense atmosphere, I've got a different idea. Why don't we not go back to the house? The Class 1A students, still on edge, exchanged wary glances. Uraraka's frown deepened, and Bakugo's fists crackled with residual energy. Todoroki raised an eyebrow but remained silent, watching the scene unfold. Why not just explain what's going on? Bakugo growled, narrowing his eyes at Karma. You think we're just going to trust you when you're clearly hiding something? Karma shrugged, seemingly unfazed by Bakugo's hostility. Look, it's better for everyone if you don't know too much. You guys are hero students, right? You deal with villains and bad guys, but this is a different game. His voice dropped slightly. Nagisa placed a hand on Karma's shoulder as a warning. Mina stepped forward, visibly frustrated. But why? Why can't you just tell us what's really happening? We've been dragged into this mess, and we don't even know who you are. Her voice was firm, but a hint of desperation crept in, as if she were tired of being kept in the dark. Karma regarded her thoughtfully, his expression softening just a bit. Look, Mina, right? It's not that we don't appreciate you guys showing up. It probably saved us a lot of trouble. But this is our problem, and your involvement only complicates things. The more people who know, the worse it gets. That's not an answer. Uraraka stepped up beside Midoriya, her face lined with concern. We've been kept in the dark from the start. Or you, what's going on with that guy, Taka? And why are we even here? She gestured toward the unconscious Taka. The rest of Class 1A murmured in agreement, casting suspicious glances at Class 3E, who seemed unfazed by the accusations. Somewhere in the distance, Chiba and Hayami sighed. Just leave it to Karma to make them mad, Hayami remarked. Hey, he's doing better than any of us could. Chiba muttered back. Karma's smirk faded, replaced by a more serious demeanor. You wouldn't understand even if we told you. This isn't your world, it's ours. You guys are heroes in training and we're, well, something else. That's not good enough. Bakugo exploded, his hands sparking with energy. You think we're just going to let you handle this shady business on your own? After all this, you're just going to brush us off. Mina, standing behind Bakugo, nodded in agreement. Yeah, this whole time we've been thrown into the middle of this mess, and you're not even telling us why? We can't just leave like this. Karma chuckled softly. In fact, you should. He glanced back at his classmates. Let us deal with Taka. You go back to your school, give them a good excuse, something about a training mishap or a villain attack, I don't know. Just make sure it sounds believable, alright? It's getting late. Sneak back into the dorms or something, eh? Uraraka clenched her fists, visibly struggling to stay calm. You expect us to just go back after everything we just saw? She yelled, her voice uncharacteristically wild. Ever since that villain attack, we don't even know who you are anymore. She pointed to Midoriya, her face pained. Midoriya softened his gaze. This wasn't supposed to happen. Look. He sighed and paused, looking down. This is a big mess. And it's my fault. It's all my fault. He shot a glance at the dark-haired boy who was about to interrupt. You just have to trust us. I'll explain everything tomorrow at the dorms. Yeah, Karma said smugly. What's wrong? Can't trust us? Just look at us, we wouldn't hurt a fly. He ruffled Terasika's hair, prompting Yada to pull Terasika away from confronting Karma. Jiraiya crossed her arms, glaring at Karma. This sounds like a whole lot of trust us for people we don't even know. And we saw a couple of you hold our class at gunpoint. How do we know you won't just make things worse? Itona and Okuda looked sheepish. Karma's grin returned, but this time, there was a sharper edge to it. We're not asking you to trust us, Jiraiya. We're telling you that it's in everyone's best interest if you let us handle this. The more you know, the more complicated it gets. Todoroki, who had been quiet until now, spoke up. What are you hiding? There's something more going on here, and I can't figure it out. Bakugo took a step forward, his voice dangerously low. You better not be messing with us, you red-haired beefy. Alright, enough. Meg said, stepping in between the two boys. Being just an inch shorter than Bakugo, she was intimidating enough. Stop fighting, we're getting nowhere. And we need to get off this rooftop. I second that. Keano exclaimed, stepping over some debris. There's so much going on. Jiru said, furrowing her eyebrows. And are those kids, what are they doing? She asked, looking over at a boy with yellow hair and another with a buzz cut waving a phone in the air. Kirara sighed. Don't worry, Abu. Ugh, what the heck? She stopped mid-sentence, noticing what the boys were doing. She walked over and playfully tapped them on the head, while Jiru just looked away. Hey! Kerasuma's voice came from a distance as he emerged with Irina by his side. What's going on here? We were trying to figure out what to do with them. Aizawa answered, looking at the two. It was comical how he spoke for the whole class, just like old times. They know too much, sir. Meg said, hanging her head. And we're not getting rid of them. Yoshida reminded, earning a playful slap on the head from Nakamura. We know, we can't just go around getting rid of hero kids. Irina's eye twitched, and she sighed, putting her face in her hands. What was she going to do about this whole mess? Please watch what you're saying. Mrs. Irina's here too. See, another reason why we can't leave. Everyone's just connected. What are you even doing here? Mina exclaimed, gesturing to Irina. Stupid kids. Irina grumbled. It's complicated. She answered, taking a deep breath, trying to go back to teacher mode. Why are they even here? Kerasuma asked Karma, sighing. The half and half found some information. Karma said, crossing his arms. Wrong place, wrong time. Sugino added. His dad is Endeavor. Kerasuma nodded, understanding more. 3E, listen up, I called my colleagues and they're coming to deal with Takaoka. What's going to happen to him? Kenzaki asked. Probably a serious consequence. Attempted murder and actual crimes. Okano grumbled. Hopefully a serious consequence. Takebayashi added. No, that's too graphic, the story isn't rated mature. He mumbled. The kids ignored his statement, and Nagisa spoke up. Guys, I'm sore. Shut up, Nagisa. A bunch of the 3E kids said. It's not your fault. Akano said, putting a hand on his shoulder. Hey, focus. Irina reminded. You all are going to go back to the house, we'll have to deal with the kids. And what's going to happen to them? Kuda asked, concerned. I'm going to tell them this is ministry business. Scare them a little by saying they could get in trouble for talking. Kerasuma answered. Itona scoffed. Yeah, like that would work. Our teacher already saw what happened back at the dorms. Today, Ami, the kids are very nosy and pretentious. Irina said, frowning. Don't worry, I'll handle it. He replied, turning to the kids. You all head home. As the 3E kids continued talking among themselves, the 1A students' frustration was bubbling to the surface. They exchanged confused and increasingly irritated glances. Todoroki's eyes narrowed as he watched the 3E students completely ignore them, while Bakugo was practically vibrating with rage. What are they even saying? Bakugo snapped, his fists crackling with energy. I'm done with these people whispering like we're not standing right here. Uraraka crossed her arms, frowning. This is ridiculous. We've been here for how long now? And they haven't explained anything to us. They keep talking like we're not even a part of this. Jiraiya added, clearly annoyed. What's the point of keeping us in the dark? Bakugo stepped forward, his temper flaring. Hey, I don't care what language you're speaking, stop acting like we're not here, or I swear I'll blow this whole rooftop apart. At that, Karma turned his head slightly and gave Bakugo a smug smirk. He said something to the 3E group, causing a few of them to chuckle, but he didn't respond to Bakugo directly. Bakugo's eyes widened, the energy in his hands intensifying. Did that red-haired jerk just laugh at me? Todoroki stepped forward, trying to keep the situation under control, but even his patience was wearing thin. You all need to stop speaking in another language and explain what's going on, he said firmly, his voice as cold as ice. If you want our help, we need to understand what's happening. Right. Uraraka agreed, taking a step toward the group. We've been helping you this whole time, and you've told us nothing. If you're in trouble, we deserve to know what we're dealing with. Sorry, but we don't need your help. A girl with yellow hair scoffed. Trust me. She turned back to her group. Keano, noticing the growing tension, glanced at the 1A students and sighed. They're getting angry, she muttered, her brows furrowed. This is going to get ugly if we don't figure something out. Irina, face-palming at the whole mess, muttered under her breath, These kids, I swear. Before turning to Kerasuma. Do we even tell them what's going on? Kerasuma glanced over at Class 1A, all of whom were clearly on edge. He sighed heavily. We might not have a choice. They're not leaving without answers. They're not going to like the answers, though, Terasika muttered, crossing his arms. The back and forth in a language the 1A students didn't understand was only adding fuel to the fire. I've had it. Bakugo shouted, stepping forward aggressively. You think you can just ignore us? Stop talking in whatever strange language that is and start answering us in Japanese, or I'll make you. Sugino winced. I think we're losing them. Karma, still calm, raised a hand and turned toward Bakugo, speaking in a slow, almost condescending tone. Relax, explosion boy, he said, flashing a smug grin. We're not ignoring you. Just busy. Bakugo's eyes twitched, his fists clenched tightly. Busy, huh? Busy doing what? Irina groaned, stepping in between the groups. All right, before we have an all-out brawl on this rooftop, let's explain something. Todoroki crossed his arms. It's about time. Irina glared at both groups. Fine. The short version is this is classified. You all stumbled into something way bigger than you realize, and now you're part of a problem we didn't want you to be involved in. That's not an explanation, Todoroki said sharply. All right, you all head back to the house and we'll go back to the ministry building, Kerasuma sighed. Their group had moved out and was now standing in the parking lot. DMN. The whole building was destroyed, Yoshida exclaimed, looking worried. Ritsu popped up on Yada's screen and smiled. You guys are back. That whole thing was so strange, she said, concerned. Understatement of the year, hey Ami deadpanned. Did you figure out all the tech stuff? Itona asked, taking the phone from Yada. Yes, actually. Takaoka had someone on the inside from the ministry building, she said grimly, and the others shuddered. Well, wasn't that the League of Villains or something? Maihar asked. Keano snorted. You mean the League of Villains? She shuddered, remembering the attack from earlier. So what happened? Irina asked. Ritsu's holographic image flickered for a moment before she continued. It seems like Takaoka had been planning this for a while. He managed to plant someone on the inside to give him access to sensitive information about us, our training, and, well, about Koro-sensei. The mention of their late teacher's name sent a ripple of silence through the group. Everyone stiffened slightly, even those who thought they had made peace with the past. Kerasuma frowned, his hands clenched tightly at his sides. And no one at the ministry caught this? No suspicion of a mole or any unusual activity? Ritsu shook her head. Not until now. I had to hack into their system myself to find the connections. Whoever helped Takaoka knew how to cover their tracks almost too well. But I found a pattern, and I've sent the data to you. What about the attack from the League of Villains? Nakamura piped up. You know, when they had that guy impersonate Agent Mark. Do you think this has something to do with them? Itona's grip on the phone tightened as he stared at the screen. So this whole thing was a setup? The attack on the ministry, everything? It has to be, Keano muttered. But why would they help him? Revenge. Sugino shook his head, his expression tense. It can't just be about revenge. Mr. K, you have way too many haters. Okajima chuckled despite the tense situation. But it could also be him working with the League of Villains. How would we even know? That whole attack back at the Ministry was off after we took those villains down, nothing happened. Karma crossed his arms, dismissing the other possible culprits. The League of Villains isn't organized enough to pull something like this off, not with that level of infiltration. This feels more personal. Taka reaching out to someone who already hated the Ministry or had their own agenda. Mahara groaned, running a hand through his hair. Great, so we've got a traitor in the Ministry helping a dangerous individual. That's comforting. Hayami's expression darkened, her sharp eyes flicking to Kerasuma. So what do we do? Taka might be out of the picture now, but if he had an ally on the inside, that's not the end of it. What if they keep coming after us? Kerasuma's face was set in a grim frown. We'll deal with Taka first. Turning him in should buy us some time. But Ritsu's right, the mole is our biggest problem. They're still out there, and they know more about us than we're comfortable with. The group fell silent for a moment, processing the weight of what they had just heard. We need to figure out who it is, Okuda said, her voice steady but tense. Before they make another move. Irina, who had been quietly listening, sighed. This mole could be anyone. We can't trust anyone at the Ministry until we know for sure who's behind this. But that can't. Nagisa started, but closed his mouth and sighed. I just find it so hard to believe that someone's been hiding for so long. We're all close with everyone at the Ministry. I mean, yeah, we have our own building just for us. Terasika exclaimed. I'm going to find whoever's messing with us. He clenched his fists. Kerasuma nodded. I'll look into it myself once I turn Taka in. In the meantime, you all need to stay alert. This isn't over. Ritsu's voice chimed in again, her tone urgent. I've already started cross-referencing Ministry personnel with suspicious activity, but it'll take time. I'll send any updates I get immediately. Okano placed a hand on Nagisa's shoulder, her voice serious. We're not the same class we were back then, but this feels different. Different or not, we'll handle it, Kerasuma said firmly. For now, focus on getting back to the house. Stay off the radar, don't make yourselves a target. Yeah, because staying off the radar has always been our strong suit, Nakamura muttered sarcastically, earning a few tense chuckles from the group. Hey, at least Takaoka's finally out of the picture, Maihara tried, forcing a smile. For now, anyway. Small victories, I guess, Keano added, though her smile was more grim than hopeful. As the group began to disperse, heading toward their vehicles, Ritsu's voice followed them. I'll keep working on tracking the mole. Stay safe, everyone. After everyone finally got back to the house, exhaustion hit like a wave. The moment they crossed the threshold, most of the Class 3E students practically collapsed onto their beds, shoes barely kicked off, still in their battle-worn clothes. The long day of confrontations, explosions, and close calls had drained them all. But, of course, peace never lasted long in Class 3. Get up, guys. Showers. Now, Aisagai's authoritative voice echoed through the halls. He was met with muffled groans, but his glare through the open doors was enough to get a few of them moving. Seriously, do you want to sleep covered in dust? Meg added, hands on her hips as she stood beside Aizawa. I'm not asking. I'm telling. Move. Despite the groans and grumbles, one by one, the kids dragged themselves toward the showers, some nearly falling asleep standing up under the warm water. After rinsing off the grime from the day, they shuffled back to their rooms in a half-conscious daze. Most of them didn't even bother with goodnight wishes. As soon as they hit their pillows, sleep enveloped them. However, the peace didn't last long. BZZZT. BZZZT. Phones lit up across the house, vibrating on nightstands, pillows, and even the floor. One by one, drowsy eyes flickered open, and groggy hands reached for their phones to check what was happening. A message in their group chat from Kerasuma caught their attention. Class 3, 3:15 a.m. Kerasuma. By the way, you all have school tomorrow. For a split second, there was a stunned, eerie silence. It was as if the collective mind of 3E couldn't process the message. Then, all at once, the house erupted. You've got to be kidding me. Nakamura's exasperated shout rang from one end of the hallway. Are you serious right now? Maiharu's groan followed closely behind. School? After all of this? Sugino whined, his voice thick with disbelief. That man is a demon, Keano mumbled, covering her head with her pillow in hopes of escaping reality. In another room, Karma chuckled to himself, barely lifting his head from the bed. Honestly, I respect the cruelty. Shut up, Karma. Terasaka's voice boomed from somewhere on the second floor. His shout was probably heard halfway down the street. Chiba, as usual, remained calm, though even he let out a tired sigh. I guess I should have expected this. Okano leaned against her doorframe, groaning. There's no way we're surviving tomorrow. Kenzaki, already resigned, just shook her head. It's not like we haven't gone to school after worse. Yeah, but we didn't almost get blown up by villains pretending to be ministry agents before. Takebayashi called out from his room, running a hand through his hair. He could have waited until morning to tell us this, Meg muttered, glaring at her phone as if it had personally offended her. Nagisa, still half asleep, squinted at his phone, trying to make sense of the chaos around him. He did that on purpose, didn't he? Definitely. Sagaya's voice chimed in. That's Kerasuma for you. The groaning and complaints continued to echo through the house, with Terasaka still ranting loudly about the unfairness of life. As the noise filled the house, Okano, still wrapped up in her blanket, lazily grabbed her phone and sent a message to Ritsu, not expecting much. Okano, Ritsu. Can't you do anything about this? A few seconds passed. Then, suddenly, the intercom in the house crackled to life, startling everyone as Ritsu's bright, cheerful voice echoed through every room. Good evening, Class 3. I've noticed that many of you seem particularly exhausted after today's eventful outing. Gee, you think? Terasaka grumbled, still fuming from his room. Ritsu continued, unfazed. Given your extreme fatigue, I've spoken with Karasuma-sensei, and he's agreed to let you all arrive at school 1 hour later tomorrow. That should give you enough time to get some much-needed rest. For a moment, there was stunned silence. Wait, for real? Nakamura's voice echoed from one end of the hall. Did she just say an hour late? Sugino asked, barely able to believe his ears. Hinano, who had been mid-rant, suddenly fell silent before letting out an enormous whoop of relief. Finally, some mercy. Ritsu, you're the best. A wave of cheers and laughter spread through the house. Ritsu, you're a lifesaver. Hara called, smiling sleepily. You've officially replaced Karma as my favorite. Nakamura added, earning a sarcastic, hey, from Karma, who was sprawled on his bed, half laughing at the chaos. Ritsu's holographic face flickered on the intercom screens, smiling warmly. Get some rest, everyone. You deserve it. Through the chaos, there was also a sense of something familiar, a return to their usual dynamic. No matter what happened, this was still Class 3E, and nothing ever went smoothly for them. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the windows of the house, quieter than usual. Everyone was exhausted from the previous night, and they all got up early and groggily for breakfast. Nagisa was the last to stumble into the kitchen, his hair tousled and his eyes still heavy with sleep. Morning, everyone, he mumbled, dragging his feet over to the table. Look who decided to join us, Nakamura teased, plopping a generous helping of scrambled eggs onto his plate. You know, the world doesn't revolve around your beauty sleep. Very funny, Nagisa retorted, rubbing his eyes. I was just thinking about, everything that happened. Yeah, well, maybe you should think about your breakfast first, Okuda chimed in, appearing at the counter with a stack of plates. I don't even know when the last time you ate was. I still can't believe we have to go back to UA today, Itona grumbled, his voice tinged with frustration. Oh yeah, I forgot you're still going there, Chiba said, casually munching on his breakfast. I'm just worried about how they'll react, Nagisa sighed, picking up a piece of toast. Especially since we left them in the dark about Taka. That's the least of your worries, Kurara mumbled, sitting down at the table. They've seen way too much. But didn't they see you guys confronting them? And didn't they witness our teacher being? Well, Maihara shuddered. Itona and Okuda winced. But I almost forgot, Okuda said with a sheepish smile. They'll be fine, Karma smirked. I think we scared them enough. Yeah, right, like that would happen. We all know how curious they are. Let's just hope you guys can keep a low profile. Yeah, and they might think we're hiding something big, Itona added, glancing around the table. Like Nagisa was planning to put himself in harm's way for the class or something. Don't say that, Nagisa exclaimed, his cheeks flushing. I wasn't going to. Please, you almost did. Terasika interjected, plopping down beside Nagisa with a bowl of cereal. You were ready to confront Taka just to save us. What were you thinking? I was thinking that we can't let him win, Nagisa replied defiantly, straightening his back. I was just trying to protect everyone. By putting yourself at risk? Hinano piped in, her voice stern. That's not how it works, Nagisa. We're supposed to look out for each other. I didn't mean to worry you guys, Nagisa said quietly, his gaze dropping to his plate. I just felt like I had no choice. You always have a choice, Hara insisted, leaning closer. We would have found a way to handle Taka together. You're not alone in this. Right. Sugino agreed, crossing his arms. And you know we're all in this together, right? You don't have to carry the weight of the world on your shoulders. The rest of the class nodded in agreement, their expressions a mix of concern and determination. We're a team, Okuda said softly. We've always been a team. You don't have to be the hero all the time, Nagisa. Besides, Karma added with a smirk, you're way too charming to be a martyr. Guys, come on, Nagisa chuckled despite himself, the tension in the air easing just a bit. I'll do my best to stay out of trouble. Yeah, and if you even think about putting yourself in danger again, I'll personally drag you back. Terasika threatened, pointing his spoon at Nagisa dramatically. Right. The class erupted into laughter, the earlier worries momentarily forgotten. I'll head back to my dorm, Nagisa said, putting his plate away. You're not going to take advantage of the time? If you go now, you won't even be that late, like 10 minutes. Okuda said, raising an eyebrow. You're willingly going back there? Itona asked, annoyed. He had already had enough of the 1A kids, and spending another day there was baffling to him. Yeah, I'm not going to risk having even more questions. And I'm sure they've forgotten about Haruki and Akari, Nagisa shrugged, and when Kayano turned her head, he laughed and put his hands up. I was talking about Okuda's fake name, not you, huh? Well, good for you. I'm going back to sleep, Itona deadpanned, already lying down on the couch. Itona, you can't, Meg started, but sighed when she realized it was no use. In the dining hall of the UA dorms, the aroma of breakfast filled the air as students gathered around the table, chatting animatedly. Good morning, everyone. Momo beamed, her eyes sparkling as she served herself a hearty portion of pancakes. It was so quiet last night, Kaminari joked, leaning back in his chair. Was Bakugo sedated or something? What did you just say? Bakugo shot back, his eyes narrowing as he glared at Kaminari. Relax, Bakugo. Just kidding. Kaminari chuckled, holding his hands up in mock surrender. Guys, please calm down. Ida interjected, adjusting his glasses with a serious expression. It's too early for this kind of chaos. Ah, new week. Midterms are coming up, right? Hagakure chimed in, a bright smile on her face as she floated a piece of toast toward her mouth. Ugh, I am not excited for that. Kirishima groaned, his hands clutching his head as if the thought of exams was physically painful. Where's Midoriya? Mineta piped up, looking around the table as if expecting him to appear out of thin air. Oh yeah, and Haruki and Akari? Where have they been? Ojiro asked, raising an eyebrow. Do they even go here anymore? They've been in and out a lot, Aoyama said. I didn't see any of them come in before I went to bed, Tsuyu replied, her eyes narrowing slightly as she recalled the night before. Tokoyami and I went to bed late, Tokoyami added, his voice calm and steady. I don't think he came back. Todoroki, who had been quietly sipping his coffee, glanced at the group with a knowing look. He's probably back at his mom's, he said casually, hoping to steer the conversation away from the topic. And Haruki and Akari. I have no idea. Mina, always eager to lighten the mood, jumped in. Let's focus on more important things right now. Like how we're going to ace midterms. We've got this. Right. Kaminari agreed, pumping his fist in the air. We can't afford to slip this time. Luck is on my side. Yeah, you need more than good luck, Mina teased, earning an offended, "Hey," from Kaminari. Our grades are looking better, though, Ida exclaimed happily. I'm thrilled that we're all passing our classes. As the lively breakfast continued, Ciro leaned back in his chair, a thoughtful expression on his face. Hey, has anyone noticed that Mrs. Irina didn't grade our assignments from last night? I expected her to be on top of that, given how she is about our work. Yeah, that was odd, Momo chimed in, twirling a fork in her hand as she considered the situation. She usually has everything done by the time we come in for breakfast. I wonder what's going on. Maybe she just needed a break? Kirishima suggested, a hopeful tone in his voice. I mean, she's been working really hard lately. It's not like we're going to fail because of one assignment, right? Right, Ida agreed, though he still looked a bit concerned. But if we keep falling behind on assignments, it might pile up. We should probably check on her to see if everything is all right. Or she could just be caught up in her own stuff, Mina added, slightly nervously, shrugging as she poured syrup over her pancakes. Teachers have lives too, you know. I wouldn't worry about it too much. Honestly, I forgot all about it, Koda admitted, frowning slightly. She said she would have it done by last night, but, well, we all know how she gets sometimes. Right. Sue laughed, rolling her eyes. Last time, she didn't even look at our projects until the day of the presentation. I swear, she's too busy with other things to bother with grading. More like she's avoiding us, Tokoyami added, his tone dark but with a hint of humor. Maybe she's plotting a lesson that involves more excitement. Or maybe she just knows we're all going to do great anyway, Mineta piped up, puffing out his chest with a grin. Sure, if by do great, you mean barely scraping by, Bakugo scoffed, shaking his head. We should probably worry more about her throwing us into the field and less about some silly grades. He tried to keep the rest of his classmates from prying more. This must have been how that annoying Deku felt trying to hide things from him. Either way, I wouldn't mind if she gave us a break, Tsuyu said thoughtfully, crossing her arms. We could all use a little less stress with midterms coming up. Exactly. And more snacks. Mineta agreed, clearly more focused on food than grades. Right. Kaminari nodded enthusiastically. Let's just hope she remembers our names when we show up for class later. Remember when she called us Class 1B? The table burst into laughter, recalling the time, and they seamlessly transitioned into mindless chatter. That was until someone walked in. He entered quietly, almost sheepishly, with a bag slung over his shoulder. The moment he stepped through the doorway, the lively atmosphere dimmed slightly as all eyes turned toward him. Hey, Midoriya. Momo called, waving him over. We were just talking about you. Where have you been? Midoriya, caught off guard, managed a nervous smile. Oh, I just overslept. Sorry. He moved to join them, his cheeks a bit flushed as he grabbed a plate of food. You sure you didn't just forget to come back? Mineta chimed in, trying to sound cheeky but failing miserably. I mean, you've been pretty busy lately, right? Shut up, Mineta. Bakugo snapped, his voice cutting through the air. No one cares about your dumb comments. He shot Midoriya a glare. Why was that nerd late again? Deku's been busy doing hero stuff. Kirishima defended. Right, Midoriya? You've got a lot on your plate with those midterms coming up. Yeah, something like that, Midoriya mumbled, his thoughts racing back to the events of the previous night. He'd barely slept, his mind still swirling with everything that had happened with Taka and the chaos that had unfolded. The concern from his classmates felt like a spotlight, drawing attention to the cracks in his carefully constructed facade. Did you finish your reports? Kaminari asked, tilting his head in curiosity. We were just discussing how Mrs. Irina hasn't graded ours yet. Yeah, that's strange, Momo interjected, his brow furrowing slightly. It's not like her to let assignments slide like that. Is something going on with her? Oh, I don't know, Midoriya stammered, feeling a knot form in his stomach. Maybe she's just busy? Or something. Busy with what? She wasn't even in class yesterday, Ida pointed out, adjusting his glasses with a serious expression. We should definitely check in on her later. It's not like her to just disappear. Maybe she's just taking a personal day or something, Mina offered, trying to ease the tension. Not everyone can be a hero every single day, you know? Exactly. Even teachers need their downtime, Kaminari added, nodding enthusiastically. Yeah, and it's probably just some odd excuse for why she didn't grade our stuff, Uraraka suggested, a playful grin on her face. Like, maybe she thought we did poorly and didn't want to hurt our feelings. Or maybe she's hiding from Bakugo, Kirishima joked, getting a laugh from the group. Why would she hide from me? Bakugo growled, irritated. Because you're the only one who doesn't respect her? Tokoyami suggested, his tone deadpan. Shut it, birdbrain. Bakugo barked, but the tension had eased, and a sense of normalcy returned to the table. Hey Midobro, do you know if Haruki and Akari are coming today? Kirishima asked, offering him a plate of food. I think they're coming, but they'll be late, he said, eyeing the food Kirishima was offering. No thanks, I'm not hungry. He gave Kirishima a warm smile. More for me. Kaminari said playfully and stuffed the food into his mouth. The tension in the air seemed to dissipate as they all fell back into casual chatter. Hey, Kerasuma, Irina said, speaking into her phone. How's the investigation going? She couldn't risk anyone listening to her conversation, and thankfully, Kerasuma picked up on it. It's progressing, Kerasuma replied with a sigh. I'm having Ritsu work overtime to dig up any information linking Taka to the League of Villains. Wait, Ritsu can track the League? Why haven't they been arrested yet? Irina asked, her surprise evident. You know how the heroes are. They love the spotlight, they can't stand it when the ministry does their job better, and without all the theatrics. Right. Well, I'm here keeping an eye on the kids. Irina paused, her expression turning serious. But that principal is getting suspicious of me. I need to lay low. Laying low? Now that's a new development, Kerasuma chuckled. Irina rolled her eyes. I didn't know you had a sense of humor, she retorted. Anyway, I need to get back to work. She hung up the phone and sank back onto the couch in the teacher's lounge. This was nice, relaxing, enjoying the perks of being a UA teacher and not having to deal with lesson plans. Suddenly, she sat up straight. Ritsu's busy, so she can't handle my lesson plan. She buried her face in her hands. I hate this job. Just as Irina was lamenting her fate, the door swung open, and in walked Namuri, a radiant smile lighting up her face. Hey, Irina. What's got you looking so glum? She asked, her voice bright and cheerful. Irina quickly straightened up, putting on her best teacher smile. Oh, you know, just the usual stress of planning lessons and dealing with students, she said, waving her hand dismissively. How about you? How's everything in your world? Namuri leaned against the doorframe, her playful demeanor shining through. Just finished a fun class with 1B. They're such a handful, but I wouldn't trade them for anything. You should see how much energy they have. She laughed, twirling a lock of hair around her finger. And you? You seem a bit overwhelmed. Irina sighed, running a hand through her hair. Just busy. I had an event this weekend, so I'm pretty sure I'm behind on lesson plans. She attempted to mask her frustration, but it seeped through just a little. Namuri tilted her head, her curiosity piqued. Oh, is that all? I thought you were doing great. You've only been here a short while, but the students already love you. Yeah, well, that doesn't mean it's easy, Irina replied, forcing a smile. It's hard to be the new teacher trying to fit in and keep the kids engaged, you know? She internally cringed at how insincere she sounded. Trust me, it gets easier, Namuri said brightly. Besides, if you ever need a fun activity or lesson idea, just let me know. I'm full of them. She winked playfully. Irina offered a small, genuine smile. Thanks, I appreciate it. These new students are nothing like my last ones. These UA kids are different. Ah, that's just how our students are. Namuri shrugged, her enthusiasm unwavering. Sometimes they just need a little more excitement. Why don't you spice things up with a fun game? Kids love competitions and it can really motivate them. Irina raised an eyebrow and smiled. That's not a bad idea, actually. Something to keep them engaged could work. I'll definitely consider it. See? You've got this. Namuri said, her smile infectious. And if you ever need to vent or talk about anything, I'm always here. Irina chuckled softly. Thanks, Namuri. I'll keep that in mind. Just then, a commotion echoed from the hallway, a loud crash followed by laughter, and Irina raised an eyebrow. Looks like the kids are at it again. Namuri grinned, her eyes sparkling with mischief. I'd better go check it out. Maybe I'll catch them in the act. She laughed. Don't worry, Irina. You'll find your place here in no time. With that, she dashed out of the room. Irina leaned back against the couch, a small smile creeping onto her face. Sure. As midnight left, she couldn't shake the feeling of being in over her head. She was used to missions, not managing lesson plans. How was she supposed to teach anything when her mind was filled with thoughts of Taka and the ongoing investigation? Just then, the door swung open again, and in walked Momo, her arms full of books. Good morning, Mrs. Irina. Sorry to interrupt, but I wanted to ask you about the assignment you gave us yesterday. Of course. What's on your mind? Irina replied, trying to project confidence despite her inner turmoil. I wanted to clarify what you meant by creative interpretation. Are you looking for something specific? Momo asked, her brow furrowing in concentration. Not really. Just let your imagination run wild, Irina said, her words tumbling out without much thought. You know, think outside the box. Momo nodded, jotting down notes. Got it. I think I'll focus on creating something that combines my quirk with some practical application. Sounds great. Irina replied, though she barely registered what Momo was saying. Her thoughts were elsewhere, mostly worrying about the kids and their safety. Momo smiled brightly. Thanks, Irina. I really appreciate your guidance. With a quick wave, she left the lounge, leaving Irina alone again. As the silence settled in, she groaned again. How pathetic she must be losing her acting skills. She straightened up. She needed to improve. Lay low for a week at most, then everything would be back to normal. She fixed her hair and got up, leaving the room and heading for her first class. Aizawa trudged into the classroom, his eyes half-lidded, a heavy sigh escaping his lips as he dragged his feet across the floor. His unkempt hair fell into his face, and he glanced at the clock, noting that the students were already buzzing with energy. Another day with no sleep, and being an underground hero isn't easy work. Good morning, he muttered, the words sounding more like a groan. The class quieted down, their attention snapping to him, but he could feel the weight of exhaustion settling in his bones. I know you all are excited for today, but I need you to focus, he continued, leaning against his desk and rubbing his temples. We have an assignment that requires you to gather information on your old middle schools. He paused, scanning the room. This is meant to motivate you and provide insights on their programs. Midoriya, Haruki, and Akari immediately tensed at his words, exchanging uneasy glances. Aizawa noticed the shift in their demeanor but kept talking anyway. Any questions? Aizawa asked, his tone casual, but he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Are we supposed to report on our programs? Mineta piped up. Correct, Aizawa replied, keeping his focus on the class while subtly watching the three students. You'll need to provide a thorough report on the strengths and weaknesses of the programs you attended. Gather as much information as you can, Aizawa continued, leaning against his desk. You'll be analyzing the strengths and weaknesses of your previous programs. This is not just busy work. Understanding your foundations will help us tailor our approach going forward. Todoroki, sitting toward the back of the room, noted the unease on the faces of Midoriya, Akari, and Haruki, their tension palpable. He leaned forward slightly, his brow furrowed. Mr. Aizawa-sensei, what's the reason for this assignment? he asked, his tone neutral but laced with concern. Aizawa shrugged, his expression unreadable. It's part of your development. Knowing where you came from helps shape where you're going. And besides, he added, his voice dropping a notch, there may be lessons we can learn from those who came before you. Some programs may even be less effective than you think. The rest of the class nodded, understanding the assignment, but Midoriya exchanged quick glances with Haruki and Akari, a silent communication passing between them. The tension didn't go unnoticed by Aizawa, who remained unfazed but took mental notes. All right, let's get started, Aizawa said, breaking the tension with his usual monotone. You'll have the rest of the PRD to brainstorm and gather your thoughts. You can work individually or in groups, whatever works best for you. Ever since Nizu had pointed out the striking similarities between Problem Child and the two new students, Aizawa couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Normally, he wasn't the type to get overly invested in his students' backgrounds, but the nagging sensation in the back of his mind wouldn't let up. As he watched the kids' research, he recalled his conversation with Nizu. Yes, Izuku Midoriya, Haruki Tanaka, and Akari Kurosawa all have similar records. Now that Mrs. Irina is here, it only adds to the strangeness, Nizu had said, adjusting his glasses. It's almost as if they're connected in some way. Keep an eye on them, Aizawa. Midoriya, Aizawa called out, snapping the boy from his thoughts. What's your plan for the assignment? Midoriya jumped, his eyes widening. I was thinking about focusing on my old middle school's emphasis on teamwork and how it helped shape my values as a hero, he stammered. Fiddling with his notebook, he had reverted to his timid demeanor, and it seemed effective. Teamwork is important, Aizawa replied, his tone neutral. But I hope you're not just recycling old ideas. Show me you're applying what you've learned here. Of course. Midoriya nodded vigorously, though Aizawa noticed the tension in his posture. As the students worked, Itona leaned in closer to Nagisa, lowering his voice. Are you sure we should be doing this? They'll start asking questions if we don't have anything to show. Okuda nodded in agreement, her brow furrowing. We can't let them find out about our past. It's too risky. Nagisa glanced around the classroom, his heart racing. I know, but we have to be careful. Can't we just ask Ritsu for some random data? Itona asked, a hint of worry in his voice. We can't, she's busy with ministry work, Okuda replied, furrowing her brows. It's fine, we can do this. We might have to get help from the others, though. Across the room, Aizawa noticed the sudden tension in their group. He couldn't hear their conversation, but their body language spoke volumes. He decided to make a move. Midoriya, Tanaka, Kurosawa. You three, come up to the front for a moment. The other kids in the class observed the exchange, Bakugo especially growing angrier as he realized how little he knew about the trio. The three friends exchanged worried glances before shuffling to the front of the class. Aizawa leaned against his desk, crossing his arms. What's going on with you three? You seem unusually preoccupied. Midoriya opened his mouth to speak but quickly shut it, glancing at Haruki, who shrugged. Akari took a deep breath. We were just discussing our old middle schools, Aizawa sensed, trying to remember the good and bad things about them for the assignment. Is that all? Aizawa probed, his gaze sharp. You know, this isn't just an assignment. It's a chance to reflect on how your past has shaped you. I expect honesty. Of course. Haruki replied, forcing a smile. We just want to make sure we do well. Good, Aizawa said, though he wasn't entirely convinced. You have 10 minutes left in class. Don't waste any more time. As they walked back to their desks, Nagisa groaned, He's definitely onto us. Okuda sighed, fidgeting with her hair. Great. It's fine, we'll figure it out, Itona replied. As they returned to their work, Aizawa couldn't help but overhear bits of their conversation. Though he couldn't understand them, he noted their hushed tones. He watched them carefully, his mind racing with possibilities. Maybe it was time to confront them directly. Class, 5 minutes remaining. Aizawa called out, glancing at the clock. The students scrambled to finish their notes. He walked over to where the trio was seated. Midoriya, Tanaka, Kurosawa, he said, his tone firm yet neutral. It seems you three are particularly invested in this assignment. I can't help but notice you're a bit more connected than the others. Midoriya's heart raced. Well, we've just known each other for a while. It makes it easier to collaborate, he replied, trying to sound casual. Aizawa tilted his head slightly, eyes narrowing. Is that so? What was your middle school's program? How did it shape you as heroes? The room fell silent as the three exchanged anxious looks. It was too direct a question, and the tension was palpable. Haruki hesitated, then answered. It was mostly about building individual strengths through teamwork. We learned to rely on one another while also honing our own abilities. Interesting, Aizawa replied, crossing his arms. And how does that tie into your current goals at UA? We just want to be the best heroes we can be, Akari answered, her voice steady but her hands betraying her tension as she fidgeted with her pencil. But being a hero isn't just about individual strength, it's also about trust and transparency, Aizawa pressed, his gaze intense. If you're hiding something, it won't help you in the long run. The three students fell silent, caught in a web of their own making. Midoriya swallowed hard, feeling the weight of Aizawa's scrutiny. Listen, Mr. Aizawa, Haruki spoke up, surprising both Midoriya and Akari. We don't have anything to hide, all right? And it seems you're particularly interested in the three of us when Bakugo over there looks like he's about to explode. Aizawa's expression shifted slightly, amusement flickering in his eyes. Interesting observation, Haruki. But this isn't about anyone else in the class right now. It's about you three. Haruki scoffed and crossed his arms. Seems like you're targeting us. Aizawa's brow furrowed slightly at the unexpected interruption from Haruki. I'm just trying to understand the dynamics in my class, he replied coolly, though a hint of irritation flickered in his eyes. And it seems to me that you three are particularly connected. I'm not looking to cause any trouble. Then don't, Haruki shot back, his expression determined. We just want to focus on our training and becoming heroes. We're not looking for attention, and it's kind of unfair to single us out like this. Midoriya and Akari felt a pang of anxiety. Itona's frustration was evident. Haruki, he began, but Aizawa raised a hand to silence him. Fair enough, Haruki. But understand this. My priority is your safety and growth as heroes. If there's something affecting your performance, it's my responsibility to address it. You may not be hiding something from me, but the fact that you're all tense and defensive makes me think otherwise. Yeah, well, maybe it's just because it's hard to get used to a new school and a new environment, Akari chimed in, desperate to steer the conversation away from anything too revealing. We've all got our own struggles and it's not easy. Aizawa studied them for a moment, then sighed. I get that. Just remember, if things start to feel overwhelming, talk to me. Right? Nagisa said, feeling the weight of Aizawa's words. We appreciate that, Mr. Aizawa. We'll keep it in mind. With the tension in the air easing slightly, Aizawa nodded and gestured for them to continue. You're dismissed for now. Just keep working on your assignments. I expect everyone's SBMSNs to reflect your true abilities. When Aizawa walked away, Okuda turned to Itona, crossing her arms and raising an eyebrow. Itona, what was that all about? Seriously, what happened to staying under the radar? Nagisa complained, his voice low but tinged with frustration. They weren't exactly angry, just surprised. Sorry, I just couldn't hold back anymore. Itona rolled his eyes, leaning against a desk as he ran a hand through his hair. It felt like he was probing us. If we don't stand up for ourselves, he'll just keep pushing. Standing up for ourselves doesn't mean revealing everything we've been trying to keep quiet, Okuda replied, exasperation evident in her tone. What if he starts digging deeper? We don't need that kind of attention, especially with everything else going on. Nagisa nodded. We're already under enough pressure as it is. I don't want to give him more reason to suspect us. Itona glanced around the classroom, ensuring no one was listening. Fine. You're right, he mumbled. I'm just surprised you did that, Okuda chuckled. But now that I think about it, you've been waiting to confront him. Itona mumbled, looking a bit sheepish. Yeah, I'm not really fond of heroes. He crossed his arms. We'll get through this. It's only an assignment, Nagisa reassured him. Let's go back to the house tonight. Deal, Okuda said, softening her stance a little. We can ask the others for help because we need a proper story. The three of them left the classroom and headed for the dorms. As they reached the entrance, a voice called out to them. Hey Midoriya. Wait up. Hey Uraraka. Nagisa replied, a bit caught off guard. He quickly exchanged glances with Okuda and Itona, who both raised their eyebrows in curiosity. What's up? Uraraka asked, a smile on her face. We were just discussing the assignment Aizawa gave us, Nagisa said, trying to keep his tone casual. You know about our old middle schools. Oh right. That assignment. Uraraka grinned. I'm actually kind of excited about it. It'll be fun to share stories and see what everyone went through. You guys have some good experiences to share, right? Sure. Something like that, Itona replied, trying to sound upbeat but failing miserably. I guess we had some interesting times. Right, Akari? Okuda shrugged, her expression more serious. Yeah, interesting. Uraraka nodded in understanding. Oh yeah, didn't you all go to the same school? Yeah, we did. Nagisa smiled, internally hoping she wouldn't ask more about it. That's why we're so close. That's cool. You guys are like Kirishima and Mina. Uraraka laughed, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. What do you think about working on it together? The more, the merrier, right? Itona exchanged glances with Nagisa and Okuda before sighing. I guess that could work. I mean, the more ideas, the easier it'll be. Great. Uraraka beamed. Let's all meet up later after class and brainstorm. I bet we can come up with something awesome. Sure, that sounds good, Nagisa said, relieved to have a plan. We'll meet in the common area? Yep, I'll be there. Uraraka confirmed, bouncing on her heels. And maybe we can bring some snacks. I'll bring some chips. Okay, then it's a plan, Okuda smiled slightly. We'll see you later, Uraraka. As Uraraka waved goodbye and walked away, Itona turned to Nagisa and Okuda and sighed. I guess we'll have to go to the house later then. I don't even know if we can sneak out without getting questioned again, Nagisa sighed, running a hand through his hair. I'll let the others know, Okuda said, pulling out her phone to text their classmates. Later, in the UA dorms, they found themselves gathered in Nagisa's room. What do we do? Itona grumbled, irritation clear in his voice as he paced around the room. We can't leave? Seriously? No, Itona, Okuda sighed, leaning against Nagisa's bed. We can't leave again. They'll get suspicious, especially after last time. Nagisa, who was sitting at his desk, rolled his chair over to face them. His expression was calm, like he was deep in thought. We could just ask them if we could go out. I don't know, maybe tell them we're going shopping or something. That won't work, Itona crossed his arms and frowned. The girls will try to tag along. He shuddered at the thought, his mind already imagining the chaos that would ensue. Okuda stifled a laugh. They are little. Enthusiastic. Understatement of the year. Itona rolled his eyes, but a small smile crept onto his face. It would be impossible to do anything without them noticing. Nagisa shrugged, a thoughtful look crossing his face. We could come up with a better excuse. Something less inviting. Like what? Itona questioned, his skepticism growing. We've already used up most of our excuses. They'll think we're up to something. Well, we are up to something, Okuda pointed out, her voice low. But maybe if we frame it differently, like we need space? Nagisa suggested, cutting her off. Say we've been overwhelmed with all the school stuff lately and need a breather. Okuda nodded slowly, considering the idea. That could actually work. But we'd have to be convincing. And you know how persistent Bakugo and Todoroki can be. If they even sense we're hiding something, we're done. Itona sighed heavily, sitting down on the edge of the bed. I hate playing these games. Can't we just go out and tell them we're handling something personal? Nagisa chuckled softly. I doubt they'd buy that. Plus, if they think we're hiding something important, they might follow us again. A moment of silence fell over the room as they each thought over their next move. Then Okuda spoke up, "We'll just stay. We can text the rest of our class about the ideas, maybe call them." "Fine," Aitona muttered, already reaching for a phone without much thought. "Wait," Nagisa frowned, narrowing his eyes as he noticed the phone Aitona had grabbed. "Aitona, that's not yours." Okuda's eyes widened in realization, and she gasped, barely containing her laughter. Did you take Bakugo's phone?" She whisper-screamed, her body shaking with silent giggles. Aitona's face remained deadpan, as if he had no idea what the fuss was about. "It's Kirara's idea. She told me to cause trouble," he said with a shrug, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Okuda smacked her forehead, a mixture of disbelief and amusement on her expression. "Oh God, you know he's going to come for us when he realizes it's missing, right? Like, immediately. And you know Bakugo, he's relentless." "Let him try," Aitona muttered, looking entirely unbothered. "It's not like he can blow up the dorms." Nagisa, wiping away a tear from laughing so hard, finally managed to regain his composure. "He probably would if he got angry enough." All right, give it back before he explodes something," Okuda said, still trying to suppress a grin. "We'll use our phones, thank you." "Wait," Aitona said, making Okuda jump. "Let me do one more thing," he pleaded. Nagisa raised an eyebrow. "What exactly do you want?" "Can we please hide the phone in Kaminari's room?" Aitona said, using his pouty face that always made Hara soften. "You mean Kaminari?" Okuda snickered. She shot a glance at Nagisa, and he shrugged. I guess." Aitona practically jumped off the bed and looked at both of them with a gleam in his eyes, making his way to Kaminari's room. "Okay," Okuda grinned, already moving towards the door. "Let's do this. Kaminari's room is just down the hall, right?" "Yeah, but we need a distraction," Nagisa said, his brain already in overdrive. "I'll go in first and get Kaminari talking. Okuda, you plant the phone somewhere in his stuff, and Aitona, just act normal. I don't trust you not to get caught." "Normal?" Aitona deadpanned. "You sure that's in my skill set?" Nagisa shot him a look. "Just don't stand there glaring like you're plotting something, okay?" With a plan set, they left Nagisa's room and quietly crept down the hall toward Kaminari's door. They could hear his voice through the walls, laughing and chatting with Shiro. He knocked on the door and after a beat, Kaminari's grinning face appeared. "Oh, what's up, Midoriya?" Kaminari beamed, completely oblivious to their plan. "Hey, Kaminari," Nagisa said casually, stepping into the room. "Just wanted to ask if you still had those notes from Aizawa's class the other day? I, missed part of it." "Yeah, totally." Kaminari nodded eagerly. "Give me a sec, I think I have it in my bag." As Kaminari turned to rummage through his things, Nagisa shot a glance at Okuda, who had slipped in behind him unnoticed. Okuda moved swiftly as she carefully slid Bakugo's phone onto Kaminari's desk, covering it with a paper. With her task complete, she gave Nagisa a subtle thumbs up. Meanwhile, Kaminari was still looking through his stuff, oblivious. "Man, where did I put those notes? I swear I had them here somewhere." "It's all right, take your time," Nagisa said, trying to keep a straight face while mentally urging Kaminari to hurry up before things got suspicious. Just then, Aitona poked his head in through the door, giving a nonchalant wave. "Kaminari." "Shiro." Shiro glanced up and grinned. "Yo, what's up, Haruki? You need something?" "No. Just standing here," Aitona said flatly, leaning against the doorframe. As awkward as it sounded, his presence somehow didn't seem out of place, and it was just enough of a distraction to keep things going smoothly. Finally, Kaminari pulled out a crumpled piece of paper from his bag. "Here it is. Aizawa's notes. Man, that dude's handwriting is impossible to read." Nagisa smiled, relieved. "Thanks, Kaminari. I owe you one." With the phone successfully planted and no one the wiser, they made their exit. As soon as they were out of earshot, Okuda stifled a laugh. That was way too easy. Now, back in Nagisa's room, they all relaxed, pulling out their phones to talk to their classmates. Class 3. Okuda, hey guys, we seriously need to get our story straight now. Keano, oh finally. Sugaya, I was waiting for this conversation to be honest. Okano, we couldn't avoid it, I guess. Mha, actually, I'm busy in class right now, so I can't talk. Nakamura, shut up, my heart. You were asleep, and we have a substitute right now. Aizawa, guys, focus. Itona, right? So can we all come to an agreement about our records? Yoshida, okay, guys, I got this. Kurar, you of all people? Keano, hey, let him talk. Kurar, whatever. Yoshida, Ritsu, make sure you're listening so you can change this if needed. Hayami, wait guys, are we sure we can just change it like that? Meg, what do you mean? Chiba, she's trying to say that like Nagisa's teacher, they've probably already seen the records, so it would look suspicious to change them. Yoshida, Terasika, then what do we do, genius? Sujino, Terasika, relax. Karma, I know what to do. Terasika, enlighten us, you know-it-all. Karma, anyways. We could just wait until your teachers try to check them again. Hinano, what? Nagisa, so wait for them to snoop and then change it, making them think they found something when really it was us planting it? Karma, exactly. Nakamura, what? Takebayashi, how did they just do that? Karma, do what? Fua, I don't think anyone but you understood what Karma was saying. Yada, you guys are scary. Okajima, yeah, you guys are like freaky mind readers. Karma, no, that's just Nagisa with his weird emotional wavelength thing. Nagisa, Karma, stop. Keano, remind me never to upset anyone. Mimura, I second that. Itona, anyway, that's a great plan, Karma. Karma, why, thank you. You flatter me too much. Okuda, he was being sarcastic. My heart, huh? Okuda, we want to know what to actually put in our records. Aizawa, right? Beach Sensei, what are you kids talking about so early in the week? Can there be no peace? Okuda, Professor, aren't you supposed to be teaching Class B right now? Beach Sensei, I don't like them. This blonde kid is getting on my nerves. Mika, Sensei, you can't just say that. Beach Sensei, it's fine. Why did you guys change the topic? I asked about what was going on. Aizawa, we're trying to figure out the story about our records so we can get Ritsu to change it. Beach Sensei, why was Kerasuma and I not informed of this? Hinano, to put it nicely, you guys are really busy right now. Karma, with the mole and everything. Terasika, yeah teach, just leave it to us. We got this. Kurar, or so he says. Beach Sensei, well, now that I'm here, tell me what's going on. Karma, we were brainstorming. Nagisa, we don't really have anything good yet. Anyone have any ideas? Nakamura, ooh, what if we say we were all studying abroad? We could be in Paris. Takebayashi, absolutely not. Nakamura, sad face. Fua, that wouldn't even work because we were in school. Nakamura, technically, it could work since our third year is sealed. Meg, Nakamura, we're not doing that. Maihara, it was worth a try. Beach Sensei, okay, what if you guys just make a whole new record? You have Kerasuma as your teacher, so you can say he was just adding things because he's retiring? Hinano, the guy doesn't look a day past Keano. It still works. Just as Nagisa was about to respond, he heard a loud noise that shook the whole dorm room. Itona had to cover his mouth to stifle his laughter, and Okuda shot him a stern look. They heard distant yelling and apologizing, and Nagisa snickered, covering his mouth. I seriously don't know why we did that, Okuda groaned, putting her face in her hands. We're totally going to have to clean up as a class later. Itona sat there with a cheeky grin on his face, glad he could stir up some trouble. That was fun. We should do it again. No, Itona, Nagisa laughed. Enough of that for now, he said, and the three of them went back to their phones. Nakamura, where did these guys go? Hayami, Nagisa, get back online. Okuda, we're back. Chiba, where were you guys? Itona, long story. Fua, do we even want to know? Nagisa, probably not. Beach Sensei, back on topic. Aizawa, right? Mahar, so we need a plan, what then? Terasika, Then we follow through. What else? Kura? Okay, relax. We'll work on the story soon. Sagaya? Yeah, sooner rather than later. Please? Karma? We're going to work on it. Who's at the house right now? Meg, a couple of the girls and Terasika's group. Karma? Great. Let's all meet up soon. Yoshida? Yes, sir. It was Christmas Eve, and the 3E mansion was buzzing with activity. Strings of twinkling lights illuminated the huge property, casting a warm glow over the landscape. Snowflakes danced through the air in Japan, and the students of Class 3E were hard at work transforming their home into a festive wonderland, a tradition they remembered Koro-sensei loved to do in their classroom. Nagisa found himself decorating the enormous Christmas tree in the living room. Keano tossed a tangled bundle of lights to Nagisa. Think fast, she teased. Nagisa barely caught the chaotic mess, sighing with a small smile. Oh my gosh, these look like a disaster. Who wrapped these up last year, Karma? Hey, Karma called from the kitchen, where he was sneaking cookies off a tray Hara had just pulled out of the oven. I don't do grunt work. That's Sugino's department. Sugino, carrying a box of ornaments, shot Karma a glare. Oh, sure, blame the guy who's carrying all the holiday spirit. Don't think I didn't see you breaking that snowman decoration earlier. I was testing its durability. Karma argued, grinning as he popped another cookie into his mouth. Guys, Irina interrupted, breezing into the room with a tray of hot cocoa. Save the squabbling for after the eggnog. Nagisa, sweetie, try not to fall off the ladder again this year, okay? She teased with a grin. That was one time. Nagisa protested, his cheeks flushing. Okuda, how's the science experiment, the gingerbread house coming along? Karma asked, leaning casually on the kitchen counter. Okuda looked up from her piping work, her face smeared with flour. It's not an experiment. It's structurally sound. I even tested the icing's tensile strength. Beside her, Itona was meticulously assembling a gingerbread replica of the mansion itself, complete with tiny candy cane chimneys. Structural integrity is key, he muttered, adjusting a peppermint window. Karma smirked, swiping a gumdrop from the table and popping it into his mouth. Don't forget the fun part, engineers. This is fun, Okuda said sincerely, making Karma roll his eyes. In the living room, Meg was directing the tree decorating effort like a seasoned leader. Keano, you're on tinsel duty. Muramatsu, hang those ornaments higher, tall people problems, huh? Mimura, stop fiddling with the lights and plug them in already. Yes, ma'am, Muramatsu muttered with mock solemnity, reaching up to hang a shimmering silver star. How come I always get stuck with the tall jobs? Because you're the only one who doesn't complain about it, Keano teased, flinging a strand of tinsel at him. Mimura, crouched by the outlet, groaned. If this shocks me, I'm suing. Who are you suing? Koro-sensei's not around to blame anymore, Mahara joked, balancing on a chair as he adjusted a crooked ornament. Mimura grinned. I'll figure something out. Maybe I'll blame Nakamura. You wouldn't be the first, Nakamura called from the kitchen, her voice dripping with faux innocence. Outside, Terasaka and Yoshida were assigned snow-clearing duty. Predictably, the assignment had devolved into a snowball fight. You call that a throw? My grandma could dodge that. Terasaka shouted, dodging Yoshida's poorly aimed snowball and launching one back with precision. Your grandma's probably an assassin like you. Yoshida shot back, narrowly avoiding the snowball and retaliating with one of his own. What's going on out here? Kanzaki called, stepping out onto the porch, bundled in a thick scarf. We're clearing snow, Yoshida replied, air quotes and all. With snowballs? Kanzaki raised an eyebrow. It's a process, Terasaka said with a smirk. In the library, Fua was poring over a stack of holiday books. Let me guess, Chiba said, leaning against the doorframe, you're looking for more Christmas trivia to spring on us later? Obviously, Fua replied, flipping a page. Did you know that Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer was created as a marketing gimmick for a department store? Chiba sighed. Why do you know these things? Why don't you know these things? Fua countered with a grin. Elsewhere, Ritsu was projecting holographic snowflakes across the ceiling while Kirara sat on the couch, completely unfazed by the festive chaos. "This is the one time of year I tolerate cheerful nonsense," Hazama deadpanned, flipping through a holiday-themed book. "I'll take that as a compliment," Ritsu said, her holographic form shimmering as she programmed a light display. "Don't push it," Hazama replied, though her lips twitched upward in a rare smile. "This is an outrage," Terasaka bellowed, staring at his collapsed gingerbread shack. "Maybe you shouldn't have eaten half the walls before construction," Yoshida suggested, munching on a candy cane. "Hey, at least I made something," Terasaka retorted, pointing at Yoshida's completely empty plate. Aitona glanced over from his towering gingerbread mansion. "Amateurs." "Okay, show off," Terasaka grumbled, stealing a gumdrop from Aitona's display. "Touch it again, and I'll rig it with a surprise," Aitona deadpanned. Outside, Kenzaki watched as Terasaka built a massive snow fort. "You know," she said, "this looks more like a bunker than a fort." "It's called strategy," Terasaka replied. "You'll thank me when Yoshida starts throwing ice-packed snowballs." "That was one time," Yoshida yelled from across the yard, pelting Terasaka with a perfect shot to the back of the head. Terasaka spun around. "Oh, you're dead." Kenzaki sighed and stepped back as the snowball fight escalated into an all-out war. Yada peeked over the couch, her voice low. "Do you see her?" "Nope," Mimura whispered back, hiding beside her. "But I know Nakamura's plotting something." From behind the curtains, Hayami's voice cut in. "She's in the kitchen. Saw her sneak in there with a bag of glitter." "Glitter?" "Oh no," Yada groaned. "Glitter bomb round 2, Mimura said, sighing. "She's so predictable," Hayami muttered, just as a burst of glitter exploded in the air above the couch. "Predictable, huh?" Nakamura called from across the room, waving an empty balloon. "How does she do that?" Yada said, blinking through the cloud of sparkle. "We're playing Monopoly," Sugino declared, slamming the board on the table. "Oh no," Kenzaki muttered. "This is how friendships end." "Friendships are temporary. Victory is forever," Karma said, already pocketing the banker's cash. "You can't just take from the bank." Yada protested. "It's called strategy," Karma replied. An hour later, half the class had flipped their pieces in frustration. "I'm never playing with Karma again," Terasaka grumbled, storming off. "That's what you said last year," Sugaya pointed out. "And I meant it," Terasaka yelled from the other room. "Who took my marshmallows?" Hinano asked, staring at her mug in betrayal. "Not me," Terasaka said, loudly chewing something suspiciously squishy. "Terasaka, your mug is already overflowing," Hara scolded, pointing at the mountain of marshmallows floating in his cocoa. "Survival of the fittest," Terasaka said with a shrug. "More like survival of the biggest," Kenzaki muttered, grabbing a bag of marshmallows and keeping it out of his reach. Meanwhile, Ritsu appeared on a nearby screen. "I've calculated the optimal marshmallow-to-cocoa ratio for maximum enjoyment." "Don't encourage him, Ritsu," Takebayashi said, laughing. "How is this even a contest?" Yada asked, holding up her neatly wrapped gift. "Because this is how real gift wrapping is done," Karma said smugly, presenting his wrapped gift, if you could call it that. He'd simply thrown a blanket over the box and tied it with a shoelace. "That's not wrapping. That's a crime against Christmas," Fuwa said flatly. "It's efficient," Karma argued. Sugino rolled his eyes. "Efficiently lazy." "Agreed," Keano added. "You're disqualified." "Fine," Karma said, pretending to pout. "But only because I let you win." "What's this supposed to be?" Hinano asked, holding up a misshapen lump of cookie dough. "It's a snowman," Mimura said proudly. "That's definitely a melted marshmallow monster," Sugaya deadpanned, holding back a laugh. "Hey, art is subjective," Mimura protested, and Sugaya raised an eyebrow. Terasaka stomped over, holding his own tray of cookies. "If we're judging, mine look way better." Everyone stared at the tray. Terasaka had made cookie shapes that vaguely resembled weapons. "Why do you have a cookie bazooka?" Ritsu asked, half laughing. Christmas is a battlefield, Terasaka declared, munching on a cookie grenade. As the evening went on, the students gathered in the main room to admire their hard work. The tree sparkled with lights and ornaments, the fireplace crackled warmly, and the scent of Hara's cookies wafted through the air. I think we nailed it, Aizawa said, looking around at the cozy, festive scene. Not bad for a bunch of kids who used to spend their time shooting bullets, Hara said, grinning. We can do anything, Nagisa said with a small laugh. Even the mess we made last year. Speaking of messes, Keanu interjected, who's in charge of cleaning this up tomorrow? A collective groan echoed through the room. Not it. Karma called immediately. I feel like that should disqualify you, Okano argued. Let's settle it like assassins, Karma said with a sly grin, pulling out a deck of cards. Winner picks the loser who cleans up. High stakes, high fun. Terasaka groaned loudly, no way. Nagisa sighed but smiled. This is going to end badly. That's what makes it fun, Keanu said, nudging him. As the night went on, the three kids laughed and teased, enjoying their break. For all the chaos, it was perfect because it was theirs. Why is the tree lopsided? Ida asked, pacing back and forth. His hands flailed in frustration as he pointed at the leaning Christmas tree. I told you it wouldn't balance with the All Might ornament on top, Jiru said, holding back laughter. Hey, All Might deserves to be the star. Midoriya defended, clutching the oversized ornament like it was sacred. Bakugo rolled his eyes. It's not the ornament, you idiots, it's because Dunce's face didn't tighten the stand. Hey! Kaminari yelled from the floor, where he was lying tangled in a string of lights. Just leave it, Kirishima said with a grin. The tree has character now. Outside in the courtyard, the Class 1A snowball fight had devolved into a full-on war. Bakugo, it's just a snowball fight. Todoroki said flatly, dodging a snowball that exploded on impact. There's no such thing as just in a fight. Bakugo roared, launching another barrage of snowballs. That's not fair. Mina yelled, chucking a snowball with all her strength. No quirks, Bakugo. Rules are for losers. Bakugo shot back. Meanwhile, Tokoyami and Shoji had built an elaborate snow fort, complete with defensive walls. We must hold the line. Dark Shadow declared dramatically. Snowball incoming. Hagakure's voice called out, and suddenly half the fort collapsed. Traitor! Tokoyami cried. We need more icing. Siro called, holding together two leaning gingerbread walls. I'm working on it. Momo said, furiously piping frosting along the edges. You guys are way too serious about this, Jiru said, watching them like they were contestants on a baking show. Serious? This is art, Sato said, carefully attaching a gumdrop to the roof of his gingerbread masterpiece. Meanwhile, Mina and Kaminari were creating what could only be described as a gingerbread disaster. Is that supposed to be a house? Todoroki asked, raising an eyebrow. It's modern architecture, Mina replied proudly as the roof caved in. Who put mistletoe here? Jiru asked, glaring at the sprig hanging in the doorway. Wasn't me, Hagakure said, though her giggles gave her away. Kirishima and Mina walked right into it, only realizing too late. Oh, come on, Kirishima said, his face turning red. Rules are rules. Mina teased, leaning toward him exaggeratedly. Before she could get closer, Bakugo stormed through the door, tearing the mistletoe down. The problem solved, he said gruffly. Party pooper. Mina called after him. How is this so hard? Uraraka muttered, wrestling with a roll of wrapping paper. Just fold the edges neatly, Momo said, her own perfectly wrapped gifts sitting nearby like a taunt. Neatly? This tape won't even stick. Uraraka groaned. Do you need help? Todoroki asked, watching her struggle. No, I've got it, she said stubbornly, just as the paper ripped. Meanwhile, Bakugo was using way too much tape. Why bother making it pretty? They're just gonna tear it open, he grumbled, slapping another strip down haphazardly. That's one way to do it, Jiru said, snickering. In the kitchen, Sato was trying to teach everyone how to bake cookies, but things quickly got out of hand. No, 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 not that much flour. Momo cried as Kirishima accidentally dumped half a bag into the bowl. It's the secret ingredient, trust me, he said confidently, though his baking skills clearly weren't up to par. Maybe we should have just bought cookies, Uraraka suggested, dusting flour off her nose after a slip-up. Kaminari was happily mixing the bowl. This is going to be the best cookie dough ever, he said. Then he tasted it. I might have put in a little too much sugar. We need a lot of sugar to fix this, Jair joked, wiping her hands on her apron, looking at the growing mountain of mess. Why do I feel like I'm going to be disappointed by whatever you bought me? Bakugo grumbled, glaring at the little box Kaminari was holding out to him. Kaminari grinned sheepishly. It's the thought that counts? Right. Bakugo tore the wrapping paper off in one swift motion and stared at the gift, a pair of custom noise-canceling earphones. Are you trying to say my quirk isn't enough? No. No. Kaminari stammered, panicking. I just thought you might need something for those quiet moments when you're not yelling. I'm going to yell now. Bakugo shouted, and Kaminari quickly stepped back. At the end of the day, everyone gathered in the living room for some Christmas games. One of the activities involved making reindeer antlers out of construction paper and headbands. Okay, Ida, you look very serious about this, Kaminari said, trying to hold back laughter as Ida's reindeer antlers resembled a military helmet. I am executing perfect reindeer representation, Ida declared with pride. It must be symmetrical. That's not a reindeer. That's a science project, you snickered. Todoroki casually adjusted his own headband, somehow perfectly matching the reindeer look. I guess I can get behind this. It was snowing heavily outside, and the students decided to hold a friendly snowman building contest. The stakes? Whoever built the worst snowman would have to buy everyone hot chocolate. Okay, Kirishima, you're going to try to build a snowman, right? Midoriya said, narrowing his eyes at his own snowman, which stood proudly with perfect proportions. Of course. I'm going to build the strongest snowman ever, Kirishima declared, dramatically shaping the snow. By the end, his snowman had arms made of sticks and looked more like a squashed, muscular blob. I think you made a boulder, not a snowman, Todoroki said flatly, standing next to his own creation, an elegant, near-perfect snowman with a nice top hat. Shut up, Todoroki. Kirishima puffed his chest, trying to justify his very questionable snowman. It's got character. Meanwhile, Uraraka was making a snowman shaped like a snow bunny. This one's for the cutest snowman, she grinned, proudly showing off her bunny snowman with big floppy ears. That's cheating. It's not even a snowman. Bakugo yelled, pointing at her creation. Does it matter if it's cute? She asked innocently, laughing. Night fell, and the students gathered by the fireplace, contentedly sipping hot cocoa. I'm going to take over next year's Christmas, Bakugo declared suddenly, tossing a marshmallow into his hot cocoa. It's going to be better than this. Yeah, sure, Kaminari said, grinning. No snowman contest next time, though. I still think my snowman was the best. You made a giant snow blob. Jairu snorted. What was the point of the arms? It didn't even look like a person. Bakugo rolled his eyes, but a small smirk tugged at his lips. I still hate the headband, though. I'm definitely buying you another one, Mina added mischievously. A few of the students exchanged tired glances, but they were all smiling. Just like that, the students of Class 1A had another Christmas to remember. Irina's eyes sparkled as she took the gift. I'll have you know, Tadayami, there's nothing wrong with a bit of style, especially during the holidays. She quickly unwrapped the gift, revealing a modest but beautifully crafted makeup set. The sleek, professional design made her grin. Hell yeah, she said, holding it up. This is actually a great gift. I guess there's a reason I keep you around. She shot him a teasing wink. They're a bit formal for my usual taste, but I think I can work with them. Just for you. Kerasuma gave her an almost imperceptible nod, his lips curling ever so slightly. I thought you could use something practical for your new pseudo-teacher profession. Irina laughed, clearly pleased. You know me too well, she said. And don't worry. I'll pretend to use them for official purposes. Kerasuma's face remained neutral, but there was a flicker of amusement in his eyes. That's your choice, Irina. She set the pen set down and reached for the gift she had for him. It was a bit larger and more carefully wrapped than his gift, with gold ribbon tied in a perfect bow. Kerasuma glanced at it, eyebrow raised, as if unsure what to expect. Before you start judging the wrapping, Irina said, her eyes narrowing mischievously, I'll have you know I spent a solid 5 minutes picking out this paper. I consider that an investment in our holiday tradition. Kerasuma raised an eyebrow, looking skeptical but not surprised. 5 minutes. I'm sure it's perfect then. Irina handed him the gift with a wink. It's a little more fun than your minimalistic style. Kerasuma carefully unwrapped it, revealing a sleek, black leather jacket. The stitching was high quality, and it looked like it would fit him perfectly. Irina looked at him, watching for his reaction. I remember you mentioning you needed a new jacket a while ago. And I thought this one would suit you. Kerasuma stared at the jacket, momentarily silent, before glancing at Irina. For a moment, his usual reserved demeanor faltered, and his lips quirked into a small, rare smile. You're not wrong. I've been needing a replacement. Irina couldn't help but smirk at his rarely seen vulnerability. I do listen to you sometimes, Tadayami. Not all the time, but sometimes. You know, Kerasuma said, pausing as he gently ran his fingers over the leather, this is actually a thoughtful gift. Well, you don't have to act so surprised, Irina replied playfully, crossing her arms. It's only Christmas after all. Thank you, Irina, he said, and for a moment, there was something in his voice that was softer than usual. This is really. I'll wear it. Irina smiled at him, her eyes twinkling with mischief. But if you start wearing it, I'll take that as a victory. But only if you promise not to make it look like a workaholic's uniform. Kerasuma chuckled, his expression breaking into an uncharacteristic grin. I'll do my best to look presentable, Irina. They shared a quiet moment, the sound of the crackling fire filling the space between them. Kerasuma, for once, didn't feel the need to rush away to his next task. Irina, still holding her gift, leaned back against the wall of the living room, smiling warmly. It's nice, she said, breaking the silence. Christmas, I mean. Yeah, Kerasuma agreed, it is. And then, a voice broke the silence. Oh my gosh, you guys. Look at them over here. Outside, snow gently fell, and the entire campus was wrapped in a serene, festive blanket. Inside, the original UA staff Aizawa, Nizu, All Might, Present Mike, Midnight, and Recovery Girl had gathered for their annual Christmas gathering. The room was adorned with simple but festive decorations, string lights twinkling softly, a small tree in the corner with a star that seemed slightly lopsided, and piles of carefully wrapped gifts for each of them. Aizawa sat at the table, eyes half-lidded in his usual manner, but there was a slight hint of relaxation in his posture. A cup of coffee sat in front of him. Though he wasn't drinking it, he was more interested in keeping a watchful eye on the others. Nizu, his fluffy ears twitching slightly, was perched on the edge of a chair, nibbling on a small plate of sweets. He looked unusually festive, wearing a tiny red bow tie that matched his usual color scheme, and his eyes sparkled with amusement as he surveyed the group. All Might, towering and cheerful as ever, grinned from ear to ear. All right, everyone, who's ready for a little holiday cheer? He exclaimed, his voice booming with enthusiasm as he adjusted the Santa hat perched atop his head. Present Mike, never one to shy away from a bit of flair, jumped up from his seat. Yeah, let's bring the noise. Holiday style, baby. His quirk made his voice loud and resonant, and he punctuated his excitement with a series of air punches. We're gonna rock this Christmas, people. Aizawa gave him a tired glance, his expression barely shifting. Keep it down, Hizashi. You're giving me a headache. Bah, come on, Shota, lighten up. It's Christmas. Present Mike shot back, grinning. Recovery Girl chuckled softly from where she sat, sipping her tea with a relaxed smile on her face. Now, you two. It's a time for peace and joy, not loud complaints, she said, her voice soft yet firm. She adjusted her glasses and added with a wink, and I'm sure Aizawa's headache will disappear with a little holiday spirit. Not sure that's how it works, Chio, Aizawa muttered, but there was a hint of amusement in his eyes that suggested he wasn't as annoyed as he appeared. Midnight, ever the dramatic one, had already taken over the holiday decorations, ensuring every corner of the room had a touch of holiday glam. She had draped sparkling silver tinsel over the walls and even added a few strategically placed mistletoe. I'm just saying, nothing says Christmas like a little glam, she said with a wink as she perched next to Nizu. I mean really, who wouldn't want to share a moment under the mistletoe, right? Nizu's ears twitched again. Namuri, we're all professionals here. Not everyone is looking for mistletoe moments. Present Mike snorted. Aizawa's definitely not looking for mistletoe action, he teased, causing Aizawa to glare at him from across the room. Focus on something else, Hizashi, Aizawa deadpanned. The atmosphere shifted when All Might, completely unaware of the awkward tension, announced, "All right, time for gifts." He beamed as he pulled out a large, slightly lopsided present from under the table and set it down in front of Nizu. "This one's for you, Nizu. You're always such a great leader, so I thought you'd like something special." Nizu's eyes widened in surprise. "Oh my, Tashinori. You didn't have to." All Might simply grinned wider. "Don't be modest. Open it." Nizu carefully unwrapped the gift, revealing a beautifully intricate box of gourmet tea from a renowned shop in the city. His eyes sparkled with delight. "Ah, this is perfect. Thank you so much." Meanwhile, Present Mike had already grabbed a gift from under the tree for Recovery Girl, eagerly tossing it toward her. "This one's for you, my favorite nurse," he said with his usual flair. Recovery Girl took the gift with a gentle laugh. "You know, you're always so dramatic, but I'm not complaining." She unwrapped the present, revealing a set of vintage medical tools. Her eyes softened as she examined them. "How thoughtful, these will be quite useful in my work." "Thank you. I thought you could use something a bit old-fashioned to complement all that newfangled technology," Present Mike said with a grin. Next, Midnight handed Aizawa his gift. "I know you don't care for fancy presents, but I thought this might be up your alley," she said with a teasing smile. Aizawa, clearly not interested in the theatrics, simply unwrapped the gift with the same deadpan expression he wore every day. It was a set of warm, fuzzy socks. He raised an eyebrow as he inspected them. "I don't wear these," Aizawa said flatly, but there was a small glimmer of humor in his voice. Midnight rolled her eyes playfully. "I figured you could wear them when you take your naps. They'll keep your feet warm." Aizawa didn't respond but couldn't hide the faintest twitch of a smile. Lastly, Aizawa handed a gift to All Might. "Here," he muttered, as if reluctant to show any excitement. "You're impossible to shop for, so I just picked this up." All Might tore into the gift eagerly, as if it were a treasure chest. Inside, he found a collection of rare, vintage hero memorabilia, signed photos of older heroes, and a few first-edition comic books. All Might's eyes lit up, and for a moment, the room seemed to forget about all the noise and stress of being professional heroes. "Wow, Aizawa, this is amazing!" All Might exclaimed, thoroughly touched by the thoughtful gift. Aizawa just shrugged, though there was a small smirk on his face. "I don't do well with sappy stuff. But don't mention it." The room was filled with laughter as the staff exchanged presents and shared light-hearted banter. The joy of simple acts of kindness, laughter, and camaraderie made all the long hours and dangerous missions feel just a little less overwhelming. Happy holidays, everyone. The air was quiet, save for the low hum of the overhead fan and the gentle rustle of pages turning. Aizawa sat slouched in the worn leather chair across from Nizu's desk, arms crossed, a thermos of coffee resting on one knee. His gaze was fixed on the rodent principal, who was silently typing away at a monitor with focused intent. Nizu's paws clicked across the keys with practiced speed. "It's becoming increasingly clear that these three, Izuku Midoriya, Haruki Tanaka, and Akari Kurosawa, aren't what they seem," he said at last, not looking up from the screen. Aizawa let out a low grunt. "Felt it the second I saw them talk in code over lunch. They act too polished. Too rehearsed." Nizu's whiskers twitched. Is quite. And not just trained. Conditioned. Their coordination, their behavioral patterns under pressure, the way they interact with authority. It's not typical. Certainly not for high schoolers. Not even our high schoolers. Aizawa sipped his coffee, then spoke again. Midoriya's record has been bothering me ever since we took him in. His file's too clean, too blank. That third-year transcript seal is government level. And no one seals a middle school record unless they're trying to make it disappear. Nizu's eyes gleamed as he clicked to open a secured inquiry line. I've been running parallel searches. Official ones haven't gotten me far, but if we shift to less official methods. Aizawa raised an eyebrow. You're risking unauthorized access. Nizu grinned. It's not unauthorized if the government left a backdoor open. The next few minutes passed in silence, punctuated only by the occasional sound of a key tap or a clicking window. Aizawa shifted slightly in his seat but remained silent, letting Nizu work. Nothing under Haruki Tanaka or Akari Kuzu that checks out, Nizu muttered. No birth records, no junior high certificates, no guardianship filings. Nothing. Which means those names could be fake. Carefully maintained aliases. Aizawa narrowed his eyes. Support course students with alias records? Who approved that? Nizu tilted his head. Apparently. I did. He clicked again, and his smile turned wry. Forgery, of course. Quite a good one, too. Someone with admin access disguised the approval to look like mine. That's a serious security breach, Aizawa muttered. And an even better cover-up, Nizu added. Whoever's doing this is inside enough to manipulate our systems but smart enough to leave minimal traces. But if we can't track the aliases. He pivoted. Let's return to Midoriya. I've been digging deeper not just into his time at Aldera, but before that. The sealed Kunikigaka records are the wall, but there's something odd I finally noticed. Aizawa leaned forward slightly, interest piqued. What? Nizu turned the monitor toward him. On the screen was a comparison, 2 class registries from the same semester, one from Aldera Junior High, and one from Kunikigaka. See here, Nizu said, pointing with a paw. Both schools list an Izuka Midoriya in their second-year winter semester. Same name. Same age. Different schools. On paper, he was enrolled in both at the same time. Aizawa frowned. That's not just odd. That's impossible. Unless someone wanted him to be in 2 places at once, Nizu continued, his voice sharper now. Think about it. Why would a student be forced to attend 2 schools simultaneously? Either it's a cover-up for movement, or they were hiding where he really was, Aizawa finished grimly. Nizu nodded. It gets worse. Look at the address listed for Kunikigaka. Aizawa scanned the screen. It's blank. Not just blank redacted, Nizu said. And when I cross-referenced all the third-year students from that year, their addresses? Also gone. Every single one. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. Government involvement. Undoubtedly. Nizu leaned back in his chair, paws steepled. So we have 3 students with obscured or falsified records. One of them, our supposed Midoriya, has an erased middle school history and 2 overlapping school enrollments. The other 2 don't exist in any official capacity. And yet, here they are. Fully enrolled. Functioning. Fluent in at least 5 languages. And if I'm not mistaken, he clicked to another file pulled from UA's cafeteria security cameras. Expert-level hand signals. They've been communicating silently in at least 2 different coded systems. Aizawa's jaw tightened, and he internally sighed. Problem children. What's happened to you? Then the question becomes, Aizawa said slowly, what were they involved in that needed this kind of erasure? Nizu's eyes glinted as he replied. I intend to find out. Nizu's claws flew over the keyboard, bouncing from system to system, local databases, government registries, education archives, hospital logs, housing records. Each click dug deeper. And each return? Nothing. Not a blank page. Not a file not found. Worse. Access denied, clearance level exceeded. Over and over again. Aizawa stood now, arms crossed tightly over his chest, watching the rapid failure unfold. His mouth tightened as another window shut itself automatically with a high-pitched error ping. "Third time that's happened," he muttered. Nizu gritted his teeth. "Fourth." He clicked again, different angle, different pathway, different source. He used proxies from other departments, redirected credentials, backdoor keys from a dozen network spiders. Still, access denied. Clearance breach logged. Inquiry terminated. At one point, the screen even froze mid-process, a blue line appearing across it with a blinking message. "This activity has been flagged. Please report to your security liaison." Nizu sighed and backed away from the keyboard, rubbing his temples. "Someone anticipated this," he said quietly. Aizawa glanced at the message. "How high do you think this goes?" He tapped his paw on the desk. "We're going in a circle." Only the distant tick of the wall clock could be heard, steady and methodical, slicing through the tension in the room. The floor still trembled slightly as Midoriya, Itona, and Okuda sat in the center of his dorm room, the walls practically humming with the aftermath of Bakugo's outburst. Midoriya sighed through his nose, arms crossed as he leaned back against his bed frame. That was definitely Bakugo. No one else in this building explodes in full sentences. Itona was still trying to suppress a snort of laughter, his whole body vibrating with the effort. "Oh, come on. You know it was worth it." "Itona," Okuda said with the same calm firmness she used when disarming chemical bombs. That explosion shook the whole West Wing. Itona raised both hands. "I didn't touch anything. I suggested things." Midoriya pinched the bridge of his nose. "You planted Bakugo's phone in Kaminari's sock drawer. And Kaminari didn't even know it was there," Itona countered, grinning. "Bakugo finds it, loses his mind, and boom. Classic misdirection. We learn nothing. They learn nothing. We win." Okuda gave him a look. "You're enjoying this too much." He leaned back smugly against the wall. "If I'm gonna get threatened by Kaminari's electric hugs and Bakugo's threat auras on a daily basis, I deserve a little joy." Midoriya's eyes were fixed on the floor, expression unreadable. He hadn't said anything for a moment now. Okuda noticed. "Nagisa?" she said softly. He blinked, snapping out of his thoughts. "Sorry. Just thinking." "About them?" she asked. Midoriya gave a quiet nod. "They're already suspicious. But our plan doesn't work." "We can disappear," Itona suggested suddenly. "Right now. Go back to the house. Set new identities. Start fresh. I can have our faces removed from the UA database in 30 minutes. Okuda shook her head immediately. "We're not running." "I'm not afraid of running," Itona replied sharply, "but you saw Taka. You saw how quickly things spiraled out of control. If they get too close." "They won't," Okuda interrupted firmly. "We don't panic. We've been through too much to panic now." Midoriya observed the two of them argue, his expression serious with concern. "Don't we need to get to the house now? We have to leave these dorms for tonight and start planting the evidence," he said eventually. Both Itona and Okuda paused. "They'll say no," Itona said. "They always say no." "I know. But I think we're out of time." The minutes ticked by in tense silence, broken only by the quiet clack of Nizu's keyboard and Aizawa's occasional sip of cooling coffee. Finally, Nizu paused. His small paw hovered over a line of text that had just populated on the screen. His ears perked. "There it is," he muttered. Aizawa leaned forward. "What did you find?" Nizu highlighted the information and expanded the window. A set of redacted teaching records tied to Kunikigaka Junior High's third-year class. Matching the exact year Midoriya was supposedly enrolled there. The names of the homeroom instructors. He tapped the display. Tadayami Kerasuma and Irina Jelavic. Aizawa blinked. "Our current staff." Nizu nodded. "Precisely. But look, right after the end of that school year, both were dismissed from their posts. The record simply says they were terminated for cause related to faculty misconduct, and the file is stamped confidential." Aizawa frowned. "Misconduct?" Nizu scrolled further. "There's an old archived report from the local education board. Apparently, there was an incident involving Class 3. Something about improper training methods, too much unsanctioned off-campus activity, and a pattern of behavioral issues from students that was traced back to staff influence. He leaned back with a slow sigh. That explains the sealed records. Classic bureaucratic cleanup. Rather than face scrutiny, they buried it. Aizawa nodded slowly, the tension leaving his shoulders for the first time in hours. So Midoriya, Haruki, and Akari were probably students in that class. They weren't part of some conspiracy, they were just caught up in whatever mess Kerasuma and Jalavic made. Exactly, Nizu said, sitting back in his chair with a thoughtful hum. It all adds up. The government steps in, the records are sealed to avoid scandal, and the students likely traumatized were shuffled elsewhere. Kerasuma and Irina probably made some deal to stay out of trouble in exchange for silence. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. And now they're here. Teaching again. That's probably part of the deal. UA gave them a second chance in exchange for keeping everything buried. Which would explain why they've been so tight-lipped about Midoriya's past, Nizu agreed. They're trying to keep him out of the fallout. Another beat of silence passed before Aizawa exhaled a tired sigh and rubbed his temple. DMN. And here I thought we had something worse on our hands. Nizu chuckled, the sound soft and slightly self-deprecating. So did I. I was starting to suspect espionage. Aizawa gave a tired smirk. Would have been easier to handle, honestly. The two sat in thoughtful silence, the tension now replaced with something more weary and reflective. Well, Nizu said, swiveling slightly in his chair, I suppose this explains everything we've been seeing. Their behavior, the language skills, the coordination. Kerasuma probably trained them in some government-adjacent program likely not officially sanctioned, hence the cover-up. Makes sense, Aizawa said. And explains why those kids trust each other more than they trust us. They probably spent that whole year thinking the system was going to collapse on them. Nizu's voice softened, which means pushing further might only make them shut down. Best to let it lie. Aizawa gave a small grunt of agreement, drained the last of his coffee, and stood up. I'll keep a close eye on them anyway. But you're right, we're not dealing with criminals. Just students with a rougher past than most. As Aizawa turned to leave, Nizu glanced once more at the screen. The name, CUSO Project, glowed faintly beneath the redacted lines. He tapped the delete key. Best to let it lie. In another building, far from the principal's office, Irina Jalavic smirked into her wineglass while Kerasuma reviewed the last report from Ritsu on a tablet. They took the bait? She asked lazily. Kerasuma grunted. Hook, line, and sinker. Just like we planned. Nizu found the scandal file. Irina laughed under her breath. Government cover-ups. Always good for hiding the truth under something scandalous. They'll stop digging now, Kerasuma confirmed. We're clear. But make sure the kids keep a lower profile for a while. We can't afford another search like that anytime soon. She raised her glass in mock salute. To fabricated disgrace. He didn't smile. To keeping them safe. The doors to the house swung open one after another, letting in gusts of cold air and a flood of familiar voices. Coats were flung over the nearest surfaces, shoes piled haphazardly by the entrance, and the chaos of a reunion filled the space like a rising tide. Okay, seriously, is everyone here now? Keano called, poking her head out from the hallway. I counted like 3 different, I'll be there in 5, texts that were all lies, Okano muttered, flopping onto the couch with a dramatic groan. Not lies, Karma replied, waltzing in with an unapologetic smirk. Just optimistic scheduling. You were 40 minutes late, Nakamura shot back, unimpressed. Optimism got punched in the face by traffic, Karma said with a shrug. You don't even drive, a laughing Hinano called out. From the kitchen, Nagisa emerged with a tray of tea and snacks balanced perfectly in his hands. Itona trailed behind him, a towel draped around his neck, his expression neutral save for the slight puff of steam still rising from his damp hair. All right, everyone chill for a second, Nagisa called. We're not doing a full briefing until everyone's actually in the room. Terasaka's still outside, yelling at Mimura about surveillance footage or something, Yoshida said, glancing out the front window. They've been arguing over drone range limitations for the past 7 minutes and 12 seconds, Ritsu chimed from the nearest wall monitor. I could project it if you'd like. No, Mahara groaned, waving a hand. Let them suffer in peace. I made everyone some tea, Okuda said softly, holding up a tray of mugs. It's the kind that lowers cortisol levels because clearly we all need it. Speak for yourself, Karma drawled from his seat sprawled across the couch. I thrive off stress and poor decision-making. That explains your grades, Chiba muttered without looking up from his phone. You wound me, Karma said, grinning. The chatter halted when Kerasuma stepped into the room, his jacket slung over his shoulder. Irina followed behind, sighing dramatically as her heels clicked against the polished floor. Everyone quiet down, Kerasuma said bluntly. Hi to you too, Sunshine, Irina muttered, rolling her eyes. Silence fell quickly. We just got confirmation from Ritsu, Kerasuma announced. Nizu and Aizawa have backed off the search. A wave of stillness swept across the room. They bought it? Nagisa asked, his voice quiet but steady. Hook, line, and sinker, Kerasuma said. They found the fake firing reports. They think you three were just unfortunate kids caught up in a scandal and got shuffled under the rug. That's good, right? Okuda asked, still gripping her teacup with both hands. It's better than good, Irina said with a smirk. They're going to stop looking. At least for now. Aitona let out a short breath and leaned back in his chair. For the first time in days, the tension in his posture seemed to ease. You guys really pulled it off, huh? Karma said with a slow smile. The fake misconduct report was genius, Sugino added. Who came up with that again? Technically it was a group effort, Hayami replied, but Irina wrote the scandal details because she said she had plenty of material to work from. A little performance art, darling, Irina said with a wink. So what now? Okano asked, looking between them. We just act normal? Exactly, Kerasuma confirmed. You all lay low for a few weeks. No more sneaking into dorms, no more strange language games in public. And Nagisa? Yeah, Nagisa asked. No more unexplained disappearances. If you want to vanish, you tell me first. Nagisa nodded, the message received. Wait, what happened to Bakugo's phone in Kaminari's room? Fuwa asked suddenly, her eyes wide with intrigue. He exploded a wall. Again, Okuda answered flatly. In his defense, Aitona said, stretching his arms over his head with satisfaction, we did bait him with psychological tactics. Very effective. We're trying to avoid more suspicion, Aitona, Isegai said, rubbing his temples. Right. No more poking the fireball, Karma said, still grinning. Let's just focus, Keano added, her expression turning serious. We've got clearance, but they're still watching us out of the corner of their eye. That means we need to be smart from here on out. And maybe stop pretending to be international spies in the middle of UA's cafeteria, Maihara muttered. That was one time. Nagisa said defensively. It was actually 4 times, Ritsu corrected, her voice ever pleasant. The room broke into scattered laughter. It felt like a breath after drowning laughter, not out of joy, but from sheer relief. Kerasuma scanned the group, his normally stern face softening just slightly with a hint of pride. And if I find out any of you blew our cover over something trivial like arguing over who gets the last knife, Irina began, but was promptly interrupted by the front door slamming open. Terasaka barreled into the room, arms overflowing with snacks, yelling over his shoulder. I said I'm taking the last donut because I carried this whole bag, you coward. Terasaka, came the collective groan from half the room. It was a relatively normal morning in Class 1A, at least, as normal as things ever got in that school. The classroom buzzed with its usual chaos. Kirishima and Siro were mock wrestling over a breakfast bun, Mina was doing Uraraka's hair in bubble braids, and Kaminari was very loudly trying to convince Jairu that he hadn't planted Bakugo's phone in his room as some kind of prank escalation. I'm telling you, I didn't touch it, Kaminari said for the 3rd time that morning, arms flailing. Why would I even want to steal his phone? You steal everyone's chargers, so they ask you for help, Jiru replied flatly, adjusting her ear jacks like she was preparing for a fight. That's different. Not that different, Sato muttered, eyes still on his textbook. At the back of the room, Todoroki sat in his usual seat, eyes half-lidded but unblinking, staring daggers through the trio seated diagonally across from him. Izuku, Haruki, and Akari. He didn't say a word. He didn't need to. Next to him, Bakugo was significantly less subtle. He was leaning forward in his seat, elbows on his desk, jaw clenched so tight the veins in his neck were visible. His eyes were locked on Izuku like he was trying to burn a hole through his skull with pure, undiluted rage. Izuku was pretending not to notice. Akari, seated to his left, scrolled through her notes with a serene expression that probably fooled exactly no one. Her posture was perfect. Her fake smile even more so. Haruki looked like he was about 10 seconds away from either falling asleep or lashing out with sarcasm sharp enough to cut. He met Bakugo's glare for a solid 3 seconds. Blinked once. Smirked. Bakugo's eye twitched. I think they're still suspicious, Haruki muttered just loud enough for Izuku to hear. I know they know, Izuku murmured back, not looking up from his textbook. I also know they can't prove anything. The classroom door slid open. Instant silence. Aizawa stepped inside, dragging his capture weapon behind him and looking like he hadn't slept in a week. So, business as usual. Morning, he said without inflection or interest. Seats. Books out. We're jumping right into applied analysis today. A few groans echoed around the room, but the students obeyed quickly. I want detailed breakdowns of the joint training exercise footage from last week. Power usage, teamwork efficiency, flaws, and exploitation windows. 5 pages by the end of the hour. Oof, Kaminari whispered. Extra page for anyone who says oof in my class, Aizawa added without even turning around. Kaminari let out a strangled noise of betrayal. As students pulled out tablets and notebooks, Bakugo didn't move. He was still watching the trio across the room eyes. They were writing already, calm and methodical. Todoroki's voice cut into the low shuffle of pages and whispers. We'll find out eventually, he said under his breath. Bakugo didn't respond. The ride to the agency was quiet. Kerasuma drove with one hand on the wheel, eyes fixed on the road ahead. The sky outside was a washed-out gray, threatening rain but not delivering. The silence between him and Irina wasn't uncomfortable, it was rare, but today it felt tense. Heavy. Irina leaned her head against the window, legs crossed in the passenger seat. Her usual bold lipstick was toned down. The heels were still there, of course, but the usual smug smirk wasn't. You haven't said anything since we left the house, she murmured, not looking at him. I'm thinking. That's new. Kerasuma didn't rise to the bait. She sighed, then sat up straighter. You're thinking about Taka. He shouldn't have gotten that close, Kerasuma said after a moment. To Nagisa. To any of them. Irina went quiet again. Her eyes were dark, unreadable. I know. There was a beat. Then too. I should have stopped him. Kerasuma tightened his grip on the wheel. You almost did. They pulled into the underground lot of the agency in silence. Kerasuma parked, turned off the ignition, and finally looked at her. You know this is going to get worse before it gets better. Irina didn't flinch. Yeah. I know. He's not working alone. I know. Her voice was sharper this time. They both stepped out of the car. The hallway to their secured elevator was empty, lined with sterile white panels and security cameras they both knew how to avoid if they had to. They didn't. Inside the elevator, the hum of the cables filled the silence. Irina leaned back against the wall, arms crossed. You think the kids are all right? She asked. Kerasuma looked straight ahead. Nagisa's stable. Karma's not letting anything slide. The rest of them are watching each other. It's not ideal, but they're handling it. They're kids. Kerasuma finally turned to her. So are we. Irina laughed, bitter and low. Yeah. And we turned out so great. The elevator dinged. The doors opened to the familiar hum of the agency's secure floor glass offices, surveillance screens, coded doors, and trained professionals pretending they weren't still traumatized from the Koro-sensei years. As they walked through the corridor, agents nodded at them. Some with respect, some with fear. Irina's heels clicked as they passed through the door marked clearance, Omega. The inner sanctum. Their war room. I'm just saying, she muttered as Kerasuma keyed in the access code. We're playing a lot of angles right now. Nagisa's cover. Haruki and Akari embedded at UA Nizu snooping. The League still active. The other agencies watching. We can't afford to have any of it blow up. Kerasuma didn't respond at first. Then he turned the handle. It won't, he said. Because if it does, we burn everything else down first. Irina smiled grimly. I missed this job. You never left. They stepped inside. The door sealed shut behind them. Inside the agency's central records room, the air was stiff with recycled oxygen and old secrets. A dozen monitors glowed low, casting pale light over metal desks and sealed cabinets labeled in code. Kerasuma stood behind one of the terminals, his jaw tight, eyes scanning page after page of transport logs, visitor clearances, and surveillance footage from the psychiatric facility Taka had supposedly been locked away in. Irina was sitting backward on a swivel chair nearby, blonde hair up in a loose knot, chewing the end of a pen not because she needed to, but because it was keeping her from grinding her teeth. He didn't break out alone, she muttered. No way. That place was practically built to contain people like him. I know. Kerasuma didn't look up. There's no record of external interference. But someone inside had to sign off on that early psych evaluation. It's bogus. Look at the timestamps, they don't even line up with visiting hours. Irina narrowed her eyes. So someone falsified a file to make it look like he was lucid and low risk. Got him downgraded. Easier to move. Exactly. She turned her chair toward him. How many people even had clearance for that level of evaluation? 4. Kerasuma typed rapidly, pulling up a list. 2 of them are dead, one from cancer, one in a car crash last winter. The third's a legit shrink who's been off-grid on sabbatical for a year in Okinawa. The 4th. He paused. Irina leaned in. The 4th. Kerasuma clicked open the personnel file. A young man. Early 30s. Medical credentials. An agency background. He was transferred to our division 6 months ago, Kerasuma said slowly. Back-end logistics. Never flagged as a risk. And now. Vanished. Resigned 2 days after Taka disappeared. Sent the resignation over a secure line. Paper trails clean. Irina's jaw clenched. They planted him. Or turned him. Kerasuma was already copying the file to a secure drive. We need to cross-reference his last 2 weeks' communications, case access, visitor logs. And anyone he interacted with off-record, Irina finished, spinning the chair slowly beneath her. Kerasuma nodded grimly. Already on it. On screen, lines of encrypted data scrolled past. He launched a trace on the resignation packet. The metadata returned nothing obvious, no flagged IPs, no recognizable agency VPN. But it was too clean. That was the tell. They scrubbed him, Kerasuma said, voice low. Whoever he was working for made sure his exit didn't raise any questions. Irina stood up, her gaze hard. So either we're looking at a rogue division, or someone higher up is pulling strings. The pause. You think the ministry knows? She asked, softer this time. Kerasuma didn't answer immediately, but the tension in his shoulders spoke for him. They have to, he said finally. There's no way a planted mole gets into a high-clearance psychiatric ward without approval. Not unless someone upstairs authorized the clearance codes. Irina's hands balled into fists. They knew. They knew he was unstable. That he was obsessed. They let him out anyway. Kerasuma exhaled slowly. Either that, or they didn't care. The beat. No, Irina said. That's not it. This isn't negligence. This is intentional. Someone wanted him out. To go after Nagisa, Kerasuma finished. They both stood in silence, the weight of the truth settling heavy. Irina moved toward another terminal, tapping in her own codes. We need to warn the kids. All of them. If the ministries compromised. No, Kerasuma said sharply. We don't panic them. Not yet. They're already stretched. And Midoriya's cover is this close to collapsing. Irina's mouth tightened. You think I don't know that? He's unraveling, and you're asking him to hold it all together like it's still middle school. He's not the only one keeping secrets, Kerasuma replied. You've seen the files. The League's sniffing around. And someone in Nizu's chain of command is leaking UA intel to outside parties. Irina's brows furrowed. You think Nizu knows? I think Nizu suspects. But he's testing the waters before he jumps in. They exchanged a glance. The kind that held years of quiet wars and body counts behind it. Then we're surrounded, Irina said simply. Kerasuma nodded. So we do what we always do. Lie. Until we know where the knives are. He pocketed the drive, straightened, and walked toward the exit. I'll prep a dummy file. Something traceable. If we're being watched, I want to know who bites. Irina followed. And if it's someone from our division? Kerasuma's voice dropped to a cold hum. Then we clean house. The lights in the records room dimmed automatically as the security door closed behind them. In the corridor, the distant sound of a phone ringing echoed. Another agent passed, nodding nervously, but didn't stop. No one did. No one ever stopped Kerasuma and Irina when they looked like this. They were ghosts again. Irina. She paused. Kerasuma's voice was quiet. When this blows up, you stand with the kids. No matter what. Irina tilted her head, half amused, half furious. I'm already standing there. Kerasuma gave her the briefest flicker of a smile. The warehouse was different now. Empty, quiet, cold. Dust hung in the air like remnants of plans half executed. Shigaraki sat on the edge of a broken crate, idly scraping his nails against a rusted metal panel, flaking off red paint like peeling skin. Twice paced behind him, muttering to himself in two voices. You said it would be simple. I didn't say that, that was you, idiot. Shut up, Shigaraki said flatly, not even turning around. Twice froze, mid-argument with himself, and sat down. Dabi leaned against the far wall, arms crossed, watching Shigaraki with a neutral expression. His face was unreadable, but his fingers twitched just slightly, like he was itching for a fight. So, he said eventually, voice low and gravelly, you gonna explain why you dragged us into babysitting some sadistic freak's personal grudge? He paid well, Shigaraki murmured. Doesn't sound like you care about the money. I don't. Dabi waited. When nothing else came, he narrowed his eyes. Then what do you care about? Shigaraki's fingers stopped scratching. His gaze lifted, just slightly, distant and hollow. He owed me a favor. Takawaka owed you? A soft chuckle from the shadows compress, spinning a coin between his fingers. Now that's curious. A former military instructor locked in an asylum. And we helped him break out. Not exactly our usual fare. He's scum, Spinner muttered. Shigaraki didn't argue. Useful scum. For now. Dabi wasn't convinced. You let him go rogue. I let him fail, Shigaraki corrected. There's a difference. Yeah. Dabi's voice was cool. And that green-haired brat he was after? The one who escaped? The one with the friends? Shigaraki's fingers twitched. They're trained. Smarter than they look. Smarter than you thought, Dabi pointed out. Silence. Then, slowly Shigaraki stood. He turned toward them, the light casting deep shadows under his tired, cracked eyes. They were never the mission, he said. They were a test. A test. Spinner echoed. To see what they'd do, Shigaraki murmured. How far they'd go for each other. Who might be useful. Who might be dangerous. Twice leaned forward. You think they're more than just a bunch of kids? I think. Shigaraki paused, cracking his neck. That boy the one Takawaka wanted? He's not just some middle school leftover. He survived us. Even after that failed attempt at the USJ. Dabi's frown deepened. And if he survived that, Shigaraki finished, voice low and thoughtful, then we need to know what else he can survive. A long silence passed. Then Compress pocketed his coin. So what now? Shigaraki walked toward the exit, long coat brushing against the floor, his voice echoing behind him. We wait. And when they slip up? His hand clenched once, decaying the doorframe as he passed. We take everything. The sun filtered through the classroom windows, Aizawa glaring at them from behind his sleeping bag, and Kaminari already whispering something silly to Shiro that made Mina snort. That was, until the door opened and the familiar towering form of All Might stepped into the classroom. In my hero form, he declared, thumb raised, coat billowing behind him. Good morning, Class 1A. All Might, the class chorused, straightening with excitement. Even Aizawa looked vaguely annoyed as he reluctantly vacated the front. He insisted on doing this himself. Don't make me regret giving him the time. All Might grinned. Now, don't worry, Eraserhead. I'll be quick. I have some exciting news. The room practically buzzed. Even Bakugo looked up with interest, though his expression remained vaguely threatening. You've all been working hard this semester, All Might continued. And that's why UA has approved a special off-campus development program to further your growth. Ooh! Mina gasped. Is it another forest lodge? Please don't let it be another forest lodge, Tokoyami muttered. No, All Might chuckled. This will be at a remote high-altitude facility, far from the city, isolated in the mountains. You'll be pushed to your limits physically and mentally. And there will be new simulations, new challenges, and special instructors waiting for you. Cheers broke out across the room. Sounds fun. Sato grinned. Are there dorms? Ida asked, already preparing to start packing. Will there be hot springs again? Kaminari wiggled his eyebrows and got immediately smacked by Jiro. Amid the excitement, 3 students were very much not cheering. Izuku's smile had frozen on his face like a mask. High-altitude facility? He echoed weakly. Remote? Itona muttered. Special instructors? Okuda said slowly, dread beginning to gather behind her eyes. They glanced at each other at the same time. No words were exchanged. None were needed. This had bad idea written all over it. Itona dropped his head into his arms on the desk. Okuda looked like she was calculating escape routes. And Midoriya, who never backed down from training, looked as though someone had just told him his quirk came with a side of danger. All Might either didn't notice or pretended not to. We'll be leaving this weekend. Prepare yourselves. It's going to be plus ultra. He struck a pose and then swept back out of the room with the same dramatic energy he arrived with. Once he was gone, the students erupted into conversation again. Only Todoroki and Bakugo noticed the shift in the trio. You 3 look like you just got sentenced, Todoroki said flatly. Because we did, Okuda mumbled. Bakugo narrowed his eyes. What the hell are you so afraid of? Midoriya forced a grin that had no life behind it. Oh, you know, that just altitude sickness. Very real thing. Lots of risks. Very dangerous. Todoroki looked between the 3 of them, clearly unconvinced. Itona muttered under his breath, this is going to be a disaster. The school day had just ended, and the sun was casting long golden lines across the polished floors of the hallway. Aizawa stood quietly just beyond the doorway of Class 1A, arms folded and shadows drawn under his tired eyes. He'd waited until the last students filtered out in noisy groups. Kaminari's laughter echoed down the hall. Bakugo's boots thundered away in angry steps. Todoroki was, as usual, quiet, but his sharp gaze lingered on Midoriya before he disappeared around the corner. Midoriya was organizing his notes as if nothing was wrong. Midoriya, Aizawa said, his voice even. Midoriya's head shot up. Yes, sensei? Stay back for a moment. I need to talk to you. His posture stiffened. Oh, okay. He walked over slowly, cautiously. Aizawa sighed inwardly. Why does this kid always look like I'm about to punish him for breathing? He watched Midoriya approach, not the usual flustered mess he could be. No, this was the calm, restrained version, which made Aizawa more nervous than the rambling one ever did. He gestured toward the window at the end of the hallway. Walk with me. Midoriya glanced at his friends, then nodded, following his teacher in silence. They passed a quiet stairwell. The light outside had softened, orange bleeding into pink. They stopped near the corner, where no one would hear. Aizawa leaned against the wall. There was a long, heavy pause. Midoriya fidgeted with the hem of his sleeve. Finally, Aizawa spoke, his tone low. I don't know what I'm doing anymore, Midoriya. Midoriya blinked, surprised. That was not what he'd expected. I've been teaching long enough to know when a student is lying to me, Aizawa continued. And I've had a lot of students' problem children, kids who lash out, kids who shut down, kids who act strong when they're hanging on by a thread. I've seen it all. He turned to face him, his voice lowering further. But I've never had a student who looks me in the eye, lies to my face, and I still want to believe them. Midoriya's breath caught. Sensei, I'm not accusing you. Aizawa cut him off, gentler than expected. I'm tired. I'm tired of Nizu breathing down my neck. I'm tired of finding redacted records. I'm tired of the silence, the holes in your story, the new kids who know things they shouldn't. The fact that I care, and I can't do anything unless you let me. What we found should be enough, but I can't shake this feeling. Aizawa looked at him, gaze steady. You're not just a student to me, Midoriya. You know that, right? Midoriya hesitated, his voice cracking slightly. I know. I do. I care about you. I care about Akari and Haruki as well. I don't want to treat them like suspects. But I can't protect any of you if I don't know what's coming. Midoriya looked away, jaw clenched. Aizawa didn't push. He waited. The silence stretched. Then Midoriya finally spoke, his voice quiet. It's not that I don't trust you. I do. But there are things that aren't mine to share. People who might get hurt if the wrong things come out. Aizawa nodded. He'd suspected as much. Midoriya's hands were shaking slightly. I'm not asking for everything. I know what it means to have secrets that aren't yours to spill. But if you're in danger, if any of you are, then I need to know enough to stop it from happening again. Midoriya looked up at him, eyes wide and conflicted. I'll try, he said softly. Aizawa nodded once. That's all I'm asking. They stood there a moment longer, the quiet between them less tense now. Aizawa exhaled, dragging a hand through his hair. You're a pain kid. Midoriya cracked a small, sheepish smile. You knew that when I got here. Aizawa gave him a sideways look, but the corner of his mouth twitched upward. Get out of here. Go pretend to be normal for another day. Midoriya saluted joking, but tired and turned to leave. Aizawa leaned his head back against the wall and closed his eyes. Something's coming. I just hope I haven't waited too long to act. Midoriya stepped out of the hallway, the heavy classroom door clicking shut behind him. His footsteps echoed against the linoleum floor. The last hints of daylight filtered through the windows, brushing everything in a soft golden hue. Itona and Okuda were already waiting at the edge of the corridor, leaning against the lockers as if they had been there for a while. Itona had his hands in his pockets, looking bored. Okuda had her arms crossed, but her eyes flicked toward Midoriya the moment she saw his face. Midoriya didn't say anything at first. He just walked up slowly, shoulders tight, head down slightly. You good? Itona asked, his lazy tone not quite masking his concern. Midoriya nodded. Yeah. Talk to Aizawa. Okuda straightened, her brows pinching. What did he say? He's tired, Midoriya muttered, rubbing the back of his neck. He's not mad. Frustrated. Confused. He said he still wants to protect us, but he feels like he can't. He's not wrong, Itona said. We've told him nothing. Yeah, well, that's kind of the point, Midoriya said, half-heartedly. His voice was quieter than usual, lacking his usual conviction. Okuda reached out and lightly grabbed his sleeve. Are you okay? He looked at her, surprised. That I don't know, he admitted. There was a silence, the kind that sat between people who knew each other well enough not to need to fill it. Then Itona spoke, softer now. He's not the enemy. I know. But if we tell him everything, we lose control. Midoriya nodded, his eyes distant. Yeah. Another pause. He told me he still cares, Midoriya said finally. Even now. Even with all the things he's suspicious about. He said he still wants to believe me. Okuda's expression softened. You think he will? That I think he's trying, Midoriya whispered. They started walking down the hall, slower than usual. The air felt heavier tonight. We've kept too much hidden, Okuda murmured. Even from him. Even from each other sometimes, Midoriya said. Itona made a face. Let's not get soft. If we make it through this without getting hurt, maybe we can talk about our feelings later. Okuda snorted. You're such a boy. Itona shrugged. Guilty. Midoriya didn't laugh, but a small smile tugged at his lips anyway. The tension eased just enough. They stepped outside together into the cool evening air. The sky was a fading canvas of lavender and gray, and for a brief moment, the world felt calm. But the weight on their shoulders hadn't lessened. They had barely made it to the gates when the front doors of the building burst open behind them with an unmistakable clatter of heels and muttered curses. I swear if they make me sit through one more pointless security briefing. Irina Jelavic came flying around the corner, phone in one hand, stilettos in the other, a trench coat half on, half draped over her shoulder. She nearly collided with Midoriya, who had to sidestep quickly to avoid getting bumped. Whoa! Sensei? Jesus, Nagisa, warn someone when you're going to stand there like a ghost, she snapped, before actually looking at him. Oh, it's you three. Good to see you too, Itona deadpanned. She waved a hand. Sorry I'm late. I was held up by a group of first-year teachers who seem to think I'm in charge of campus security now. Didn't you kind of volunteer for that? Okuda asked. Irina pointed a stiletto at her. Traitor. I trained you better. Midoriya chuckled softly, feeling some of the earlier tension ease from his shoulders. Long day. Irina shoved the shoes into her bag. Is there any other kind? Kerasuma had to stay behind to finish something ridiculous, so I figured I'd beat the traffic. You guys heading out? It's Friday, Itona said simply. She rolled her eyes. But the sacred trip back to the house. Honestly, you kids are more loyal to that place than I am to my skincare routine. It has better food than the dorms, Okuda said cheerfully. Better company too, Midoriya added. Irina smirked. Flatterer. You're just saying that because I bring wine and make you all look good in public. Please, Itona said. You bring boxed wine and call it European. She gasped. Excuse me. It's imported boxed wine. There's a difference. Midoriya laughed again, feeling a bit lighter this time. Irina gave a tired smile. Grab your things, brats. We're getting out of here before one of your classmates starts another moral crusade or Nisa decides to spring a pop quiz on your trauma files. You look like you haven't slept in 3 days, Irina said, eyeing Midoriya. I haven't, he replied without hesitation. She gave him a look, then reached out and lightly tapped his shoulder. You're such a goof. Yeah. All right, enough with the gloomy vibes, she said, already turning away. You've got 30 minutes to grab your bags. I'm starting the car. If I'm not out of this parking lot by 6, I'm leaving you behind and sending Ritsu to guilt trip you. Okuda perked up. Do you think Ritsu could print us a list of groceries before we go? The fridge was looking kind of empty. I'll have her send a list to my phone, Midoriya said. Itona cracked a knuckle. I just want my room back. And a decent breakfast. UA eggs taste like chalk. Language, children, Irina called, waving them off. Let's move. As she walked ahead, her heels clicking confidently against the pavement, the 3 students lingered for just a moment longer. Midoriya looked up at the sky now beginning to darken and let the silence settle in his chest. For the first time all week, something felt steady. Okuda nudged his arm gently. Come on, Nagisa. He nodded. Yeah. Let's go home.